I have no power in this realm.
Tied for Jeff as Jeff. Oh man.
Oh,
Wow, really?
I believe that is going to decide it now. So
I do believe it is decided.
we received $30 and $50 for Jeff as Jeff. I'll just read those
Oh,
out real
man.
quick. 30 for X Ritskin, for BGG, Jeff as Jeff, and then $50 from Chris V. Sure, why not go with Jeff rather than Geoff? So there you go.
It's not full Jeff bound because we still got favorite thing. I think is different.
Yeah, it's Brazil.
Yeah.
Listen, all the characters get to be named Jeff, so you just get to experience the full Jeff-titude as everyone wants. Brazil is your favorite thing because praise be to Big Brazil.
I think the most important thing is the player name, but we can have the cutoff for player name be until I land in Summers or something like that.
Well, there's 2 player name inputs, so you could hypothetically
that's right.
Extend it to Tenda Village.
Yeah, maybe like after Starman DX is dead.
Yeah, you can do that.
All right.
Sure. Well, currently for player name, Butts is leading at $118 compared to Jeff at $10. So pretty substantial gap, but it could be made up.
It'll be about 3 hours before we get to Starman DX, which is our right before the last opportunity we have to change the player name. Did we have an incentive for window color?
Oh, we did not.
Yeah, no.
We didn't think window color would be any important, so we never added it.
I mean, yeah.
First donation gets it. Let's go.
Oh, crap.
Window color is Jeff. Well, crap.
Uh-oh.
I don't think that's how that works.
Testing. How do I sound?
A little quieter than normal, which is thumbs up.
It's a Vulagin's dream.
I know, right?
No. First off,
Like raises his volume way up. Is this better?
actually, guys, this is the brand new mic that I'm using, so.
Sounds nice.
Probably. Yeah, because basically we're running off of. Okay, so, we're not getting any echo from anybody. I just want to make sure of this.
Haven't seen any complaints of echo, just low volume at the moment.
Okay.
I think everything needs to be brought up. Just Meta needs to get slightly more audio through the restream.
More audio through the restream.
I mean, just turn up the volume somehow.
I've maxed it out.
Which thing have you maxed out?
Oh, duh, never mind. Hold on, I can fix that. Okay. Yeah, that might fix it. Duh. I forget that I run at 40% volume on XSplit. So.
Yep. Kick it up a notch.
I turned it all the way to 100% in XSplit.
By the way, the people of the chat have spoken. We have donations.
Indeed. We have $1 from
Now I'm
Maelstrom. This determines the window color. It will be mint.
Now I'm echoing. Why am I echoing?
Mint's all right. Mint's solid. I approve.
It's
Not
How
too
bad?
late. You got
Okay, guys, how bad is the echo? First off, I need to know how bad the echo is.
through Discord. I'm only hearing you, like yourself, Meta. You're slightly echoing, like just coming through Discord.
Really?
Is your mic pick?
That's interesting. Because I muted my other mic, so there's no way it should be able to pick up anything. It's better now. Okay, I bet you it was. I bet you it was my other mic was somehow picking up.
Yeah, that could be.
Which I have no idea. The stream in general should be able to pick up anything. It's better now. Okay, I bet you it was. I bet you it was my other mic was somehow picking up.
Yeah, that could be.
Based on what I can
Which
hear,
I-
it sounds
yeah, I
like
have no
the
idea.
voices
The
are
stream in general should be able to pick up
a lot
anything.
quieter.
It's better now. Okay, I bet you it was. I bet you it was my other mic was somehow picking up.
Yeah, that could be.
Based on what I can
Which
hear,
I-
it sounds
yeah, I
like
have no
the
idea.
voices
The
are
stream in general should be able to pick up
a lot
anything.
quieter.
It's better now. Okay, I bet you it was.
Alas.
I bet you it was my other mic was somehow picking
I
up.
have to do this right, like a
Based on what
real
I can
switcher.
hear,
The echo. Echo. What the?
Hold on, let me mute and take a listen here.
Audioception. We shouldn't be, because
Yeah, do you not accidentally have the stream open, BGG?
oh, it was. I bet you it was Foolagin. Because Stringer just said it was fixed right before you deafened yourself.
Okay, so just double checking. Are we doing all audio through BGG stream?
That's kind of what it's sounding like.
BGG, can you turn up the Discord people?
Yeah, we're gonna have to just. You're gonna be running Discord as far as that.
Because from what I can hear, is like the game audio. I mean, everything's kind of low, but the Discord is definitely lower than the game audio in general. So
To 200%.
I just mean like in general, like all of your audio needs to be pushed louder.
Ghost King can't. BGG is quiet.
Why streaming gotta be so complex?
Because we're making it more complex than it probably should be.
You're making it.
Mic muted? Now I have my mic not muted on OBS. I think that might have been the problem why I was quiet.
Yes, that is probably.
Exactly why you're silent, in fact.
Whoops! I'm not a smart man. I just copy other people.
This is the best start we could have asked for.
Hello!
There it is. Oh, there we go. Jeez, it's like the man has a voice.
Oh. Well, that's a great start. Great start, guys. Way to go.
Oh my goodness gracious. So, all right. So we have everybody we need, I assume. Okay, 1 second. Actually, I'm going to. This could be a very bad idea, but it no, I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, try to stay in the background.
BGG is so loud now.
I can turn myself down.
No, it's not you. It's trying to think here. I don't, because I want to hear the game, but I'm scared to unplug the other microphone because then it might switch over to like the webcam and be like, oh god, it's way too loud. And then I'm gonna hear myself, and it's like, son of a bitch. Biscuit monkey. Yeah, biscuit.
Thankfully, this is the last run, so we can take as long as we need to get this running smoothly.
Then I'm gonna wait to start that timer until my pizza arrives.
Can I input names though? I can put in the names, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All right, so we have.
In fact, my pizza just arrived.
Now, is it full caps Jeff or lower caps Jeff?
It appears everything is Jeff in normal capitalization.
Okay. And just for the
Capital
record,
J, lowercase a.
Yes.
by the way, BGG, I'll count you down. So whatever the screen is to start, I actually don't know where you guys start your timing, so you'll have to kind of tell me, and then I'll count you down, and then I'll say go, and I'll hit the timer, and you can do what you need to do. Is that fair?
Yeah, no problem. It's at the start screen, so I'll be able to name everybody and then go from
Just
there.
to let you know, BG, there is one name that is not Jeff.
I gotta go answer that.
Oh yeah, it's whoops, that's
All caps Brazil. With an
Yeah.
X, please.
and that's
But why
Favorite
did you name
thing?
the dog J?
it was an
Messed
accident.
up.
It was an accident.
No, there's no accidents allowed in marathon runs.
Oh.
There's no crying in marathons. No, nobody gets the reference.
No, I do.
I get it.
League of Their Own.
Oh, okay, it was just bad. Okay, got it.
There's no crying in baseball.
This is the time screen. So I'll count down from or whenever you want to count down, we'll count down from this screen.
I think he's getting his pizza right now.
Yeah, he's.
Oh.
He's,
Well, pizza's important. Pizza's important.
Dang right, it's important.
Way off in the distance.
Dang right.
How loud was that, by the way?
Oh, it's very quiet.
It was very quiet. You sound like you're in the
Really?
back of a
Is this
very
quiet. Do I
room.
sound quiet?
Yeah. Surprisingly.
Okay, wow, this headset's really good then. Because I just moved it like maybe a foot just now, and that's how much louder it gets.
I hope
Nice.
someday we'll start this run.
It's possible, Bulletin, but we can't guarantee it.
Okay, so
Jeff.
Sting. Okay, so I guess am I doing donations then? I just want to like.
It's
what?
either me or you. We'll bounce off each other. Don't worry.
Okay, if there are any big businessman's donations, I have to deal with them. It's just a thing. Isn't that right, man? Big businessman Brazil.
Kilo.
Alright, I'm gonna hop out of this call because it's very crowded at the moment. I'll let you guys do your thing. Good luck.
Wait,
Take care.
Oh, Ozzy, did someone has anyone done the donation that just got put in? Sing the BGG song.
I don't even know what the BGG song is. I don't know.
That's just it. That's just it. It's just the donor's name. Don't worry.
No. Like I can see like the comment in like a sing song. I can physically see it.
Oh, you actually want to sing
Yes!
the combat.
That's why I was like, has it been done?
Yeah, that's probably exactly the reason why Bulletin didn't read the comment.
So then I have to sing this amazing song.
I can do the slug song if we don't get. Well, it's not the actual. It's slug song 2.0 because the true inventor of the slug song is Andy Perfect, and he wouldn't share the slug song with me because it's sacred, of course.
Do you want to do like
But I made my own slug song. It's really embarrassing.
Do you guys want to do everybody does their own little thing for the B, the G, and the G? Like I'll do one, someone does the other G, and then someone does the other G.
Sounds complicated.
I don't even.
No, okay, I'll just take care of it.
You're under the assumption I can spell, which is your first.
Oh, fair point. Okay. So in other words, I'm gonna have to sing the BGG song.
Whatever it might be. Whatever it might be.
Okay. Well,
I mean, on the spot, you gotta make one right now. It's the new.
Oh no!
song.
The lyrics are there, which is awesome.
Oh, okay, let's go.
So that's why I was like, okay. So
Oh my
we have a
goodness.
$5 donation from Sing the BGG song. B is for big businessman Brazil who puts stuff together. G is for G, often me. G is for get some anywhere at any time at all. Now it's time for the BGG. Put the $5 towards peanut flavor.
Wow. Wow.
That was great.
That was fantastic. I am officially am red now.
I'm so far behind, I won't pay me.
This is actually a California Fire Relief Marathon because now I am sunburnt. At least that's what it looks like.
All right, let's get this run started before everybody abandons ship.
Bullet, what have we rocked? All right, so go ahead. I'm gonna let you guys introduce yourselves real fast. We might as well get that out of the way if that's cool with you guys.
There's a little time as soon as the run starts. There's like a full minute of just.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we can start and then do that if you want.
1 sec.
Jeff in 3D. Oh yeah.
So, alrighty then. We are ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
You might hear a little bit of mashing from me from time to time, but I'll try to keep my controller away from the mic. I'm Backgroundguy02. I started with this game and I love it, and this is Earthbound. With me is Daniel RGT and Ella Temple, fellow amazing runners. Go ahead.
I'm Daniel RGT. I'm also a fellow Earthbound runner. I run almost every single category, and it is also my first ever speed game. Started about a year ago, and I love it.
And I am LL Temple, Earthbound speedrunner, just like these guys. Been doing it for about 3 years now, so I'll be the old history guy or something.
If you need to take out your
Back in my
dentures or
day.
anything, that's understandable. Just let us know.
So, obviously there's a little cutscene here. The way this game starts, for those who don't know, is that Ness, the main character, or Jeff in this case, is sleeping in his bed, and then something crashes outside, and so he has to go figure out what it is, and that's it. That's all basically the introduction you get. There's almost no exposition. But that's okay, because some of the best games don't really have that much exposition.
So as the category, kind of obviously there's going to be no glitches. We're going to be doing everything pretty straightforward here. Nothing too crazy as far as glitches go. We'll do some event triggers, but yeah, no glitches, no manipulation, all the good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, normally what we do for this first town on net is we do RNG manipulation, but because like cursor movements affect the RNG, to get name incentives, we can't really do RNG manipulation unless BGG was to route a specific RNG manipulation for this exact number of like cursor movements to name everyone Jeff. So like, that's a lot of work for a very, very, very like, specific scenario where he'd ever have to do that. So he's not going to be able to use RNG manipulation for any of this town. So it ends up losing overall like 7 to 10 minutes. That's how much time it saves to use RNG manipulation. So like for a glitchless run that's like trying to go for world record, we manipulate it, and it's very, very fast. It's the difference between Onet taking roughly 19 minutes versus it taking on average 30 minutes. And I mean, with non-manipulated, it can vary pretty greatly. There is a small grinding section, and if you get some really good luck in that, you can shave off a lot of time for non-manipulation.
Manipulation just isn't very marathon safe. It's if you drop one little input, make one wrong movement, then it's kind of a wasted time. So it's just not safe to do.
Even sometimes where you think it's fine, you're like, oh, I've done this so many times, but you don't know that one pixel off is going to give you a different RNG value, and you lost it, or maybe you were just shy, a fraction of a second on a movement or something. You never know sometimes.
Yeah, it's just not marathon safe even a little bit. You have to carry it for 19 minutes straight. You can't drop it. There's so many things that affect RNG, and you have to hold it the entire time. So, and for a marathon, like the thing about the manipulation is that we skimp on buying some equipment since we're manipulating. So our defense is a lot lower than it normally would be. So if you were to like do manipulation and then drop it and be like, oh, I'll continue from normal, like from here on, like your defense is so low that you'll probably just die from random things. So like it's just overall not marathon safe. Plus, we wanted the ability to everyone generously donate to name the entire cast Jeff. So thank you for that.
So we won't be seeing any of that manipulation stuff. First kind of bout of RNG we're going to run into is outside Ness's house here. We're going to run into basically every variety of enemy spawn there is as far as movement goes. And, different enemies kind of approach you in different ways, so we'll see how BGG handles the different enemies we come across here.
Yeah, there's 3 different types of enemies that can spawn on this hill. There's snakes, crows, and dogs, which is...
And before a million dogs outside the front door.
Yeah, so dogs just run straight at you. They don't wait for you to move or anything. If they see you, they just start running at you. Crows will do the same, but crows can only move from to left and right. So if they want to move downwards, they have to move in a zigzag pattern, left and right, which means sometimes they get stuck in terrain, like exactly right now, where he just got stuck on a cliff and just like, well, it's over for me. I'm stuck on this cliff. There's a dog here. If you are going to take a fight on the hill, dogs are the best thing to take. They give you the most experience, which means that... and they also have a chance to just do no damage because they have like a wasted turn. But BGG has an absolutely beautiful hill. And he didn't even...
What even was that?
No problem.
Welcome to the Earthbound. We don't have to try anything at all. It's easy.
BGG, this is marathon luck. Get used to it. At some point, it's gonna go the other way.
That's true.
Then
That's true.
the real fun begins.
You might want to explain a little bit of mashing too.
I'll let you take that tumble.
Yeah, so mashing, you can't just kind of go ham on your controller. There's like a rhythm to it. And definitely in different scenarios, mashing fast will help. But in this situation where you're just kind of going through text boxes, you can't really go too hard. You see kind of the triangle at the bottom right of the menu, so you want to mash up with that. And in battle, say you got rolling HP going or something, it's better to kind of mash a little harder. But here, there's a very particular rhythm to it.
Yeah, it's useful. Things that allow you to advance the text in this game are the L button, A button, B button, or select button. There's a lot of different buttons you can be mashing at like a alternating rhythm to try and get the most button presses to advance text and all that stuff. And the nice thing is also for like anytime there's a selection you need to make, or like yes or no, you can select A or L, and it'll do like a positive reinforcement or whatever, and then B and select is like the no option. So after this fight here, there's a section where BGG has to say yes and then no, but he can do that. He doesn't have to move the cursor to no. He can just mash B if he wants to say no, and mash A if he wants to say yes. So.
In a number of places, you'll want to change up how you mash. Additionally, I personally have 3 ways of mashing. Either I mash A and L for yes, B and select and no, and then if it's no selection at all, I mash A and B by bringing my left hand over and mash B with my thumb. So there's multiple ways of mashing. There's also combat mashing with auto battle. I do A and select. So there's multiple ways you can mash the game text.
Yeah, there's different approaches to different types of fighting.
So this is Starman Jr. He's the first boss of the game, but this fight is scripted. You actually cannot die without having... Well, you can die, but it involves some really elaborate setup that's not part of the speedrun. So what you're hoping for here is for... Starman has like one of 3 different moves he can do. He can do fire, freeze, or just guard. And you want the one that takes the least amount of text. So guard is the fastest, freeze is like the middle ground, and fire takes the longest. And then the second thing is you want Buzz to hit for a lot. He has like 3 different ranges of values that he can hit for. So the first attack was for about 60, and the second one for 107. So the next attack that Buzz does is going to kill him. The fastest you can get is a 2-cycle, where Buzz kills him in 2 hits. BGG is getting a 3-cycle here, which is the norm. It's probably what you'll see more often than not. Sometimes Buzz can be a real jerk and kill him after 4 or 5 cycles, and even 6 cycles in some cases.
33?
Yep. He can hit for as low as like 25.
It's quite the range, really. It's really low and then really high. So.
But that was still pretty good. It was an amazing hill, and 3-cycle Starman is about average, so that was a really good start to the game.
If he smashes, it's 150. Hey.
Yeah. If you smash, so smashes in this game are just crits, and their damage is not variable at all. It's a set algorithm, so it's 4 times whatever is critting's offense minus the enemy's defense. So when Buzz smashes, it'll always do 150.
And there's no way to... How much HP does that Starman have?
200 even.
200 even? Okay.
Sometimes, like, because Ness is hitting for like 1 or 2, and Picky is also in the party. He can hit for 1 or 2. Sometimes you get really bad patterns where like Ness will kill him with like the 1 damage, which is always fun.
Yeah, yep. I know I had that on my practice run yesterday. Actually, I hit for like I think it was a crit for 150, and then a hit for 36 or something, and then everything else added up to the point where the last hit with Ness for 1 finished him off. Oh yeah.
Is that like the
It's
shame kill?
Yeah. It's like I mean, typically we don't have to worry about it because it's manipulated, and we just 109 and 112 and it's done. But you know, if we're doing a race or you're not doing manipulation, marathon, whatever, yeah, it's kind of like you just want to shake your head like, yeah, okay, thanks.
So BGG is gonna start heading out into On It now. This is kind of the first wild blue open to On It, and On It's tough. Whether you're casual playing, speedrunning, On It is pretty difficult. So we're gonna see BGG go for Mr. Baseball Cap here. That's gonna allow him to kind of trade up into some higher defense items, which should be totally worth it.
Yeah, Mr. Baseball Cap, when you equip it, gives you 9 total defense with nothing else equipped. Or no, 8 total defense. So I'm bad at games. But so the point here is that like that is a better piece of equipment than what he's going to be buying in the drugstore. But he can sell the Mr. Baseball Cap for $99. So what he's going to do is he's going to buy a worse hat to wear, but he's going to be buying a cheap bracelet, which overall will give him enough defense to fight some pogo punks down south by the arcade. He buys the baseball cap first, and the guy says, "Hey, I'll buy your Mr. Baseball Cap for $99." And then he buys a new weapon, and then he'll buy the cheap bracelet, and overall that'll give him 12 defense.
I'm gonna be sneaking around the left side of the hospital here to hopefully avoid a spawn tile. So I'm going out of my way to actually save time. You'll see there's no sharks now. I can just go right into this area.
Yeah, so yeah, this is like a despawn trick based on how the game spawns enemies, and so when you walk to the left like that, the game doesn't spawn enemies on the bottom right corner of the screen like that, and so that's where the sharks will be spawning. So by moving like that, the game forgets to spawn.
You see a few of those movements throughout the run.
So the Pogo Punk has 3 different moves he can do. He can do nothing. He falls down because he's on a pogo stick. He can do like a weak attack and a very strong attack, which is a charge forward. If he does a charge forward first, which is like his preferred move to do anyway, you saw BGG eat a bread roll instantly, because if you just try and like tank through that fight and be like, oh, I'll just keep bashing no matter what, then he has a chance to just keep charging forward and killing you.
Nice smash.
There you go, Meta. There you go.
Oh, baby! Got me so excited. I was like, oh, it's time! I'm just glad I wasn't eating a piece of pizza.
His mouth full of pizza.
Sounds about right.
So I'm going to top myself up no matter how much HP I'm missing here, because this fight is actually incredibly dangerous. There's actually a really high chance that I'm going to die here.
Yeah, he has max 46 HP right now, which that could be variable. You can have anywhere from 46 to 48. Frank can hit you for enough that he can just 2-shot you. So after every single time he attacks and takes damage, he's going to be healing himself, because you can't risk dying to Frank, obviously. Frank has a myriad of different moves as well. You want him to talk nasty, which is a waste of turn.
Wow.
But right now he's just beating them up. He'll be dead next turn.
Yeah, it's basically the strat to Frank is bash shield, bash shield, bash shield. Hopefully you don't get crit twice, or hit hard twice.
You have low offense.
Frank is
when I level up here, I'm always going to have at least 5 side points here. Based on how the leveling algorithm works, I'll always have a multiple of 5. So I'll always get a life up for this next fight, no matter what. But I also used almost all of my burgers, so it's going to be a rough fight.
Frankenstein will always hit for area of 16, 18 first turn, so you can kind of be ready for that. He's not going to like hit you super hard if you're low on HP.
Frankenstein also has a strong attack, but the nice thing about Frankenstein is that he's scripted, so every other turn he'll have an empty turn where he just generates a burst of steam. Nice smash. That was probably a pretty important smash.
No, I had a burger. I was gonna heal on the hit there.
Alright. This be a time for a quick donation?
Fire away.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, yeah, we just got $50 in from Kirby Master saying, Jeff, flex, Jeff, flex. We need more flexing Jeffs in chat, and also more donations.
That means,
Thank you very much.
does that put Jeffs as a potential running mate against Butt?
That's just it. I don't know if it's intended for that.
Kirby
Master, is it intended for that bid war?
In the catchy's hand.
Because we still do have an incentive. It's cutoff is another 2.5 hours or so.
Yeah, it's a while. That's the only bid war left.
One quick thing though, I did go leave the arcade and come back into the backyard so Frank would heal me up. That's going to be really important coming up here.
Yeah, that free heal, you gotta take advantage for sure.
Back before RNG manipulation was a thing in this game, they would go to the next segment with very minimal healing, and I just want to say that I started running this game after RNG manipulation was a thing, and much respect, salute to those runners that just go into Giant Step with like 2 burgers or less, because
so many dead runs.
This, I've never ever entered Giant Step with anything less than 6 burgers, ever.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes... So the boss of Giant Step is Titanic, and he's why you need all the burgers, because he's not a nice boss. So sometimes he can play nice, but most of the time he won't, which is why we take the safety. Even in non-marathon runs, like if we're doing non-manip, everyone's gonna be buying burgers just because it's too risky. He's too random. Like he hurts a lot and can hit you for an insane amount of damage. So we stock up on a full inventory of burgers. We fill it up to max with burgers.
And in hindsight, this is probably the better strat. Like BGG said, it used to be, you know, you just run in with no burgers, just what you got. And I think this is just more consistent. It was just, you know, trying to save time and on it.
Just to confirm that $50 did went to Jeff.
A little bit of that muscle memory kicking in from manipulation, which is why I fiddle around with my menu there. My menus are going to be a little off due to muscle memory from RNG manipulation. Typically my menus are pretty set, but because non-manipulated runs are a little more dynamic, my inventory is going to vary greatly.
There's a couple of things to know about what he's doing in here. Firstly, he's looking for slugs to grind on. They come in packs of 4 usually, and they give the most experience, and they're also weak on top of that. They have 30 HP and like 2 speed and do 4 damage each right now, and so they're the best things to grind on in this place the quickest. But the other thing is that the way you'll see BGG do some very specific things. You'll see him do very specific things as far as movement is concerned, where you see he's moving past an enemy and they're not moving at him, and you're wondering why. There's a movement technique called stutter stepping, where if you tap your controller and if you tap your controller direction like rapidly, you can sneak by those enemies because they only move when Ness moves, and they only move on like the 3rd or 4th frame of movement. So by tapping the controller like rapidly, you basically just kind of get the first couple frames of movement without getting them to move along with you, which is why he'll be able to squeak by some enemies and it looks like they're just kind of staring like glassy-eyed, you know, like that.
Yeah, so what we're looking for here is 16 slugs. We're trying to get to level 8. This is really the only grinding section that we'll do in the run.
RNG manipulation takes out the grinding section.
Yeah, that's one of the big nice things about RNG manips was it removed this whole grinding section.
Yeah, everything tends to die a lot faster when you throw bombs at them.
Yep. These slugs have a 1 out of 128 chance to drop a bomb, and in the RNG manipulation, we manipulate 2 of those bomb drops in a row, and then just go straight to the boss and chuck them at him.
It's pretty fantastic. This is about a 6-minute grinding section, and that just makes it straight to the end.
It gets one weakness, bombs.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm really getting unlucky with the non-30 hits here. I think that's like a 3rd one and a miss. And then I crit the one I hit for 29. Like, it just needed to overkill it really bad.
Oh, so you're getting marathon luck?
Well, to be fair, I got a really, really smooth hill. And I
That's
got
what I'm saying.
and also got, like, my walk into Onet was just free as well, so it happens. Earthbound is a very, like, I don't want to say it's a very RNG-heavy run. It's definitely got its RNG, and it's definitely above average. Yeah, it's definitely above average. So things are gonna vary, and there's actually, you know, no matter how safe I am playing or how good I do.
No.
Yeah, you had a second pack there.
You
Did
had a
I?
second pack to the left. You just ran away from it.
Oh, I didn't even see him. Didn't even see him.
Dude, the mice. The intimidation of the mice was too strong.
Yeah.
Scared you, man.
But even with all the safeties that I'm going to be doing, there's still a good chance that I can die in some places because you can just get pincered by attacks, or you take an ambush encounter and the first thing they do is just kill Paula, and it's like, okay, well, not much I can do. So I'll be making saves across the run that I wouldn't normally make. Now, when you die in this game, though, there's a couple things. You don't actually game over. You go to the last place you saved. Everything is saved. All the things that you did, XP, inventory, everything, story. But everybody's dead except for Ness, and Ness has 0 side points. So you do have to recover from that. And if
Money,
you keep
you also lose half your money.
half the money you're carrying, yeah. So if I keep taking a death without reloading my backup save, I will eventually run out of resources, and I won't be able to res the kids, and I won't be able to buy resources, and then I will actually have a dead run, like uncompletable run.
So he needs 3 more slugs. He's gonna be making his way. Oh no!
No, I'm not gonna do second or third floor strats just because.
You're a baby.
Because it's risky and scary.
You're a baby.
The mice. I'm telling you, the mice threw him off his game. The mice knew what's going on.
They're a little rowdy, so you know.
True. They get rough and rowdy for sure.
Yeah.
Their name is the Rowdy Mouth. That's their enemy.
Alright, well, the rest of this fight's going on. I got 2 more donations in.
Great.
$30 from Anonymous saying, Jeff this up, Jeff. And $10 from Mr. Shieldsy, the real
Oh,
one.
baby! Oh,
Dude,
baby!
got the 25 offense.
Says, I live in California and watch firefighters prevent a structure fire from spreading to other homes on a windy night last week. Kudos to them for protecting the environment and community. Butts.
So you saw PGG kind of check his offense there. What we're looking for is 24 or more offense. Once we hit level 8, that's going to allow us to one-shot single ant fights, which is going to be key as we approach Titanic Ant here.
Yeah, the way the game, like, once you're strong enough and you initiate a fight with an enemy, if you're just that much more powerful than it, the game is just like, all right, you won. Like, let's not even waste time. You just automatically win. So the way it checks that is it compares your offense to their, like, defense. Sees like a certain value, and then if it meets that criteria, it just auto kills it. So for black Antoids, for single black Antoids, it's 24 offense. And here you'll see him just walk into it, and then the game will be like, you win, you did it.
Good job, you're the master. I'm just gonna stutter this one. There's no need to engage it.
Seeing a pretty good display of the stutter step mechanic here. We're going to be seeing a lot of stutter steps throughout the run.
Hey, we got the cookie.
Yeah,
Sorry,
there's a 1 in
I'm gonna
8
abandon the cookie.
like a 1 in 8 chance for them to drop a cookie.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the people that know. I'm sorry. I abandoned
The
the cookie.
cookies heal 6 HP, which is useless for ants, so we drop it.
That's why the ant's angry at you, because you abandoned that cookie.
Shield. Got a low roll too.
that is a bad start, unfortunately.
Yeah, Titanic Ant has a lot of different moves. He has a strong and weak attack, like a lot of different enemies, but he also has a lot of psychic abilities. He can do a shield, he can do defense down, and he can do magnet. So you start off by doing 2 PSI Rockins, or in this case PSI Brazil. And you try and rack up as much damage as possible. He has 235 HP, and ideally you want him to just use defense down or magnet once you're out of psychic points. And right now he's kind of doing that. He started off with shield, but he actually shielded one of the Antoids and not himself. So it's actually, it started off potentially rough, but he really wanted to protect one of those Antoids. But now they're dead, so...
Oh, there's the shield.
Yeah, now there's a real shield. You're seeing BGG eat burgers just to be safe. You know, Ants can crit for 61, which is a lot. It's almost 90% of his HP right now, and then he kills him now. He had 2 nice rock and rolls, and the fact that he didn't actually shield himself the first turn and shielded the Antoid helped him get a lot of nice free damage on him.
Yeah, that was a nice Titanic Ant. They can go much worse than that.
Yeah, I am still under the burger threshold that I like to be at for cops, so I will be filling back up. Not fully, but I don't like engaging cops without at least 5 burgers, especially in a marathon style run. So I think I dropped down to about 3, if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
but,
3. Yeah.
Oh, I would have thought they'll bring donuts to the cop fight, but okay.
I actually don't even think there's a donut item in the game.
No, there's not. There are pastries like a croissant, but there are no. Yeah, there are no donuts, which is a shame, really. Quite a shame.
Yeah, Tempo's
Brings a single tear to my eye.
Yeah, I can't really. I don't know. I'm so sad about no donuts.
Donuts,
So, yeah.
more like no. Never mind.
Nope, can't say that. It's not allowed, dude.
It sounded so much nicer in my head as just.
No,
And you
it's
know what?
not-
Anyway,
not at
so they all run away from me now because I defeated the Guardian Sanctuary. Sanctuary Guardian, sorry. So that's the mechanic in Earthbound, is when you defeat a strong mob or the boss of an area, they will automatically run away from you. And a lot of people will use this in their casual play to grind levels out, because you get an automatic green swirl, which is basically a preemptive attack. And you'll see us exploiting mob movement a lot in order to get a green swirl, which is a preemptive.
Yeah, preemptive attack lets you run automatically first turn. Well, for most enemies. There's some enemies that are really weird because they're scripted to be unrunnable, regardless of green sword or not.
Just a quick bid war update for you folks in chat. We are currently having a bid war to the player name. Currently, the 2 contestants are Butts at $128 and Jeff at $60. We still got about an hour and a half before that is pretty much done with, so if you want to influence this bid war, you still got some time.
It's probably more like 2.5 hours to 3.
Mm-hmm. What's my time at right now?
26:30.
Alright. It might not be a sub 30 on net, which is kind of like the goal.
Oh
But,
no, it will be.
well, I still have to beat the cops. I made a lot of mistakes. I died twice to cops yesterday when I was doing a practice run, so... Whoops.
I lied. I was 20 seconds off. It's already 20 minutes, 7 minutes.
Okay, we close.
Yeah, I missed this crushing shot. Can't hit what you can't see. Oh, we got a nice backup burger there. Cops have a pretty decent chance of dropping burgers, and getting a burger from a cop is definitely nice because it's a big gauntlet.
1 in 16 chance for them to drop.
It's like freebies in SMRP.
Yeah, basically.
You stole that cop's burger. Now what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his lunch. He was going on his lunch break, and
Yeah. Strong was like, they're all in like, dude, you just walk into the cafeteria and Strong's like, have at it, kid.
This guy's got a burger in his mouth. Like,
whap! That's mine now.
It's like got a bite out of it and everything.
And that's the true villain of this game.
He spits a benefit out. He's like, who pickles?
Hey, I like
Better
pickles.
is ranch. They just put ranch.
Oh my god.
disgusting. Why would you?
All right, the first 2 cops were fantastic. The next 3 this cop has been a little rough. A couple misses and
He knew, dude.
another burger. I really am invading the cafeteria here. I'm just all of your lunches are mine now. Get out of here. You may have guns, but I got a baseball bat. All right. We really don't want to heal. We can outspeed cops. The speed mechanic is like you have a higher chance of going first if you have a higher speed. And I really do not want to go first if I'm healing because I want to use that. I want to heal up the damage that they're dealing to me. I'm always going to heal at a time where it's impossible for me to die, even if they do fatal damage to me, based on the rolling HP bar mechanic. So I always want them to go first. Oh my god! What? What? What is this? What?
4 burgers?
No, 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4. Which is just as...
Can Strong drop a burger?
He can drop a boiled egg.
If he drops a boiled egg...
I don't even know. I don't think I've ever seen him drop a boiled egg before.
It's like 1 in 32.
Oh, wow! I almost didn't want a second rock in there.
Jesus. Jeff is a hungry
What
boy.
is this?
No, don't you dare tell
Oh,
me.
okay. Don't worry. No boiled egg. No boiled egg.
No, he just got really high rock and roll. So rockin' as a spell has a variable range. It can do anywhere from 40 to 120, or miss completely based on the enemy's speed versus Ness's speed.
It's the only spell I can miss.
Yeah, like only spell that can miss based on like a speed thing. Like Thunder can miss, but Thunder is based on the number of enemies divided by 4. So if there's 4 enemies on screen, Thunder will always hit. But Rockin' is like it does a speed roll, like you get Ness's speed versus the enemy speed, and then it calculates a % chance to miss thereafter. And then it calculates, if it hits, it calculates the damage from 40 to 120, but it weights towards the middle, so it's like 70 to 80 is like what you'll probably hit more often than anything else.
If you had gotten an egg, I would have donated $25. Like, I was literally like, I'm like, if he gets that egg, there's no way I can't reward this monstrosity of marathon luck.
Oh. So,
Right. Go ahead.
at this point in the run, this is where you're really gonna see a different style of approaching enemies because we're not like trying to avoid. Well, we're still trying to avoid them, but we're gonna avoid them differently because we can't like get around them or do clever movement, or we're not farming them. And we're actually gonna start despawning completely. So I'll just be going back and forth between doors or walking out of range and despawning enemies, and then moving forward once it's a clear path.
Why did you pick up that burger? You have like 10,000 burgers right now.
Force a habit.
Okay.
I know I'm gonna have to get rid of a whole bunch.
You're gonna have to get rid of a couple. Like, you don't have enough inventory space.
Yeah. I'll have to check in after this and see what I
I mean,
have.
it'll make car paint to them. It's safer, I guess.
Well, actually, not really. I think the most extra you can have is like 1 extra healing item because you got to get the key to the cabin and or the Franklin badge rather from Paula. It takes some space. 2 refreshing herbs. What am I at?
Oh,
I'm good for now. Good for now.
Okay.
I always get 2 refreshing herbs. Yo, if you get poisoned, like think about my run that I had, my 150, where I got like Nooseman and everything. Come on, think about it.
I mean, it sounds like you just need to get good.
That's you know what, Daniel? That's probably right. That's probably right. It's a hard truth I had to swallow. No, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you.
No problem.
You want to know what else is good? You want to know what is good though?
All those burgers?
Yeah, burgers.
A couple of nice, good donations.
Oh, nice.
I do have 2 for you guys.
Hell yeah.
Do it up.
Yeah, we got $5 from Kofaze.
I wonder who that is.
Just says J.
Oh, man.
I'm not gonna
And
chase
then we have also $20 from Lucky Jarms. Just
Hey.
says #Team Butts.
What's up, Jarms?
Yay.
That's our Kofaze with his J's.
Kofaze. Congratulations, Kofaze, on your new name.
I'm only gonna call him Kofaze.
I mean, he was Brophase and Kophase and Kofizzle, and now he's just Kofaze.
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 Please, I wanted to make it sound exotic.
Oh, it did.
No, yeah.
This is good.
I'm
Oh,
about it.
so right,
What I want to call him.
right here, what I'm doing here, you saw me just kind of move up and then leave. What I'm doing is I'm hitting an event trigger as close to pixel perfect as I can, And what really I'm doing is I'm printing an iron-shaped pencil statue on screen, which is the event. And now I'm going to get a convenient phone call when I head back to Tucson that's going to say, hey, I just invented this cool item that erases pencil-shaped objects. And then I'm going to go pick up said object, which is called the pencil eraser. I know, really clever. And that will allow me to advance. So it seemed like I just kind of went in there and left, but really what I was doing was setting up an event.
Yeah, like a lot of people think that the way you trigger that phone call is walking up to the pencil and checking it, but all you have to do is load the pencil into memory. And so Temple here actually did a lot of experimenting to try to figure out what's the exact like little line of pixels that you need to walk on to trigger it, so we can get the fastest possible, walk in and out of this place.
I'm just curious, and in the American version of this, it's a pencil, but in the Japanese version, isn't it an octopus?
Kokachikashi? Yeah.
Yeah, why did they change that? I know it's...
Proper localization, really.
Play on words as well.
The Earthbound is an incredibly clever game. It's got a lot of jokes and subtle humor, satire, and parody in it. And there's a lot of play on words. And the person that localized this game to the United States, I think it was one person that did all the localization, is an absolute genius, because he took the language and realized that it was a play on words, and he translated it correctly to the point where it made sense to English speakers. So all that parody and satire is still within the game, and so that's why they changed that to make it. I mean, pencil eraser. You would immediately think the eraser on top of a pencil, but it's actually a pencil eraser that erases pencil. It's clever and amazing, and that's one of the charms of Earthbound. One of the major charms of Earthbound is how neat the wording is in this game. And that had to be localized. That had to be translated from Japanese and then make sense to Westerners.
There's
That
a
is
joke in
really
Japanese
impressive.
as well.
Yeah, that is really impressive. I mean, that's one thing I've always loved about Earthbound, just is that, like, the story in it is so, like, goofy and whimsical in a fun way where it's, like, you laugh a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, it's really good, but I actually did not know that. That is really cool.
There's a lot of it in the game. In fact, Mother 1 was originally created as a parody. Mother 1 being the prequel to this game. This is technically Mother 2, or Earthbound in the North. Or the US, rather. I don't know why I say the North. And Mother 1 was actually created as a parody to Dragon Warrior 1. Initially, that's why it has that Dragon Warrior 1 battle system. And then they kind of extended that and made this more of a parody across all RPGs. And there's a lot of jokes and things about the conveniences of items, like I just happened to get the pencil eraser because something pencil-shaped was in my way.
He's just kind of like, I don't know how to make this, but it seems convenient.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And later, like, you're dealing with a zombie problem. He's just like, I don't really know why you would ever need zombie paper, but here it is.
I think I'm full.
Zombie.
A quick note, this place is Pizza Rose Valley. It's commonly known as a major death point in the run. But so far the hardest parts of it have gone pretty smoothly, which is unusual. But usually this is like major freak out, oh my god, I'm going to die point. And I really need to be careful about how I despawn everything. And actually, I think I'm full, yeah. I'm actually full, wow.
So, yeah, there's a lot of different enemies in this place. The scariest of them which are UFOs and like the diamond things, which they swing very wildly and very fast, and they suck.
So this is clearly Nevada then. We're in Death Valley. Area 51. Oh wait, that's not Nevada. That's
Death Valley's in California.
close enough.
Death Valley's in California.
I don't care. It's this game.
Meta.
Well, it does extend into Nevada a little bit, I believe, but
Thank you.
it's pretty much like central and southern California.
You're just
Yes,
like,
I
hell
did.
yeah, it's convenient now.
Silence you. Stop poking holes in my flawed logic, jerkface.
Stop poking holes in my flawed logic.
Jerkface.
We just got a $5 donation from La Di Da and Dark Yoshi.
Oh my god, but Yoshi!
Do you remember the morph materia?
Oh! I forgot the morph materia! Oh my god.
I told you that.
Much
You could...
I did an all bosses run of FF7, and morph materia is forgettable, permanently, and required. So
You forgot it. You're like, oh, I can get it later. I'm like,
Yeah.
nope.
And so I had to redo the run, which was fun.
So this is Happy Village.
I'm gonna check my inventory really quick. Alright, we're
Place
good.
sucks.
This is another really common death point of the run. The cultists are scripted to not be runnable. All cultists, whether they're random encounters or scripted encounters. And so, if you get a random cultist encounter, or even just the regular cultist encounters, can just completely kill you. They call for help, they do a lot of damage. But I have a couple items that are going to prevent me from really having a high risk of dying. The most notably is the hard hat, which I picked up in Peaceful Res Valley. Normally, you wouldn't pick that up. But that's going to give me enough defense to where I shouldn't have to worry too much about the cultist damage or them calling for help unless Cultist G makes an appearance, which is possible.
It's very possible. So this fight here is scripted. It's 2 cultists and a crow. This is why they are unrunnable, because the game wanted you to fight this encounter. So the way they decided to make this encounter unrunnable was to flag all cultists to be unrunnable. So this is just how it works. He's wearing the hard hat, so he's taking an extremely minimal amount of damage. But in the PB attempts, we don't have the hard hat, and we do manipulation, which means we do this fight at a lower level. So they're doing like 10 to 12 damage to him right now, but in like a real PB attempt, they do anywhere from 18 to 25 points of damage.
The average is 22, and if they hit average or higher damage, you die.
You're dead.
So you actually have to get below average damage on average. But of course you have misses, mischance, failed calls for help, or just killing them with rocking on the first hit, which is rare. So you have a higher chance of winning the fight than losing it, but you know, without those other things, you would just die almost every single time.
I don't know if I agree with you. You have a higher chance of winning.
Well,
I currently hold the record for consecutive runs dying to Peaceful Rest Valley / Happy Village, somewhere at 47 runs in a row.
Yeah, Daniel. Oh my God, this lady. Dana definitely has had some poor luck with.
Janet's in the way? Oh no, Janet, what are you doing?
I didn't know her name was Janet. She definitely looks like a Janet.
Her name's Janet, and she likes to block the doorway so you can't enter.
You can despawn her and she'll reset her spawn point, but, you know.
She's looking for her husband, man. I mean, you know. Husband doesn't come home on time? She's probably wondering what's going on here. For some reason, the first thing the only thing I thought of when I said that was like the old stonecutters from The Simpsons, that whole thing.
Oh, there we go. It begins. It begins.
So, yep, they can call for help, and it sucks. It can get out of hand really, really fast.
You can't run.
I always found it really funny when they call for help and no one shows up, and you just after the battle ends, you look around, you just like,
oh man.
There's like 100 cultists in there. Everyone's just like, I leave them to die.
Yo, it's your fight, bro. You got this. You got this.
No, you got it, dude. Just you take him.
Put up Duke's man. Be a champion.
He's just a little kid.
He's coming up on Carpenter right now, and Carpenter is actually a scripted fight as far as like his turn order, what he'll do each turn. So he can make some very calculated risks based on that. If he's at a low HP value, he might just bash recklessly, but since he knows what Carpenter's next turn will be, it's not actually as risky as it looks. And because he doesn't have enough psychic points for a rocket in here, he's relying on Carpenter to hit him with some lightning. Because he has the Franken badge, which is like a key item in the game, lightning reflects back onto Carpenter and deals good damage. So Carpenter has like 260 HP. And so, like you can kill him first turn even, like because if both lightnings hit you instantly, they have a chance to just deal enough damage to kill him. But that was actually a pretty good Carpenter fight.
I think I'll have to manage inventory.
Yeah, he'll start with lightning, he'll do a life up, and then he'll bash you. And then he'll do a lightning, cast a shield on himself, and then bash you. And he repeats that forever. So you really need lightnings to hit if you want to be able to kill him.
What?
What is happening?
I'm right on top of him. He's not, and was missing him by just a couple pixels to try and talk to him.
Why didn't you just eat one of the hamburgers?
I want to be on low
That's a
health.
good reason.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to be on the... Okay.
Temple, you want to
Yeah,
handle this one?
Yeah. Go ahead, Temple.
Oh no. Yes, BGG. The reason BGG is not lifing up here is because he's setting up for a death warp. If you were paying attention back in Tucson, it was a pretty small thing, but BGG saved in the department store. So what he's gonna do here is die to an enemy, and then he's gonna warp himself back to Tucson. So he doesn't want very high HP at all.
Yeah, the enemy we're going to be death whipping off of is he's called the Mole Playing Rough, and he can be a little trolly. Ideally you want him to hit you, right? This is like one of the few times where you want an enemy to just beat the crap out of you. But he has a lot of different moves. Some of them he can just waste a turn, seeing he's absent-minded. He just doesn't do anything. But he has another move where he says he's sizing up the situation, which confuses himself. And that becomes problematic because you want him to kill you and not kill himself.
There's been times where he has killed himself before he's killed me.
Yep, that happens to me too. Yeah, he just because he has a chance to hit himself, and so he'll hit himself.
Levels up.
He'll hit himself, knock himself out of confusion, and then the next turn he'll make himself confused again. So he's just the worst. He can be really trolly, but that's why he has like a huge damage range. He can hit you from anywhere from like 25 to like 60 something. It's just humongous for no reason. But you want somewhere around like 30 something HP, which is like his average hit. And so BGG is 34 HP, which is perfect for a death warp. You could potentially have the mole hit Paula and kill Paula, and then have the mole hit Ness and kill Ness.
There are alternatives to the death warp, like you can stutter through the cave and get a bear if you have really high HP, but it takes some time getting there, and it's not guaranteed to be faster. You can also go back into Peace Rose Valley and get hit on by UFOs.
If you're aware of the progression of the story of Earthbound, you might be asking yourself, well, why? This is Sanctuary number 2. Why isn't he just going for that? But we're just going to come back to this endgame. You can skip several sanctuaries, just not 1 and 4. So we're just going to skip this one, come back endgame, and just plow right through it. Kind of a low level to handle it right now.
That was okay. Death
Pretty solid, fully solid, yeah.
Alright, go back in Tucson.
Alright, while this death warp's going on, I'd like to remind everybody that this is the California Fire Relief Marathon. We are an event that is trying to raise money and awareness for the California Wildfire Relief program by the American Red Cross. So anything that you can possibly donate is going to their cause. We hope that you will stick around, enjoy the show, and we will hopefully see some more butts.
I want that taken out of context.
Yeah.
Man, thanks for watching the California Fire Relief. Hopefully we're gonna see mad butts up in
Thanks for showing all your butts off. That was great.
I didn't know what to say. I ran out of words.
It's okay. It was appropriate.
BDD is just hitting a bunch of story triggers right now. You're supposed to rescue Paula and then come back to Tucson. This is Paula's house. Her dad's like, "Oh, Paula, thank you, I love you so much. Thanks for coming back home." And then there's just a bunch of exposition.
And Paul says, "Sorry, not coming home. Peace out. Gotta save the
Sorry,
world."
peace out, nerd. I'm leaving.
I'm going on a bike ride with my boyfriend. That's actually what Paula sounds like. So.
Oh, she sounds like she's all like gangster or something.
Well, she has that deep, rugged voice, you know. Yeah. PSI freeze.
She sounds like a chain smoker.
She sounds like this. Is this what you're talking about?
Oh my god.
Is she from New Jersey?
Poor Paula. Poor Paula. It's okay,
Shouldn't have been smoking so much.
Hey, I don't
So-
tell you how to live your life, little kid.
This guy's gonna jump off the roof and give me $10,000 because that makes sense.
You just give some kids 10K, just dump it off.
He's technically an optional boss that normally as an RPG you explore. So if you come to this guy before you save Paula, he jumps off the roof and fights you. But you can actually if you don't walk up to his house, he never jumps off. So he jumps off now and it's like, here's 10 grand, buddy.
Yeah, good job, man. I broke my leg, but here, have $10,000.
Yeah, he breaks his ankle. He actually says, like, I broke my ankle when I jumped off the house.
I find it more amusing that he does it, and then he's just like, "Oh, well, I broke my ankle, but here's all this money," and is like, he could use to pay medical bills or something.
I just really got to get rid of that cash.
Yeah, it's definitely sketchy.
So we get kind of our first sequence break here. This game's kind of forgiving with its break, so there's a lot of nice spots to read donations and do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for donations. It's about a 45 to 50-second input break here.
Ozzy?
Yeah, we don't have any current donations in, but this would be an excellent time for donations to be made. I'm waiting here, guys. Anytime you want to donate, I'm willing to read them.
Or you can just enjoy the show.
Yeah, it's the Runaway 5. The first thing you might notice is that there's 6 of them on stage. That's because the keyboard player doesn't actually matter. Every time you see the Runaway 5 outside of a show, you never see the keyboard player. You only see everyone else. So it's not important enough to be included as part of the title.
So he's basically the Ringo of the Runaway 5.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of looks like Ringo.
And before anybody asks, this is absolutely a parody of the Blues Brothers, except you got Mario and Luigi up there instead.
Yeah, in Japan, they are just wearing like black suits, exactly like the Blues Brothers. But to avoid, in localization, to avoid any issues with that, they made them red and green like Mario and Luigi. But I mean, they're still very clearly a parody of the Blues Brothers.
So the red and green brothers.
You might be asking yourself, some RPGs run the Japanese version. You might be saying, well, why don't these guys run Mother 2? It's just the menu systems are so vastly different with their loading times that they're just incomparable games. So we run Earthbound.
Yeah, they're actually different categories altogether, just because the menus don't have the same lagging. Like I was saying earlier in the beginning of the run before we started, Earthbound menus lag, and they actually lag differently based on what's going on, how many mobs are on screen, what is in your inventory, etc., etc., etc. Mother 2 doesn't do that. It's light speed, like your standard Final Fantasy VI game or something like that, where it's just menus. This doesn't have that, and yes, I'm going left.
So, the reason we were starting with this is that there's a photo trigger right in front of the house that wastes time if you get it. But if you hold the direction left or right upon leaving, you can just walk, squeak right past it. Walking right is faster. But
hey, sidewalk, get out of my way!
BGG is scared of getting the photo because he's a big baby.
It's like a 0.1 second difference.
It's not 0.1 second, first of all. It's 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds to 1 second faster, and you're a speedrunner third. So
I just need to know. I just need to fool around with it to know exactly where the photo trigger is. I just have never really set
It is
them.
hilariously small.
Yeah.
You're gonna see it and be like, oh, I'm never walking left again because it's stupid how small that photo trigger is.
I'm sure once I do that, I just,
Yeah, running photo percent helps you kind of get a grasp of where the photo triggers are. Photo percent is a sort of pseudo 100%, as close to 100% as it would get in Earthbound. It's where you collect all the photos in the game. So you start to get really acquainted with how big each photo trigger is, so that you can hit it in the fastest possible way. And so that one's really tiny. So when I see him walk to the left side of the bus, it just kills me inside.
Well, to be fair, I've never run photo percent, so.
But it's still I've never once gotten.
So there was a time when I was making the decision between going left and right, where it wasn't really clear where the photo trigger was and how big it was, and I saw RBM go left, and he's like, oh yeah, it's the same speed, and I was like, oh cool, well I'm just gonna go left every single time, and I just kind of got into that habit, and so I just haven't broken it.
But RBM lied to you. You listened to RBM's lies.
But everybody said RBM. Always listen to RBM.
Who said that? RBM?
Everybody. Literally everybody.
I don't remember saying that.
No, I'm just
I
kidding.
don't either.
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Medicine would never say that.
I never heard it.
In the meantime, somebody stood up to the call of donations and said, "I'll donate $5."
Dang.
10, saying, "This is for all the Jeffs in California and all the butts in the player name."
Yay.
So I was just running through Threed here, activating a bunch of different events. I gotta get close to the zombies. They stare deeply into my eyes, but I'm not interested. Then this lady appears in front of the inn. I follow her in, and we get kidnapped by zombies, because why not? But now the true hero of the game is now introduced, and we will be able to continue this tale, knowing who the real hero of the game really is, and that is Tessie.
Tessie, yes.
Tessie's
Yes.
a homie.
You got me.
Yes.
Tessie.
Hey, don't forget Bubble Monkey.
No.
Oh
okay.
God! Please let me forget about Bubble Monkey. Like,
Bubble Monkey
Just
is
put-
one of the worst.
put a
one
little-
of the worst things ever. Always.
if you could just wipe my memory of Bubble Monkey after every single Earthbound run, I would be happier. I wouldn't
Winters
shake.
would be free. if
I
it wasn't
would
for
I
Bubble
would get 8 hours of
Monkey. It'd be
sleep
one of
every
the
night.
easiest splits of all time.
You know? Come on.
So if we could, if it was possible, you'd probably rename him Butt Bubble Monkey.
Or just Butt Monkey.
Butt Monkey.
Get him. Just remove him from the game.
Yeah,
He's
I would.
such garbage.
Can we just
Just
edit the
name it-
game files and just take him out completely?
Just rename him IR Baboon or something.
So I mean,
90s kid.
if you played this game casually, Bubble Monkey's adorable. He's the cutest. He's the super cool little Bubble Monkey. He's so goofy and he runs around. He is evil. You have been blinded by his cute exterior. Underneath, there lurks something dark, sinister, and evil, and it must be destroyed. He likes to stop short and ruin your day, and we would have such a free time in Winters and avoiding all the encounters if it weren't for Bubble Monkey.
Skip.
So to
Sorry.
explain why we hate Bubble Monkey so much, you're gonna see it once we get him. But he follows behind Jeff like any normal other party member would. But he's like quirky and cute, and so occasionally he'll just stop in his tracks. And if enemies hit him while he stopped, it still triggers a battle. So there's a lot of enemy skips that we could theoretically get if Bubble Monkey like complies with just not stopping randomly. But he does it a lot, and it always messes up all the skips, and it's really frustrating. And basically, Bubble Monkey is the worst.
But if it wasn't for Bubble Monkey,
No.
it tested.
No, no.
No. No.
But
You
I
wouldn't
wouldn't,
have to.
No. Ozzy.
I wouldn't mind Bubble Monkey if after getting Tessie, he's like, all right, peace.
Yeah, exactly. Because up to that point, he doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
It's after Tessie that he's a real big jerk. But he
I'm
does.
surprised you don't ask Tessie, hey, Tessie, you want to take care of the dead weight? And Tessie's like, because Bubble Monkey's on Tessie's head. What's to say that as soon as Jeff jumps off,
Just
Tessie
dunk.
just kind of flips him up, and I got
There
my
you go.
payment right there.
Boom.
A free monkey. Yeah. Eat the monkey. Eat the monkey.
So here's the adorable Bubble Monkey. Yay. Yeah, who would lower the rope? Jeff would just scale the wall like a man because he's got muscles of iron and steel.
He has flex power.
Yeah.
Can confirm. I can confirm this.
It'd be nice if he used the flex power in the run instead of sucking so much. But whatever.
Hey, it'd be completely unfair if he had brains and brawn. They had to take something away.
It's true, it's true. They had to balance him.
I mean, I know this is Jeff-bound, but obviously the creators had to call it Earthbound. I mean, otherwise people would be like, oh, so it's basically an overpowered kid. This game is boring. I mean, even as amazing as Jeff is, I'm just saying, we understand the truth about Jeff, but, little kid, people back in the day, they didn't understand it quite as well.
I'm so sad right now.
So I'm gonna-
know me that well. I'm not a very huge fan of Jeff.
Yeah,
Because
neither
the
is
way-
Temple.
Jeff's really important to the run. I'm not so much blinded by my hatred of Jeff that I don't recognize how important he is to the run. But the problem is that he's like our main damage dealer, and he has a chance to miss based on his speed with his main with the bottle rockets we'll be shooting, which is like an item you shoot at the enemy. And so his damage is extremely variable as a result. He can do anywhere from really, really, really high damage to you're like, good job, Jeff, or miss completely or miss most of them and then just deal like almost no damage, and then you die because of it. So it's like he's all across the spectrum, and he disappoints so many runners constantly.
Quick little thing that I did there is I kind of ducked underneath the tent by just rolling across the spike in the ground. There's actually a photo trigger right in front of that tent, and you just kind of, if you slide against that post, you'll skip it perfectly. The problem is that kid can sometimes get in your way, so it's kind of a little bit of a gamble. Also appreciating the Tessie spam. So it's kind of a little bit of a gamble. Additionally, like, Bubble Monkey stopped short and I kind of waited for him so he didn't have to walk slowly up to the trigger as well.
I'm looking at Tessie. Tessie just looks like she would do you a favor. I'm
Happily.
serious. Like, I'm just like, Tessie, please, this one time. Please, do Jeff a solid. Right there! Eat the monkey! No! Tessie!
So,
Not this time.
the first trick we're going to try and do here is called First Proto Skip, which was just recently even really attempted. And I actually got it yesterday for the first time ever during my practice run, and I flipped out. But it's, like, what, pixel perfect or something?
Almost pixel perfect.
Almost pixel perfect.
Yeah, it was once considered TAS only, but not anymore.
So I'm going to do this thing where I hopefully... Oh, I went down too soon. That's alright. Bubble Monkey was actually complying, which could have been possible, but I went down too soon, so we didn't get it. But it's kind of a shot in the dark anyway.
We haven't talked about this enemy.
No, we haven't.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You want to cover this one? Because, I haven't...
Protoplasm, yeah, it's tough.
And I'm dead. Oh, 9!
The way over the protoplasm.
Temple's like right about to start, and BGG just like, oh my god!
Sorry. Go ahead, Temple. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's over now. We can move on.
Protoplasm is probably the hardest enemy in the entire game because Jeff's only level 1 at this point, and he goes faster and he hits for 10, and pretty much you're more likely to die than kill that thing. But it also calls for help, which makes it even more difficult. We almost got Duck Skip, which is another trick, where you saw me drag the duck down a little bit, but Bubble Monkey was a big jerk, and he ruined that because Bubble Monkey. As we said, Bubble Monkey's a big jerk. These mobs are all scripted, so you can't green or red swirl them, or else it'd be really easy to get through this place.
Yeah, actually, Bubble Monkey would be the homie all of a sudden. You just green swirl everything for the most part. So you can technically try and skip everything in this place, but Bubble Monkey needs to comply for each of them. So that's why you see him moving back and forth. He's waiting for Bubble Monkey to stop. Well, he messed it up completely, so it's not good.
Yeah, I goofed it.
But basically, like, the way presents move is that the moment you aggro them, they'll move in a straight line to the point where you aggro them until they like reach a certain distance. So you walk along the top of that, aggro him, and then move down quickly and walk to the left, and he just keeps going straight, and you squeak right by him. But Bubble Monkey needs to not stop, or else he triggers the fight. But I mean, BGG just messed it up.
I just thought about something.
Sure.
If you went to skip the present and then immediately went back up, no, because then when Bubble Monkey trails back behind you, you get the present anyway. So never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too bad.
Jeff didn't abandon the cookie this time.
Yeah,
Yay!
Jeff confirmed best character, didn't abandon the cookie.
Yeah,
He's
unlike
he's
Jeff.
probably gonna abandon it soon.
Yeah, Jeff. Gosh.
Welcome to Pond Cave, everyone.
Aptly named because there's a small pond.
It's honestly not even like that's why it's called Pond Cave. There is a tiny pond coming up.
Soon, as soon as I can despawn these guys.
So in a couple hours.
Oh yeah, I remember after this cave, there's those caveman guys outside of the Stonehenge type place. I didn't know those were enemies.
You thought they were homies? They're like, hey.
Oh
what's
yeah,
going on?
yeah.
Yeah, I talked to them. I'm like, hey, how's it going? Oh, you hate me.
Yeah, I remember that as a kid when I played that. I thought they were NPCs. I thought I came to a little caveman town. I was like, hey, what's these guys about? Oh, I'm dead.
And there's one friendly one.
I actually managed to survive a fight.
There is one friendly one later, but
we think our dreams belong to us.
So when I saw him, I freaked
What if
out.
we're
Like,
wrong?
oh no, there's just a caveman.
What if a person
There's a tiny
could walk
pond,
out
he
of
just
their
passed
dream
it right there.
Goodbye,
and
pond.
into yours?
we have
Imagine absolute connectivity. No wires, no Wi-Fi.
Actually, we're coming up to a spot where we have lots of
You're
time.
about to have like 3 minutes. About to get 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you ever get the feeling your dreams are trying to tell you something?
Super much to explain in this. Like he's just despawning enemies. Concave is very narrow, and so you have to just keep despawning until you can squeak by enemies, or if you're an insane person like me, you'll try and stutter past them and get punished for it.
I actually didn't have any opportunities to do any crazy stutters.
Oh,
so
you
I
had
didn't-
so many opportunities.
I had opportunities, but there were like 3 slugs on screen. I wasn't gonna do that.
Please listen. You're not.
Yo,
you don't
it lags.
You gotta play like you have to play like a madman, like I do.
Oh my god. Oh, the thing is that the more enemies are on screen, the more it lags, and it becomes actually more difficult or even impossible to stutter step if there's like up to 5 or more.
Yeah.
So when I saw 3 slugs, I thought, well, I'd stutter step if there was 1. Well, yeah, there's slugs. Because you can get additional spawns behind that, and it's fine, you know, stutter past them all. But with 3 on screen right away, there's a good chance you're gonna overload on spawns and have a really rough time stuttering through.
Okay, so someone apparently decided to play an ad because they were trying to block the monkey business. I think, you know, we still gotta keep this PG.
Monkey business?
Monkey business. The chat was going crazy because there was an ad playing.
Oh.
I looked down. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like we were doing something.
Yeah, I
inappropriate.
was like, did I just curse up a storm?
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I said anything
No,
inappropriate.
because the bubble monkey comes out and instantly he's just like, "Ooh, she's my type," and just takes off after her.
Oh.
He does do that.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, he saw a fly honey and he was about it.
So now you have about 2.5 minutes to do anything you like for readings, because this is just us flying to back to 3.
Back to Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the first big bathroom breaks of the run because you just get to watch the slow cutscene. So yeah, donations. This is the time.
Alright, guys. We have $23 from CFRM
Oh my god.
Isn't it amazing how everyone can make a difference in the age of the internet? Truly indeed, actually. It really does go to show, actually, that we took 2 months. 2 months to plan this event for the Cal Fire Relief Marathon. And we have raised over $5,000. There is not many events out there that can claim that, to get that kind of support in such a short period of time.
Nullstorm, there aren't really any text box shenanigans that I'm aware of. Do you guys know what he might be asking?
Yeah, he has to be a little more specific.
So did you want to read the rest of that?
That's different.
That
If there's more donations. There's still plenty of time.
yeah.
I would love to get some more donations, guys, but I will tell you this much. We are just a little bit away, I believe it was like $19, from doubling last year's donation totals. Yeah, it's amazing that we've come this far. So I would love to see that happen personally. And of course, if at all you want to help influence the current bid war between Butts and Jeffs for player name, you still have time.
Yeah, there's still another like 2-ish hours, maybe a little bit less. Probably like an hour 30, an hour 40.
I was gonna say, an hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the RNG and whether BGG. I mean, Earthbound is a lot. There's a lot of variation in Earthbound. So like, we do weekly Earthbound races, and we have between first and second place, there can be a difference of like, you know, up to 10 minutes or more, just because of how much RNG is happening in this game. Sometimes you get the god luck, and sometimes you just get the worst luck ever. So there's a range of when we're getting to when that donation war ends, but it's roughly at like the 3-hour 10 mark where
right about 3
When I defeat Starman DX,
yeah,
that I think is the good stop cutoff point.
Yeah, it's like a little bit under the 3-hour mark.
So I'm going to make a safety save here. This is going to be my first real safety save. The reason is because, like, this isn't a very, very dangerous fight, but if I do die, it's going to be very difficult for me to even continue the run whatsoever, because I'm going to use a really powerful item during the encounter on the first turn. So I'm going to do a quick save just to make sure that I don't actually lose the run. Because having to start over would be, you know, unfortunate.
Who would throw away a perfectly good teddy bear?
I know.
That is just wrong. I mean, dude, that's just... Now, if they threw away the bubble monkey, that's one thing.
Would that be the word? If I opened one of those things and a bubble monkey...
A living monkey, throw that away. But a stuffed bear, that's just too much. That's too much.
Dude, Bubble Monkey's like Oscar the Grouch almost. Only it's like not Oscar the Grouch. It's far worse than Oscar the Grouch.
Alright, so hopefully we're gonna have Jeff show his true power. If not, maybe he's just not feeling it. He did. He did. Jeff stepped up to the plate.
619. Isn't that ironic? Ozzy, isn't 619 a California area code?
Probably?
Probably.
Why are you asking me this?
Should just lied.
There's gonna be about 40 seconds of level ups because Jeff is level 1 and Jeff is like, what, level 3? So...
Hold on. Okay, I'm watching.
This was hard enough for me to follow on the couch at limit break, but now I have to deal with it again. Where you're just like, oh, well, Jeff is this.
Right.
And what about Jeff? Oh, man, check it out. It's on Jeff. And...
Alright, Paula is level 1.
You say like Paula Jeff. That
Paula
works.
Jeff. All right,
but
Paula
it's really confusing when you just like everyone's named Jeff, and now I gotta call them all Jeff.
Paula Jeff is level 1, and Jeff is about level 3.
Like,
He can
like
be level
Jeff.
1. It's possible if you get good skips, but
If you get all the skips, yeah, he'll be level 1.
yeah, or
There
run
was
away.
there was not a single oh baby, sweet, or that rocks in that entire level up segment.
That's just not fair. I'm actually going to pick up one of the safety items here called the toy air gun. It's really not necessary, but for the sake of a marathon, and I have the extra cash, there's really no reason not to pick it up. Did I get 3? I didn't count. 4. Alright, cool. I want to have at least 4 bottle rockets going into the next area. Any more is just kind of a waste. I'm also going to get rid of this cookie. I'll eat it, don't worry. It didn't go to waste.
Put that cookie down.
I'm going to move up to a certain horizontal coordinate that's going to trigger this event, where I get a call where I conveniently get zombie paper, as Daniel pointed out earlier in the run. The convenience...
It's like fly paper but for zombies.
Yeah, which is really convenient during a zombie apocalypse, by the way.
Okay, what I never got even as a child is like he sends you this zombie paper, right? And what you do with the zombie paper is you go inside the tent and use it, right? So the idea is that you put the zombie paper on the floor and the zombies go into the tent and get stuck. But this tent is humongous. So does Ness lay out this zombie paper like all over the entire floor? And like, how does he do that?
He's just that dedicated of a hero.
I don't understand it. It never made sense to me as a kid. Like, it just seems like to me like there's no way there'd be enough paper to.
It's like
What is this kid thinking logically for?
Out of all the things to question in this game, that's what you decided to focus on?
When I was a kid, yeah. I mean, I
He
wasn't
said
a smart kid.
Yeah.
I wasn't a very smart kid, right?
In this run, I'm going to usually wait to do any kind of menuing during a convenient time where I can do lots of menuing. Right there, you saw me move a bunch of garbage over to Paula's inventory, and then equip her with a couple backup defensive items, and then I use the zombie paper. The reason I use the zombie paper last is when you use an item, your inventory menu, or your menu in general, closes completely, whereas you can do the rest of the menus with it still open. It saves a tiny bit of time, but it's just a convenience factor.
So next we're heading into the dreaded Threed Cave. It's a notoriously difficult section of the game.
I will be absolutely making a safety save here.
It's all RNG.
I think this is probably the worst place in the entire run as far as like deaths. A lot of people say Grapefruit Falls, People's Rose Valley, Happy. I have the worst luck with this place in particular. It just is never nice to me, except for when it is, in which case the run's just going to die shortly after that anyway.
I'm more curious, like, what did they put in the zombie paper to attract all the zombies?
Brains.
Brains.
You know.
They must be able to smell brains from a long ways away.
Well, yeah.
they're zombies. They're pretty. I think they only have their senses, pretty much.
Haven't
right?
you seen any zombie movie ever? They will come out of the woodwork for brains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
A lot
oh
of
man,
brains,
this
dude.
bro's got brains, dude. I am so there. I'm so there.
They're like talking about the water cooler.
Yeah.
They're like, we smell brains. They just literally, work day's over. We got a job to do.
So the reason why 3 Cave is such a terrible place is it's extremely narrow. So
Oh, I
there's
should've taken
not
that.
any room to maneuver by enemies. So you're hoping for no enemies. But what will happen frequently is that you'll enter a door and an enemy will spawn right on top of you, and you're forced into a fight. And he'll be at this door trying to despawn these rooms. They can be empty. There's a smaller chance, but you see this one's empty right now. You get to walk right through it.
There's just a lot of volatile fights in here. The only good fight you can get into is with zombies, and even that's a little sketchy, but dogs, flies, they're just gonna destroy you.
Is he
Yeah,
stuck?
ghosts
He's not
as well.
stuck. Oh boy. I could take a double zombie fight if I get one, but the thing is if I just jump into an encounter willy-nilly, it could drag a dog over, which is really dangerous because they can poison. I do have refreshing herbs, but I really need to keep those for later on in the run.
You just don't want to fight dogs in here at all.
Okay, cool. They got stuck on the box. Awesome. We got one more room, and once again, every time I enter a door, if I'm going into a hallway, I can get ambushed without any, like that. Exactly like that.
Zombie dogs are the worst thing ever in any video game ever.
Not true.
Yes, they are.
No.
Birds.
No.
Birds.
Ozzy? Birds.
Dude, birds, man. I have to go with Meta Signal on this one. So, scary thing about these guys is they can possess you, which makes you have a little ghost follow you. They can little ghost can solidify and bash you each turn. They can be a real nuisance and even the cause of a death of a run. But we didn't get it. The teddy bears have a 75% chance of taking any single target attack, so there's a really good chance that I won't get the possess on a kid. The teddy bear will take it, which can't be possessed, so it's a really good, important item to have here. What? Oh, the air gun.
So the strat with Barf is just rocking with Jeff, fire with Jeff, and then rocket with Jeff.
Why you do this to me?
I just
That's alright, fair enough. There's a lot of Jeff on screen. You can be blind, dude. So you get to see bottle rockets miss, which is real Jeff special. But them hitting on this fight, you know, it speeds it up. But because if his 3K was good enough, he only got into one fight. Even if like most of them missed, he has enough psychic points with Ness and Paulo that he'd likely get through the fight.
I think this would be a good time for a quick donation.
We actually have you could probably do a quick one, yeah.
Yeah, we got $5 from Boeing saying, has anyone really been far even? Decided to use even go watch it do. Look for more Jeff. Like Jeff.
Boing. Your bro. That is all.
Mr. Boing, EV speedrunner.
Yeah. It's getting real good too.
Oh yeah. He's gonna have to race me if he wins his first EBSS run.
Yeah, EBSS is we have a little tournament for our race category, Boogie Percent, which only goes to the Boogie Tent, and we're entering the bracket stages now, and so Background Guy is in the bracket stages as well as myself and Temple. And apparently, Boeing has to fight Background Guy.
Well, he has to. Since we got seeded, he has to race before he can race me.
Yeah.
So if he wins, he gets to race me. He gets the express privilege of racing me. Sorry, I need to reword that to be more correct.
Exactly.
There's gonna be no incidences where like someone's gonna come to your house and like attack your hand with a lead pipe or anything. So, like, you know, that terrible figure skating controversy years ago. Where, you just see somebody show up.
Just
Boing
sends his regards. Smash! No, my mash in hand! Ah!
You can only play with one hand.
You can. Fun fact: you actually could play Earthbound with one hand, and
That's
still,
true.
You could use the L for the L button for any positive choices, and the select button for any negative choices.
The only thing is you have to press. I think you have to press B in order to get into the main menu. I think. Don't
Yeah, you have to press B and then hit L.
Oh, you can press select and then L. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's neat.
You just do it to test it.
Yeah, why not?
Let's try that out.
Hey! Takes half a second.
I actually
Learn something new every day.
I'd be sad too if I were Barf. Because that little pile of barf, he looks like he's sad. He really does. He just looks unhappy. I mean,
He's a pile of barf. What kind of existence is that?
I mean, he seems to like it.
Got a point. I mean, you know.
Like, there are dung beetles. They seem to like it.
Yeah.
So we're coming up on a pretty interesting part of the run.
Not really.
He doesn't even let the lie sit for more than a couple seconds.
No, sorry, Tup.
Auto scrollers, but we got this. We got a waterfall.
Oh, I was coming into the fact that I got a free walk to the waterfall, no spawns at all. That's why I was saying, like, well, that would have been interesting, but I got a free waterfall walk. So, but it is interesting this part. I'm sorry, Temple.
It's okay. Yeah, we
So
don't
now's the
want
perfect time to play some commercials.
I'm actually gonna take a quick break myself.
Everybody's just like 3 minutes of commercials. All right, guys, see you in 3.
All right. Then I got plenty of time to read a donation or two.
Oh.
Is to sit there and do nothing for 3 minutes. So that's what we're doing.
So I want to apologize to the viewers out there because I accidentally muted Discord.
Did you really?
Yeah.
So those donations didn't get heard.
No, just go ahead and read them again. Sorry. That was my fault. I went to use the restroom and I didn't want any sound.
Dude,
Just
so
leave
what?
that.
No. I've been complaining about my toilet all marathon long. You'll be fine.
Alright, let me try this again. We got $1 from Dan Out of Thunder saying, "Boop, watch this be a donation for $1,000. Thanks, typos." And we have $100 from Mr. Cab saying, "Birds are the worst." I mean, there's even a jerk bird emote out there. Seriously though. Go, background guy, go!
Yes!
And with that, we have easily surpassed double the amount of donations that we raised last year. So that's really cool, guys. Thanks a lot.
Oh, I think I'm gonna kick back and relax.
It's incredible that we've been able to raise over $5,500 in the span of 4 days. So big round of applause to everybody that has donated. I appreciate it, truly.
I'm a firm believer in the birds being the worst. I mean, just look at any game with birds. They're always flapping around, getting in your face, like Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Come on. These birds are always on you. And then they crows in this game, they fly around, they got super high speed. They're just the worst. They're the worst.
Castlevania. Enough said.
It's pretty consistent across the board.
Mystic Quest.
Anything on Ninja Gaiden.
Yep. Oh yeah. Jump bird dead. So we waited 3 minutes to enter the waterfall. That's literally the password to enter the waterfall, is to wait 3 minutes without touching any input on your controller whatsoever, even buttons you don't actually press in the run, like R. That'll still screw it up. Ours never used. Doesn't do anything in the game. So Fobbies are pretty easy free encounter. They're easy to kill, they have really slow speed, and they give a lot of XP, actually. I tried to manipulate a green swirl there so that I could get a free win, and actually use that to have a free upstairs in order to despawn the bottom. So I can feel lag as I'm going down that ladder, and like, oh, look at that. That means I need to despawn. Alright, that seems nice.
Oh, baby. Sweet. Hey, I'm not gonna miss an oh baby is sweeter of that rocks. I may delay it. It's getting taken out. That lag.
A couple pretty heavy spawn tile zones coming up here for BGG. These spots can be pretty tough. Just take what you can get. You get a couple fobbies. Take them, fight them. It's fine. Foppy is also known as XP balloons.
Yeah. Really easy to kill, lots of XP. A lot of people farm these in their casual runs. So that slimy little pile right there is a scripted one. It's always there no matter what. And it's also not going to drag any mobs to it. So I saw flies, that means I had to take this encounter. Because flies would have dragged another fly and a slimy little pile. So unfortunately I wasn't able to stutter past it because of the fly spawns. These are really dangerous encounters, but I should be able to get through it. No problem.
It's better to take the known singleton fight rather than take the flies and get 3 or 4, 2 or 3 enemies in there.
Not to mention the flies aren't they called the no good flies?
That's exactly what they're called, yeah.
Oh,
They're just no good.
Yeah. I kind of wish I had held a bourbon for just such an occasion for Master Belch, but I did not do a good job, so there is no Belch.
So this is one of the reasons why I want refreshing herbs. You need, oh my god, 3 misses. You need at least 1 to recover from the nauseation that he gives every single turn on the first turn. And then you just feed him the fly honey, and he actually doesn't take any damage despite the numbers coming up until he starts eating the fly honey. And now that he's eating the fly honey, I can just freely smash face and win. Whoa.
He'll always make someone feel sick. That's always going to happen first turn.
What was the original joke for this, for Master Belch and the fly honey? Or was that just a direct translation? Do you guys know? Because I've always kind of been curious about that specific instance of what that was supposed to be a play on.
I think it's really just supposed to be a weird happenstance of gross things.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure. I haven't heard anything or read anything on it.
That rocks.
I have an idea what it could be, but I really don't want to speak it out loud.
I would give a Master Belch impression, but I think I don't want to steal the limelight away from Master Belch himself, honestly.
Master Belch is actually pretty cool. I remember in like when I first played this game like years ago, and I got to him. I remember that I threw everything I had at him, and I was like, "What's going on here?" And it never occurred to me that I was supposed to give him the fly honey. Like, I don't know why. Never occurred to me. But it was just...
I just like to point out that that was a really, really smooth walk back. Like gold split smooth. That doesn't happen normally. That doesn't happen.
Grapefruit Falls there is just usually a mess of spawns and it's just another really tough spot, but BGG got some pretty good luck through there.
You'll walk down, you'll see some spawns, and then you'll walk up, move 2 pixels up, and then there's another set of spawns, and then you're stuck. You gotta take one.
And it's really easy to get pincered in there.
Yeah. One thing I always kind of was confused, I remember when I fought against Belch, The text reads if you miss is it doesn't seem to affect him, which I thought meant that, oh, I can't use this on him, like he's immune to it.
Happy Threed. You won't hear it for very long, unfortunately.
Threed is so nice this time of year.
It's like the New England leaves in the fall.
You mean how everybody goes there, shows up, goes, ooh, wow, this is pretty, and all the locals go, why I hate this time of year.
We're kind of entering the final part of the first half of the game. There's like a clear transition in this game between the first half and the second half. The first half is, oh my god, everything is trying to kill me, this is a nightmare, run, run, run far away, help please, oh my god. And then the second half of the game is, I really hope I don't get this bad thing to have happen to me, because then I'll lose time. So losing runs in the second half of the game is a little more rare. There are definitely some trouble spots, but everything's pretty much completable after we get past Forside and move on to Summers. But at this point, we're still at the very end of the first half of the game, where everything is, oh my god, please don't kill me.
Lol.
Whew, that was the sketch.
Moly, 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 moly.
This is typically in like a casual playthrough or first playthrough. This is where kind of a lot of people get lost. There's a lot of weird event triggers in Foresight, and they're kind of in a weird order, so it can be a little tricky for people around this part of the game.
Yeah, the game really opens up here, actually.
Not to mention, this is what I consider when the game just likes to just get a huge spike in difficulty.
For sure, yeah. It gets pretty tough around here.
I was gonna say, I remember the desert really feeling where the first major jump was in my mind. Like, up to that point, it was almost like you could manage, and then you get to the desert, and it felt like anything in the desert was just like, oh, you want to know what pain is? And it would just, like, the crested buclas. Hi!
No, for me, it was just going into the mole cave. That's when I was just like, okay, this is just getting to me.
Yeah, it's notoriously difficult part of the game. But yeah, just a lot of walking here, just plot advancement. We gotta go talk to the manager at Tapala Theater. The Runaway Six have gotten themselves another jam. Typical musicians can't handle their contracts, so...
6?
Yep.
I clearly remember there only being 5 members of the Runaway 5.
I'll have to look at it again at the next show.
Okay. I could be wrong, but I couldn't have sworn.
Oh. Too bad it won't be right now. We will not be watching the Runaway 5 show here. All we gotta do is talk to her. She insinuates that you would need a diamond from a mine, or have to find buried gold, rather. Which we just engaged some conversation with some gold miners. It's kind of a clever hint, like, hey, go to the gold mine.
Yeah, the game kind of likes to spell it out for you in plain, bold words. Which I appreciate. Truly, I do.
Yeah, a lot of the time in older SNES or NES games, they kind of subtly imply where you should go as opposed to just blindly spelling it out. You know, just go to the cave.
Yeah, I mean, most RPGs back then I would often just, you go onto the overworld map and there'd be like 3 locations. One's a cave, 2 are towns. I wonder which of the places I should go.
This mole cave coming up here can be a real trouble spot for new runners, because one of the most important techs that we're going to be using here is stutter stepping. And stutter stepping isn't just like mash on the D-pad and win. I'm actually going to safety save here too. It's actually kind of a rhythm to it. and understanding that rhythm and executing it can be a little troublesome. So, newer runners that have just started trying to pick up stutter stepping can have a lot of problem in this place, and it's a common point where new runners will just say, okay, you know what, I can't do this, I give up on it. But once you learn stutter stepping and mob exploitation, it becomes a little more smooth, but can still definitely have some rough edges.
Basically, the way stutter stepping works is certain enemies are looking at certain frames if you're moving. So if you can kind of rhythmically skip those frames that they're looking at your movement, you can just slip right by them. Alright, we got first mole coming up. The strat here is just a freeze with Paula, and Jeff's got a big bottle rocket, so we're gonna unload with that.
First mole or number third mole?
Well, he is the third strongest.
Oh, he is the third strongest?
Of the 5 moles, he is the third strongest, yes.
Okay.
Alright, Teddy Bear. Rest in peace, Teddy Bear. Oh my god, I didn't stay at the end. Or I didn't stay at the shack. It's fine, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. In fact, it's almost no time at all. Because we're going to take a quick little shortcut on the left side normally, but we can just go back the way we came in. No problem. The reason I didn't stay at the shack is because normally I do it on my way in, but I thought I'd save a little bit of time by doing it on my way back when I safety saved, and I just kind of forgot, so it's not a big deal. We'll just head back out and stay real quick. He would. He would. Alright, I think we might have to fight a snake. Yep. We're just gonna have to take the snake. Punishment for my failures.
Alright, snack. It wasn't bad.
Well, the major problem is that snakes can actually poison you. I only have one refreshing herb. And I won't get healing beta until pretty much I leave this place. So if I get poisoned without a refreshing herb, that character is probably dead. Probably dead.
Poison is ridiculous. So you know what else is also ridiculous? Random sunstroke.
yeah. Sunstroke's not too devastating, but it's really annoying. Definitely annoying.
How is that calculated per character?
Every step. Every step you take. Like, I think it's every frame you take, almost.
No,
every what?
Pretty sure it's just every step. But it might be every frame. Actually, I don't know too much about sunstroke.
Okay, because I just always thought, like, one character seemed to get it far more often than the others, and I thought that there was some kind of...
Oh boy.
I've had all 3 get it once in 3 steps.
I can't believe these snakes. They're really out for blood.
Wow.
I killed one of their family members on my way out, and they're out for blood. Oh my god, they're really out for blood. That's actually one of the more rare spawns to get is the entrance spawn. But yeah, here you see me going left instead of normally I'd approach from this left path on my top left there. After I killed first mole. So really, like, I'm already back to where I should be. So loss of time was simply walking to the end, staying to the end, and then walking back, and that was it. Boy! Well, we gotta take another snake. Once again, yeah, even if you're stuttering, you can just, you can just get bad luck. And there you see Jeff is poisoned. Now, after this next mole, it doesn't matter if Jeff dies, but I do need him for the next mole. I would prefer if Jeff doesn't die, because that's time wasted rezzing, but I really... Oh, my goodness.
Snack pit.
Snack city, snack city.
No, I can't call them snacks. They're snacks in my book.
I'm actually going to have to despawn that southern one so I can despawn this one. My goodness, this is really actually Snack Cave.
The snacks are angry. Oh my goodness.
No problem here.
That's why I don't ever start past that snake down there anymore. The one by that little cliff where the ant was up there.
Boy, you're talking to me about time saves. Come on, man.
That one I can't yield on because this happens to me 100% of the time.
Yeah, not feeling.
Speaking of status effects, it's also pretty likely, just in this particular part of the run, that Ness gets homesick. It's also like a level-based thing, so it's pretty likely at this point. So you have to watch out for that.
I forgot to check homesickness. I should probably check that just to make sure.
Yeah, homesickness. Every battle after level 16, Ness has a chance to become homesick. And so the game does a roll after every battle to see if he'll be homesick. And as you gain levels, that chance decreases. But this is right around the part of the run where it pops up more frequently, just because he's right around the level where it's still a high enough chance. What homesickness does is occasionally, when you queue up a turn with him, he won't do it, and he'll instead be like, Ness misses his mom, and be like a sad sack. And then it's really important that, because we queue up a life up with Ness, and if he's homesick, instead of lifing up Paula, who will die, he's just like, he thought about some Jeff and was really sad.
And then Paula dies right in front of his eyes. Now he's got something to be sad about.
Not Paula, Jeff.
Sorry,
He
Paula
was
Jeff.
thinking about some Jeff, yeah.
So we use our 2 big bottle rockets in the first 2 moles because they're the most dangerous since we're lower level. At this point, we got another teddy bear? Alright, sure. I'm just going to queue up a heal on Paula, so if she takes fatal damage, she'll get healed up. Otherwise, I'm just going to double freeze beta, and that'll be the strat for all the moles. Definitely bad things can happen. Low damage rolls, homesickness, solidify text causing Paula to die before you can get the heal off. All sorts of things.
Oh, baby!
Yeah, you see kind of the
That
strat.
rocks!
The strats for different moles change. The first 2 you use BBRs and freeze, and then 3, 4, and 5 are just going to heal with Ness and freeze with Paula.
So we already killed the 3rd strongest mole, the 3rd strongest mole, and the 3rd strongest mole. But we're on our way now to the 3rd strongest mole, which is the 3rd strongest out of 5.
Now, what's the difference between the 3rd strongest mole and the 3rd strongest mole?
Well, first being the obvious stat difference, because one is the 3rd strongest and the other one is the 3rd strongest.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now, do they know something that, I mean, outside of stats, is there any different spells, abilities that the 3rd strongest mole and the 3rd strongest mole won't use?
No, actually, surprisingly, the 3rd strongest and the 3rd strongest mole, I just defended with Ness. But it's okay, I got RNG to carry me through that fight, no problem. Surprisingly, the 3rd strongest, the 3rd strongest, the 3rd strongest, the 3rd strongest, and the 3rd strongest mole all share the same spells, abilities, and chance of using those spells and abilities.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would have figured that since they're, the 3rd strongest mole isn't the same as the 3rd strongest mole, that there would be some kind of difference.
Mm-hmm.
But, I guess I stand corrected. I love learning new things.
It might have been a design flaw, but I think it might have been intended.
It's very possible. Very possible. Those ducks are having a party down there.
I really wanted to stutter that snake, but the last time I tried that, bad things happen. Okay, I'm trying to despawn it. When you despawn up and down, you actually have to go a little bit further to despawn, and I'm trying to get like a near pixel perfect despawn so I don't step on a spawn tile that'll get me spawns again. And that's kind of one of the things we'll try to do a lot of the time, and we'll fail a despawn every now and again because of it. Oh no, Jeff got hit. Oh.
Mole cave's done. Oh, that was a really smooth mole cave.
Very smooth. Aside from my initial blunder and a couple trolly snakes, we got out of there with very little problem, thankfully.
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Sweet, that rocks! Okay, I'm out of breath now.
So I got a bit of inventory management here. This is a hotspot for runners to kind of readjust their inventories, drop some things, move some things around. We're getting ready for a big shopping sequence in a few minutes, so CPDG just move some things around, drop some things, equip some things. It's just a good spot to get all that done. As with most RPGs, inventory management is very, very important.
My major complaint with this game, and it's really the only complaint that I have about this game, is the inventory management. They really limit you on inventory space, and they give you a lot of items that are just different. Nothing stacks or anything like that. So you was it 12 slots per kid, and that's it. So 4 of those slots are taken up by your equipment, and then you got like Jeff, who in a casual play would normally be loaded up with a bunch of his tools that he uses. And so you really are just kind of pushing for inventory space. Items are incredibly valuable in this game as well, even in a casual play. So it really becomes a major frustration instead of like, you know, a neat decision that you have to make, which is I think what their intent was, is having to make decisions on what you have to do, but instead it just becomes annoying. But thankfully, we don't have to worry about it too much in Earthbound because for the speedrun, we know what we need.
Yeah, it's tricky with the menus because of the script system in Earthbound. Like BGG mentioned earlier, different inventories for different characters are going to load based on how many things are in the inventory. So it has to print every item. So the idea is to keep as little items on basically Ness, because Ness is the first character when you open the menu. So keep the lag low, we try to keep items off Ness.
Say, how far away are we from naming?
We'll be naming the player first time, and about, I want to say, like, what's the timer at?
Let me check. Let me get an accurate
It
count
should be
this
at
time.
about 2 hours, and, well, a little more, like 2:15 for non-minute.
2:15
Is about when...
146 is about where we're at.
So about half an hour is when we're going to get to Summers and have the first naming of the player. But there's another point in the run where we will name the player again, so the bid war can continue past that point.
Speaking of bid war, Ozzy, what is the bid war at the moment? Who is winning what?
Currently in the lead, we have Butts with $153, and we have Jeff at $60.
So Jeff is losing.
And my Jeff bound?
Woo! People, you're gonna let a good Jeff die? I thought this was Jeff bound.
What are you doing, man? No. This is not what's going down, okay? No.
No, I'm just saying.
What is winning for a reason? It's because it's a better option.
I'm not saying which is better. No. Understand.
It sounds like you're saying one's a better option.
I don't
I'm not
know.
saying one is the better option
Sounds
than
like
the other.
you're real biased right now, dog.
Hey, young man, don't put words in my mouth. I will come over there and I will show you what happens.
I will hug you so hard. Wait, what? That's not the way it goes.
This is not a bad episode of My Little Pony. Let's not go there.
The second Runaway 5 show. This one's a much shorter one. A lot of newer runners make the mistake of going on a break when the screen transition or starts to scroll up to them, not realizing that there's text after the screen finishes moving. But this one's only, I think, 35 seconds or so. It's a lot shorter, very hard to fit in a bathroom break here.
That's still like 45 seconds. It's
Yeah.
the same show as...
It's a different one, different song.
I'm pretty sure it's the same song.
Different song. There are 3 unique shows, actually 4 unique shows. There's one, this is their final show. There's one in the first theater, the whatever it's called, Chaos Theater. And then if you go to a show before you're ready to finish like this part of the game, there's a different show that you get, but we don't see it in the speedrun. And then there's the Venus show, which we do get. 3 of them are required to watch. One of them's not. Although I must confess that I don't know if the optional one is the same as the Chaos Theater one.
I remember I accidentally sat on an extra show because I thought I had to watch it.
So now we're heading into just another barrage of notoriously difficult sections, the old department store.
The department store. Ugh.
Yeah, it's just a nightmare in real life and in game.
People in my store.
What was that, like a seducing Wookiee? That sounded like a Wookiee that was trying to like find a mate or something.
Sorry, I was trying to be a scary dog. Like roo roo roo. Is that better?
So this is a lengthy buying session. One of the downfalls of the inventory system is that when you buy things, you can't just be like, hey, give me 6 of these, please. You have to individually buy them. So he's going to be doing that for a lot of equipment for Jeff, Follow Jeff, and this Jeff. We're going to fill their inventories up with super bombs and big bottle rockets.
Yeah, so the idea here is, bottle rockets are just broken in general in this game. So we're gonna load up Jeff. We're gonna load up everyone but Ness, basically.
That would be a great time to explain the bottle rocket mechanic, actually. If someone wants to cover that.
Ask. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So bottle rocket damage is based on speed. A single bottle rocket is obviously 1. A big bottle rocket is 5 bottle rockets, and then a multi-bottle rocket is 20. And what the game does is it rolls chances based on Jeff's speed and whether or not those rockets hit. So basically, if we can cheese Jeff's speed, they become pretty busted.
The thing to note is that a bottle rocket, if it hits, always does, I think, 80 to 120 damage.
No,
150, 150.
They have a range of 90 to 150.
90 to 150.
Yeah, they have it's 120 plus or minus 50%. Right? No. It's plus or minus 25%.
So Jeff's stats, like for his power, his attack bar, don't matter. All that matters is speed, because with like a multi-bottle rocket, there's actually 20 hit rolls that go out, and if 20 rockets hit, every one of those does 90 to 150. No matter what.
So yeah, there are items that will just cheese speed, and we'll be getting those in a bit. But just in general, bottle rockets are really strong right now.
Everybody's a little divided on how to handle that shopping sequence too. They all have really good reasons for doing it differently. Really interesting part of the run. Once you get a little more involved in the run itself, you kind of devise your own way of handling that shopping sequence. No real way to say it other than that, you know. Like I could sit here and say, oh, my way is the better way, but then everybody else would be like, well, my way is the better way because of this. So it's really interesting how even a run with or a speed game with so much of a community, there's so much division still on, you know, what is the more optimal way of handling it, because the run is just so dynamic.
But my way is the better way.
I mean, I agree with you, because we're the only two that do it the same way.
So these presents here, you're going to see some pretty sick dodges. The presents move in a linear fashion, so if you can kind of get them to go one direction, you can move, I guess, in a 90-degree angle to them and just avoid the straight line.
Ooh. This could be bad.
It's 2 records, so this is actually the preferred fight. This one's actually super cool. The scary enemy in the department store is an enemy called the Musica. Looks like a guitar with a dopey face. Excuse my language. Sorry, it makes me angry, so, but I apologize for
No. I completely understand.
Yeah. They have an attack that puts you to sleep, and it can't miss. It's not like a chance like, oh, you know, you resist hypnosis or anything. Like, it just puts you to sleep. And it's really bad because then the rest of the enemies just wail on you and then you die.
Yeah, that actually looked like
really bad enemies.
It looked like Jeff was gonna die there, but he was totally safe. There was no way I was gonna lose anybody in that encounter. That's the safest. If you're gonna get an encounter, it's the safest one. And there you go. Once again, you see the power of Jeff. Behold, the power of Jeff.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Oh, perfect.
So again, for as difficult as a split that can be, BGG just handled that pretty smoothly.
That's actually, that fight can be a little annoying, but mostly the only thing we're worried about is if he casts Freeze on Jeff and gets the 25% solidify, Freeze will always do fatal damage to Jeff. And that means we're going to have to do a quick recovery. And if he gets solidified, it means he won't shoot his bottle rocket out, which is the most important part of it. The boss can be handled solo Ness or solo Jeff just fine, but it's scary. That becomes scary. So really, we got a fire, which means nobody's getting fatal damage, nobody's getting solidified, nobody's in really any risk at all. So good fight, good damage rolls, easy peasy.
Good department store.
Good department store too, yeah. Anything where we're not struggling and screaming and cursing the heavens is a good department store.
A lot of runs ripped to department store. It's a very rip-heavy spot.
So, fun fact, not really a fun fact, but we carry the protractor all the way from the beginning of the game. You might have been thinking, why are you keeping the protractor? It's simply an item to give to that kid. No reason to get rid of it because you'd have to replace it with something else. We do need the ruler for later on. That's really important. Also, a quick thing, without explaining too much because I'll be doing the thing at the end of the game. I am going to do the skip in Moonside, but I will safety save. What that means is, like, when I do this specific event skip, if I die, I can soft lock the game. I'm gonna go more into detail about that after we finish the run. But it's neat to see if it does happen. But I'll have to hard reset the game if I do get the death. But it will be, since the incentive was met, I will be doing the full explanation and the full glitch later on at the end of the run.
Yeah, you guys really crushed it.
So if I do die, you'll get a sneak peek basically at what the glitch is. But likely that I will not die. But I want to make sure that we kind of show off this little event trigger skip that we do here. Someone wants to go over that, it'd be great.
Yeah, so Moonsides is really a weird place, obviously. One part of Moonside is that you can't progress to the boss without finding an invisible dude who has one gold tooth and his eyebrows connected, so he has a unibrow. And so when you finally get that guy, which is right here, this little invisible dude here, he follows you, and if you try and just walk out the door, he has a bunch of text he usually says to you. He's like, hey, check it out, I got a gold tooth, I got a unibrow, and he's really annoying, right? But if you walk along the bottom of that room and exit out the door, you skip that trigger, and so he doesn't talk anymore. But what it does is that if you die to the boss here, the evil Manny statue, it soft locks your game because you skipped that trigger.
This is a pretty safe fight, but things can happen. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, usually it's pretty safe, but yeah, it can get bad. Manny statue has a paralysis, and if it hits Jeff, and Jeff doesn't get his big bottle rocket off, it can get pretty hairy.
Easy peasy.
No problemo.
Yeah, fights seem to go either incredibly fast because just bottle rockets, or things go south fast.
Yeah, I mean, if Jeff hits poorly for his bottle rocket, then
that's kind of why the community is divided on whether or not Jeff is amazing or Jeff is the worst. Basically because, yeah, you could totally miss a bottle rocket. In fact, during my practice run yesterday, I completely missed a big bottle rocket on a mole, which is like a 1 in 6,000 chance or something like that. Which means all 5 rolls missed on a 90% hit chance.
reminds me of something. What was it? Consecutive rolls on a 90% chance missed. Oh, man, we're just talking about.
So it can absolutely happen. It's happened to us all. We've all had the famous worst rocket ever. But we've also had the famous best rocket ever. I think my highest multi-bottle rocket is it has a cap of 3,000. I think I hit 2980 or something like that, which is only almost a dozen away from cap. We've all had those incredible multi-bottle rockets as well. So, you know, when that kind of thing happens, we're also pretty excited about that.
Yeah, the hero rocket.
1 in 10. Okay, we determined it was 1 in 10,000. I guess because of some math wizards. But I don't know math because I'm not a smart man.
You're just a speed runner.
I'm just a speedrunner. I just play video games fast. Exactly.
See, he's not of the Jeff clan because the Jeff clan would, you know math.
I'm definitely of the Jeff clan. I like Jeff as a character in general, and I feel like he pretty much carries the speedrun. I did a couple neat runs where I played through the game without using Jeff at all, and then I played through the game only using Jeff. And basically it came down to the only reason the Jeff only run was of any difficulty at all was because as soon as I got like a diamondization or a paralysis or something, well, I only have one character to work with that. So as soon as a bad status effect came up, I was actually dead. But Jeff was more than capable of clearing the entire game by himself with little effort.
What you're telling me is that except for the reason that he sucks,
except for
a perfectly okay run.
Except for the fact that he was by himself. That has nothing to do with how good or how bad he is.
Why you need the rest of the party, and they're worth a lot. Jeff sure is the best.
I mean, power and numbers. Power and numbers.
Hey,
you need the healer. You need the
no. That's the thing. I didn't need him.
Hey,
he's just DPS, dude. You can't. You play MMOs. You can't just DPS.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I cleared the entire game with just Jeff, so I don't need tanks or heals.
You cleared the entire game with just Jeff after like 10 hours.
It was like 7 or 8 hours.
No, it wasn't even just that because you deleted your save by accident, so you had to do it again, and it took you equally so long.
It was definitely a struggle.
I don't want to defend Jeff in any way, shape, or form to appear biased, but technically, if there's a mathematician class in Final Fantasy Tactics that proves you can blast through a game quickly, I'm just saying.
Yeah, Jeff is kind of the mathematician of this game.
Is that part of the speedrun?
There's a no math and a math category. Mathematicians are so OP. There's a math and a no math category, just because they're that broken.
I'd like to see a Jeff and a no Jeff category then, just to prove the point, maybe one way or the other.
No Jeff took me about, I'm gonna say 6.5 hours with speedrun strats.
Oh.
Yep. This is a dad call. Every 2 hours of continuous play, your dad calls you and it's like, hey, you've been playing for a while. You gonna stop? You gonna stop anytime soon? And you just tell him no. He's like, oh, okay.
I guess saving the world's pretty important. All right, see you later.
Leave me alone, Dad. I'm trying to save my girlfriend.
I'm a hero of legend. You're embarrassing me.
we use that though to determine like how late we can get that call as like a good indicator of your run.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't looking at the clock, you would try to look at like when you got the dad phone call and decide, okay, this run is on this type of pace. So for a non-manipulated run, getting the dad call in Monkey Cave is very strong. So BGG is actually on a really strong pace right now.
Yeah, Monkey Cave is kind of one of those super annoying spots in a casual run, but once you figure it out in a speedrun, it's not too bad. You kind of blast right through it.
Yeah, actually, I wrote a little beginner's guide for this, and I took the Monkey Cave map and I just deleted all the garbage that you don't need and just slapped an image on where you need to go through it. So it's not that bad. It's like left, right, left, left, or something like that, and GG or something along those lines. So these are safety items here. I'm not going to get the right one as a brain food lunch. This is a couple life noodles. The resing item, really important for, not dying.
try to grab as many free life noodles as you can in a marathon run.
Rezzing is a luxury in this game. Like, it legitimately is a luxury in this game. There are two spells. Go ahead.
It's not like Phoenix Downs in Final Fantasy. We're just like, yep, stock them up. Let's go, baby.
I think there's got to be like maybe a dozen cup of life noodles in the entire game that you can ever get, and most of them are way too far out of the way for us to get. I think there's like maybe 4 or 5 life noodles that we can get conveniently, and then a Horn of Life at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can buy Horns of Life later, but they cost like
1780.
It costs a lot of money. And
1780.
I never have to buy them. So.
Yeah, I just remember that number because it's Mr. Saturn language.
Oh my gosh, it is.
Yeah. So you know it's like in your head, you can see it, right?
I'll never forget it. Yeah.
There are 2 spells that res, Healing Gamma and Healing Omega. We never get Healing Omega on the speedrun ever. Pooh will usually get Healing Gamma almost every single time, but not necessarily when we need it.
He always gets Healing Gamma.
Well, not if he dies. A lot.
Pooh? Pooh always gets it.
Oh, if he dies a lot.
Okay, I don't understand how much Pooh has to die.
A lot.
He gets it pretty much every time.
Just a lot.
He has to be dead for almost every single fight in the game.
Yeah, he's got to die a lot.
It's one of the earliest things he learned.
But the good thing is if Pooh dies a lot, then Ness is almost guaranteed to get it.
That's fair. I'm just saying, like, Pooh has to die an impressive number of times to not get hit.
The main point is that Healing Gamma only has a 75% chance of resurrecting. So even if you get Healing Gamma, you could just sit there and cast blank spells forever and ever and ever and not res and run out of side points, and then you don't have a res anymore.
Yeah, I think Phalix is another Earthbound runner. He has the record. Right before Gygacy was trying to revive Paula, and he failed 11 times in a row.
That was crazy. I actually watched that.
What's the percentage chance to revive with Gamma?
75% chance. So 25% chance to fail, and he failed 11 times in a row.
Well then.
Yeah, he was real. It was in the middle of a race. Of a friendly race between him and another runner, and they were like dead even at that point. And then he failed 11 times in a row, and he lost the race because of it.
Healing Gamma is obtained at level 53 for Ness, which is about where you'll hit 52 or 53 at the end of the run after Magic Hint.
Well, you're nominate, so you'll be like 54.
That's true. Oh yeah, this part, by the way.
Fights.
Yeah, we're gonna see some cool enemy skips using Skip Sandwich DX here. We're gonna exploit enemy movement and just kind of rip right by
Get
him.
wrecked, Johnny.
Shoutouts to Kofaze.
The Kofaze. No, it's not Kofaze, it's Kofazi.
Oh, Kofazi, my bad.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the Kofazel.
So this guy is Clumsy Robot. He's the boss. He is too fast for bottle rockets to hit him. He has 83, 84 speed, which, except for like criminal caterpillars, which are just like these like enemies that are just a ton of XP for free essentially, he has the highest speed in the game. Like a boss he'll fight. He has higher speed than the last boss in the game, Vagus. And so bottle rockets have basically a 0% chance to hit him. So we use super bombs to kill him instead, which they just hit no matter what. They're not based on speed or anything like that.
In that last room with the desks, normally you would just jam against the top left corner and until you got through. Sometimes that can be a problem. You can kind of get stuck in there and you're trying to wiggle your way through. It's annoying. When Kofaze was learning this game, he just went through there and he just did what I did, where you just swoop through the center, and it blew my mind. And it doesn't really save any time. It just takes away the stress of trying to jam through the desks. And I loved it, and I've been doing it ever since.
I mean, it saves time if you get stuck. If you get stuck in the desk, you're losing time.
Yeah, exactly.
So
also, I did a little bit of a mini skip there.
Yeah.
And I didn't soft lock the game.
This only saves 3 seconds, but you can. Normally, when you walk into this room, Monotole, who's this old man here, you walk in, he's just like, "Oh, please spare me," and then he runs to the other side of the room and like cowers in fear. But you can actually walk in and talk to him before that happens, and you save roughly around 3 seconds doing it. But if you're too far to the right when you talk to him, the game soft launch, which has happened to some runners a lot, to the point where it was hilarious.
Yes, the Jeffs have been reunited.
Oh baby! Oh baby! Oh baby! Sweet! Okay.
Interestingly enough, Caleb Hart was actually the one who found that little skip at Monotoli.
Yeah, he was also the first one to soft launch. And then the person who became notorious for it is another runner named Solomon, who he was trying to get sub 5 hours for the longest time, and he would always be on pace for it, and then he'd soft lock in there like almost every time. So it was always just like a big meme where we were like, all right, you're gonna be on sub 5 pace, but it doesn't matter because you're gonna soft lock him on the totally ability.
So we learned an interesting mechanic back there. You might have missed it, but we learned the teleport mechanic. We're not going to use it here to go back, but teleport is pretty important throughout the run, not just because it lets you bounce around from town to town like a typical mechanic in most RPGs, but the funny thing about teleporting is when you're actually in the teleport movement, enemies can't aggro you, so we're going to see a lot of enemy skips from here on out using the teleport mechanic.
Yeah, teleports to get past enemies is used mostly later in the run, but it's used occasionally when we can, and these parts were just like very singular. There's an enemy in your way and you just don't want to deal with it, and you just teleport past it. But later on, it's like an actual thing. Like one of the Deep Darkness is an area later, like you have to teleport around it, just because like teleporting, it's like a swamp area, and moving through the swamp water is like really slow, so you teleport, which is moving faster and also has the added benefit of avoiding enemies on top of it.
Don't stare at my hips.
Yeah, it's super great. I like the first one because she's like, oh man, you're in front of the 1-way-5, can I have an autograph? And no matter what you say, she's like, I don't mean your autograph.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't mean you, I meant okay, whatever. So we have a lot of cutscenes now. It's a lot of traveling cutscenes. We're gonna be traveling on this bus. Then we're gonna be traveling on the Skyrunner again. So if you have any donations, this is a fantastic time to read them.
If there was that sound effect that I could play, bum bum bum.
Yeah, I gave him the lead in.
There's nothing.
Hey.
No, there's nothing. Like, apparently, nobody wants to see Jeff take over butts.
Oh man.
I can't blame him for making the correct decision.
Like I said, I'm not for either or.
I don't know. It is kind of Jeff bound, you know.
I think you're trying to convince me that you're not, but I don't believe you.
I told you, I'm clearly, my only goal is to do my part to help this wonderful cause and help the people of California. That's all I'm doing. If you want to perceive anything I say, donate for Jeff.
No. What? Oh no! Did you just offer an opinion? It's the internet. Do you know what happens when you do that?
Oh.
Let me speak to your supervisor.
Hello, my name is Jeff. How can I help you?
It was honestly like after RPG Limit Break, Puexel had a series of tweets of just all the Jeffs he encountered post Limit Break, and it was insane. Like he was in the airport and there was a Wi-Fi point called Jeff. His server at a restaurant was called Jeff. Like there was just Jeffs everywhere. He's just like, it's following me.
Whoops. I mean, I meant to do that. You'll never hear me say whoops during a speedrun. It just doesn't happen, so that was a rare treat.
What did you do, little boy?
I just bumped onto a tree.
What did that tree
BGG like BGG bumps into a lot of stuff. He's so chatty, so he gets distracted and just runs headfirst into various objects in the game.
You know what impresses me about this scene right here is the fact that Dr. N Donuts had to make this thing. And these people just came downstairs and were like, oh, we're gonna just basically rebuild it with no blueprints at all. Just 2 random dudes.
Yep.
I mean,
one of them is vaguely nerd. He's got glasses on, so automatically means he understands nerd things.
Oh yeah, wow, way to just pigeonhole anybody with glasses.
I mean, you're done. It's over for you. If you're wearing glasses right now and you thought you could be something other than a huge nerd, just give up.
You're done.
Because it's all you're destined to be. I'm sorry to all the glasses. I mean, I wear glasses. I am a huge nerd, so it doesn't really help that cause.
That's true. That's true.
Rip
You are a
Alex
huge nerd.
and Caleb.
Yeah, none of those guys are nerds.
Caleb's totally.
I only wear glasses for distance, so thankfully when I'm on the computer I don't need them.
He's a half nerd.
Yeah, I'm only half nerd, that's true. On my mother's side.
You're just an erd. RD. Erd. A D or an erd.
Another thing about the Skyrunner is all it does is crash and they just keep hopping back into it.
It'll be safe this time.
This time it will land in winter is okay, and every other time it just explodes.
You know, and that's what I don't get is how are these kids okay? I mean, it's like crashing in a jet or something. I mean, that's never a good thing.
I had this theory about Earthbound. What I feel Earthbound really is, like the reality of Earthbound. Like what it actually is, and because Earthbound is so just innocent and sweet and charming, I've always just thought of Earthbound as really what it is a bunch of kids playing in the yard, you know? They're just playing like aliens and adventure in the yard, and that's it. That's all it is. And because it's really seen through the eyes of a child or a young kid, just that innocence, that inability to comprehend the real like nuances of adult life kind of thing, you know? Oh, hey, thanks for giving me a bread roll. If I find gold, I'll give it to you kind of thing, you know? Just that kind of stuff. So it's always kind of been a really, really very good feeling game to me because of that. Oh, we got the solidify.
So this is Shroom. He's one of the Sanctuary Guardians. He's also scripted. First turn, he'll always confuse someone by putting a mushroom on their head. But BGG started off by doing a freeze beta with Apollo and therefore it skips his first turn because he's scripted to try and confuse dude. So since he can't do anything that turn, then he just goes to the next part of his script. That was an amazing fight, by the way.
That was really good.
Yeah, that solidify with the freeze was very fortunate.
And Jeff hit over 500 every single bottle rocket, which was what, 2? Because he hit so good so every time.
It was like a 2 cycle.
Oh baby, that rocks.
Hell yeah.
I'm waiting for one of those. I'm waiting for it's like instead of like it's saying "Oh baby, sweeter that rocks," it just says "Hell yeah."
Just out of nowhere, hell yeah. What? Wait, what? What game am I playing now?
Now I think, oh god, now all I can think about is if Captain Falcon said that. Hell yeah.
Yeah, he'd say it really well, in my opinion.
I know, that'd be so perfect.
What's the timer at? Out of curiosity?
2:17:05.
Okay, so the first player name's coming up in like 5 minutes.
Guys, now is the time. Get your snipes in. Get your lead protectors in. Get those donations in. One way or another, the first place will be decided by your donating hands.
I'm gonna call time on the first cutoff point when I land in Summers, because that's
in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's really, really soon. So if you wanna get one ahead or bring one from second into the head, or maybe you got another name you want to put in there, you got a really short time.
Better hurry.
But remember, the final cutoff point is after I kill Starman DX, which is about an hour from now. And that actually concludes the first half of the game. Kraken is definitely a very dangerous encounter.
Oh god, Kraken.
But it's not like an encounter that it's like, oh, you're game over, there's nothing you can do. Like, at this point we have plenty of resources to clear the game. Even if we run out, we can just get more. But it's obviously just a time loss at that point.
We're just gonna casually crash into the sand of Summers.
Yeah, no problem. They don't mind.
Yeah, none of the people really care. They're like, oh,
They
it's just
don't.
another one.
If even a little bit.
Yeah, you can talk to them and be like, hey, you just came out of nowhere. That's pretty sweet. Hello.
We got a spawn on the beach. That's rare.
Yeah, it is.
That's a tough guy. I think that's actually his name. He's just a big tough guy.
Local tough guy.
So what's leading right now? Butts.
Ozzy, you're in charge of this.
I'm pretty sure it's Butts, so I'm just gonna name it Butts. Because that was the last thing I heard.
Yeah, Butts is what I see.
Hear him.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. My controller is loud.
No, it's one of those things. It's really impressive. One of the things, well, Butts is like, that's the thing that a lot of us even do in PB attempts. And it obviously saves 0 time. It loses time, but it's a matter of pride.
Whoa, almost.
Two of the previous world records had the full Butts, and they were held by myself and Background Guy respectively. Currently, the world record does not have Butts, so me or Background Guy has to fix that. Or any other Butts approving runner. I know Tempo approves of Butts.
I mean, every runner knows that the record doesn't. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's a taxi cab convention.
Holy smoke!
Oh my god!
Everybody knows that the true record is with full Butts, but you know, that's really great for Ultimo. He's a fantastic runner.
Yeah, he would have been a better runner. TaxiCon.
Dude, TaxiCon is like the half-brother of like DragoCon.
It's
too.
It's just a point I'd like to make that it's actually kind of rare to see encounters. Not super rare, but you know, half the time you go through, you don't even see any encounter at all. And usually it's just a sign or a taxi or maybe a combination of both. But having 3 taxis and a sign on screen after just teleporting away from a taxi and sign is really something special. Something for the photo book.
TaxiCon is the evolution of DragonCon. So the dragons are driving the taxis? Is that what you're saying, Dragon Dark?
Yeah, there hasn't been any donations, so it's pretty much set in stone. It's gonna be Butts.
Hey, you know what? There might be someone that wants to snipe it out at the last bit there. Still got about an hour.
Still a bit.
Starman DX, remember that.
Yeah, well, once he enters Starman base, we'll give everyone a warning. Like at the end of this dungeon is the cutoff, like when we kill the boss of it. So he's still got a bit to go. He's got to do this sequence, fight Kraken, do some desert stuff, pyramid, etc. So
I don't have high hope, but surprise me, guys.
Yeah, be sure to cancel out those low hopes, as he says. Show him wrong. Show him you have what it takes. Blow us away. Surprise us.
Please donate, but please donate for Butts, not for Butts.
Whoops. Why did I walk straight there? I mean, I never say whoops.
And before big business Brazil just comes in and goes, Brazil, Brazil, Brazil.
No, I think big businessman Brazil is a massive Butts fan.
Yeah,
could be wrong.
whoever that guy is, he sounds pretty cool. But whoever he is, probably a big Butts fan.
I would probably concur with this. I've been blessed to have a couple of business conversations with the man, and well,
big
business. Yeah, dude. He talked about his love of the Butts, but he also talked about his love for Brazil.
Yeah.
So
Brazil is his favorite. Business conversation. This is his favorite type of business.
Like, see, yeah, you get it.
There is also small businessman Brazil, but he's a little more elusive.
Bolivia.
Oh, Bolivia.
Small businessman Bolivia.
It's a living.
So, neat little fan fact there, if you press any button other than A and L during that entire sequence, you fail it, and you gotta go back and talk to your little master dude, and then come all the way back down. It's kind of a spot that a lot of people, like, say they freaked them out as a kid. But yeah.
Oh, like getting your limbs ripped off and eyes ripped out and all that good stuff. People are usually like, wow, this is a really weird part of the run. But as far as Eastern philosophy goes, it's not too out there.
Yeah, I kind of saw it as more of like a mind over matter sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, meditation, inner peace kind of thing. Although I was a little older when I played this game, I was a teenager, and most people were, you know, still very young.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty young when I played this. I was in martial arts for a few years, and I was completely unfazed as like a 12-year-old. I was like, oh, that's cool.
He just was scary looking to me, so he scared me. Scary looking face thing. I was like,
I got a feeling somebody's watching me. That's like the first thing I think of. Oh, there was a sweet in there. Whatever.
Wow, it's just.
So if we're gonna talk about objectively the worst character in the game, it's probably Pooh.
It definitely is Pooh.
Pooh
100%.
is just a sandwich meal for us. He just carries stuff.
My life is in your hands. Okay.
He kind of does a couple of neat things
He's like,
here
my
and there,
life's in
but...
your hands. You're like, how good are you at carrying sandwiches?
Dude, if you could get some more hamburgers, I am jonesing.
How good are you at holding a cup of life noodles? Are you okay with being called a pack mule?
I actually have a lot of extra bottle rockets because all my fights went really smoothly, so we'll probably be able to use a few of them for any extra encounters we might get into.
You're most likely gonna have to drop some, so
Oops.
get into that many extra fights.
Yeah. Mostly Dungeon Man, if I get a record plus cup of coffee. You can use a big bottle rocket on a record.
Now, one question I'm curious about is like, what is this considered the not the glitchless category, but is this considered glitchless any percent that you're running right now?
100% glitchless, yeah.
100% glitches. Okay, and the record is 351.
351 even, yeah.
Okay. Sweet.
BGG has second place with 350, which was the previous one.
Very nice.
All the runners coming to you right now have sub 4 hours, which is extremely difficult to get.
Sub 4 is kind of the dream.
354.06 Temple.
Yeah,
correct me if I'm wrong.
4XX.
And then I recently just got 352.49. And then we're still trying to work to sub 350. That's kind of the dream, and probably where the category will die thereter.
Yeah, a lot of runners have been on
like,
that pace, but...
Yeah. Yep, a lot of... I'm sad because my PB was like on absurd pace, and then I
Dude, it out. Do you remember my PB? And then we entered Milky Well, and then it was just...
Yeah, it was bad.
It's like the last half hour of the run, and then it just goes downhill from there. But hey, that's Earthbound, away it goes. you just start up the game and you go again, you know?
It can get demoralized. Oh look, the mummy wrap.
Yeah, you got a mummy wrap. I didn't notice.
Mummy wrap is a 50% drop from the enemy that you're forced to fight in there. What it does is it does roughly around the damage that Super Bomb would do, but it has a 100% chance to solidify if it hits. It can miss, which sucks, but if it hits, it'll always solidify, which makes Kraken very free. So you give it to Paula because Paula has the highest speed of the characters right now. So you're banking on her outspeeding Kraken, which she'll do more often than not, but occasionally she'll fall short. But if she goes first with the mummy wrap and he solidified, it's a free fight. There's no risk involved.
Here you go, sandwich mule. I got something for you.
Yeah, a lot of things for you.
A ton of sandwiches.
These are gonna kind of help us skip encounters, force green swirls, just make us go faster in general. It's not really faster to just spam skip sandwiches and try to go faster with that, because you gotta go buy them, and eventually you're gonna run out of money, you gotta get more money. So it's only really worth using these in certain areas. We buy a pretty specific amount, I think it's what, 18 normally? I usually get a little more than 18, because worst case scenario is you can use the extras to negate the time loss by using them in Tucson to just, you know, go fast. But I also find that there's a lot of extra places you can use a skip sandwich in to kind of, you know, hopefully force some good encounters for you. So I'd rather have a few extra and still gain the same benefit. But I think 18 is pretty much like the bare minimum.
This is a pretty important shopping sequence. We're going to be rocking these skip sandwiches throughout the rest of the game, like BGG's kind of randomly as kind of a survival tactic, and then other points as, you know, just to get through things faster.
Yeah, there's definitely some set places you'll use them, and then there are some more dynamic places.
Yeah, there's a lot of reactionary stuff you do with sandwiches. It's all about like you're moving so fast, you might be able to get a green stone underneath.
Gonna throw out a safety save here, just because, you know, resources are a thing, and if I die to Kraken, it can be, you know, this is probably the last really devastating death you can take in the game. Any other death from past Kraken is just kind of more of an annoyance, because we'll have plenty of resources to clear the rest of the game, even with major opposition.
I want to save after you withdraw your money as well.
After what?
You withdraw your money at Dungeon Mall.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna do it at that point too. Yeah. That and before Fire Springs, I think, are the last two saves, and at the very end in Cave of the Past.
You actually don't have to save at Cave of the Past. Well,
if you use 2 bottle rockets and then you got none left, it just makes it easier to do a reset, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's more about like safety, you know. Like you can totally do Gygas without multi-bottle rockets, but it's really not preferred.
No, yeah, you want the MBRs for sure.
So if you got FFZ, feel free to spam Kuraku-chan emotes. She's a little tsundere. She can get a little... Well, she just doesn't know her own strength. So if you spam Kuraku-chan emote, then we know she knows that, you know, she's loved. So feel free to spam that. My FFZ emotes should be in the channel.
So with the mummy wrap here, I expect pretty smooth Kraken. Things can still go south, but your chances go up quite a bit with the mummy wrap.
Yep, it's something you always want. Because it's 50%, you know, you don't always get it. So you can beat him without it, and again, it's not like, oh, I didn't get the mummy wrap, now I have to worry about the fact that I can't beat him. You can beat him no matter what. One makes it extremely safe, the other might, you know, free fire. So he did crashing bang attack earlier. That's actually safe. So it's actually good. She's probably more
Sadly, Paula Jeff got wrecked.
Yeah, but one person dying versus like 3 people dying is not nearly.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Crushing Boombane could have gone on literally anybody else and it would have been fine. Paula dying is a little frustrating because you really want Paula to soak up as much XP as possible. Paula and Ness, for the most part. The other 2 people, they don't really need their levels. Paula because you want her to have as much HP as possible. Ness because you want him to have healing gamma if at all possible. But that's fine. I'll take that Kraken fight any day.
Yeah, survived.
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, that rocks!
So the first thing he's gonna do here, since Paula died, he's gonna revive her at the hospital for $200 because, you know, reasonable costs. And then he's gonna go buy 2 crystal charms. Crystal charms are some items to help. They give you a boost in speed, which is helpful for running. And we're gonna be buying 2 of them, one for Paula Jeff and one for Jeff Jeff. One on Paula is to help with running, the one on Jeff is to help with his bottle rockets and their chance to hit and stuff like that. So that's kind of what Temple was talking about earlier as far as like cheesing your speed, and some items increase your speed and that helps with bottle rockets hitting, which leads to more consistent and higher damage.
Yeah, this is kind of the first opportunity we have to get items that boost your speed quite a bit in those new crystal charms.
I find it funny that when you go to the hospital to revive someone, they say, such and such person was just brought in, and you're like, wait, what? How did you... It's like, where did you come from? Like, how did they get there before me? I mean...
Buka! Oh, so many Bukas. Bukas are my favorite enemy in the game. They're so good. Look at their shifty eyes. They're so good. They have these dopey faces and these really, they're just strange all around and they're awesome.
We got a photo skip here.
Did he get it? Yeah, he did.
Yeah!
He teleports past the trigger because while teleporting you can't get into fights or trigger photos or anything like that. So you teleport just past the photo and then walk into the pyramid so you don't get it. Getting a photo wastes about 20 seconds. So you obviously don't want to get it.
Here we're gonna start our skip sandwich eating frenzy.
Yeah, pyramid enemies are kind of funny. They'll aggro the team, but they can really only hit Ness to activate the battle, so you're gonna kind of see PGG skip through, and because they're not hitting Ness, just avoid the battle altogether.
Yeah, they're the only enemies that do that. They're actually really strange. Every other enemy in the game, just if they hit any party member, they trigger the fight. But just these purples on the wall, they only start a fight with Ness.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Bye, Paula.
It's kind of annoying because I really need to eat her sandwiches, and now she's dead, and it's a really...
Survivor, you have enough life noodles.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I'm gonna revive her before the boss anyway, but before then it's not really necessary.
Yeah, if he gets into a fight in the pyramid, depending on what it is, he's either gonna paralyze or he's gonna paralyze or use hypnosis. And when an enemy is paralyzed or asleep, your chance to run is 100%. So, goodbye,
Oh no!
Man, Jets are dropping like flies out here, dude. See, that's why you see him paralyze everything on the screen and just run. There's a 100% chance to run as soon as they're asleep. So those characters dying, like, while unfortunate, they just kind of use up some of his reviving resources. He's still got 1 on 2.
Yeah.
Hopefully he won't have to use that one until Gygus.
If I didn't have that last one going into Deep Darkness, I wouldn't have bothered rezzing Paula. But she's only got 108 HP right now, which is incredibly low, I'd like to point out. That's why she's dying before I can get a runaway, because she's got almost no HP. So I expect her to get like an O baby on HP or a sweet or whatever it is pretty soon and get like about 15 or 20 HP. But
Oh baby.
who knows?
It's a sweet.
But yeah, I really just, since I have the extra resources, I want to get the extra HP if I can. Level ups, whatever you want to call them. For now. If I'm low on resources, I can leave Paula dead for almost any fight, for the most part.
Oh,
But her speed does matter, her HP does matter.
Oh baby. Oh baby.
And her being alive to eat skip sandwiches, because I want to use her skip sandwiches. Her skip sandwiches first, because of that'll free up inventory space, so things will start being able to be dropped into her inventory, key items and stuff.
Wait, I thought you said those enemies couldn't. They had to touch Jeff. That's
They have a weird, they have like a weird sort of hit radius on what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, they're kind of angry.
Huh.
The snakes in particular.
Oh, Paula. Paula can die now at this point, it doesn't matter. I'll get a full restore at the end of this. She really doesn't, they really don't like Jeff.
Do you have a brain food lunch?
Yeah. I got both of them. The brain food lunch is mostly used for Pooh if he needs to healing Gamma a lot and he runs out of psi points. The brain food lunch is used to restore his psi points because... Oh, I think I was still on skip sandwich there. Oh no. Well, it's YOLO run.
So while you're skip sandwich, you eat another skip sandwich, they don't stack cumulatively. Like it just uses the amount of time left on your first sandwich. So if you try and just eat like 2 skip sandwiches back to back, then it doesn't give you like extra skip sandwich time. It just uses the one.
Goodbye, Jeff.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of psychic points. He doesn't have psychic points to paralyze these guys, which is what you'd normally try and do. So he's just trying to run. And Jeff's poisoned. He's not gonna.
I'm gonna let him die.
So he's just gonna let him die.
We have NJ, PJ, JJ, and Pooh-J.
He doesn't give because PJ already exists. You just gotta. I want to say
The terrible thing is, as soon as I thought of PJ, I was like, wait a minute. Do I really want Paula to be named after perhaps the scariest speedrunner known to man? Everything will just start breaking around her.
I mean, I read on Twitter this PJ. Everything was just exploding.
That's normal for that man. I mean, he has told stories that I'm not kidding you. It's a miracle that nobody has died around him. And I am not kidding you when I say that. I mean,
A little bit of a struggle pyramid, but we made it through no problem.
Nice to see 3 UFOs instantly upon
It's a nice warm greeting. Nice warm greeting.
This is the beauty of South Scaraba. This base is called. This is my least favorite split in the game because of the UFOs specifically. They spawn in large groups like that, and they're really frustrating and waste a lot of time, and sometimes can kill you because you're not well equipped to fight them. They're very fast, so things miss on them. And you're missing Pooh, who would actually be useful for once in his life if he was here. But he's not, so it's really rough this split. It's the Dungeon Man split and South Scaraba combined. It's pretty bad.
They'll be doing a lot of like wall grinding and stuttering when there's not mobs on screen, and that's kind of to make sure that I don't get spawns off screen charging at me, because every spawn on the bottom levels is a present box, and they just go straight at you for about 2 seconds, and then they turn to your next position and then try it again. So if I can make them catch on the wall, I can avoid the encounter. If I run straight up, there's a good chance I'll just faceplant right into an encounter.
Yeah, and it's not like the presence in like department store where you can dodge them kind of easily. Like there's enough space, but now that you have 3 characters instead of 1 or 2, it's a lot more difficult to do that. In some cases, it's impossible. So he climbs up Dungeon Man and talks to Face. And then he jumps down the holes and goes to the bottom and has to walk through South Scarabut to get to the bottom. And therein lies the problem. Normally, we have teleport right now, so like if you wanted to, like you would normally just try to teleport past these UFOs and stuff like that, but you can't teleport with Dungeon Man in your party. So you're just kind of, it's up to RNG whether or not you can walk safely through South Scarabut without getting into a ton of UFO fights and stuff like that. So he's gonna pop a skip sandwich here to run real fast.
I red swirled that. I thought it was Dungeon Man was gonna catch the green.
Look, three UFOs. That's one. And all 3 are sorry, fantastic. They're extremely fast and they do infinity skilling damage, so they are really annoying. He's gonna try and run first turn, which is a bad idea because it has a ton of speed. So
There's not much I can do because they put up side shields.
You can still paralyze.
That's true.
Yeah,
50% chance though.
Each of these UFOs has a 50% chance to be paralyzed when you do paralysis. So that's what you'd normally try and do. But
with 3 of them, odds are against me though.
Oh, he got away, nice. So it's really low. They have really high speed, so that's not actually very common to run around like that. So it's actually Paula and Jeff being dead aren't actually that big a deal. Like you just need someone to survive, and preferably it would be Ness, because in this part, like UFOs can spawn down here, and once you drop Dungeon Man off, you can teleport past enemies again, and that's all well and dandy.
You know, I just don't get it. It's like, dude, how big are you compared to the trees, and you're stuck?
There's actually a pixel that you can walk on, that he walks through the trees, and it's really weird.
What?
Yeah.
People have had it where they just walk straight through the trees and they expect him to get caught, and he just keeps on going. And it's just like, wait, what's happening? It's happened with Temple, it's happened to D-Rock, another runner. Like, insane. It never had it happen to me. But it was highly
That happened to me and I didn't know what I was doing. I thought I broke the game.
Yes, I get to use Dungeon Man for the rest of the game.
It's like,
get out of the party.
What do I do? I can't advance. The story's broken now. No.
That'd be
You just walk back onto the trigger and acts like nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
I'd be funnier if like he's like, hold on a second, I've got something for you, and he just like drops the sub. He just drops it in the water.
He's like, here,
Yeah.
take it.
Yeah,
You
take
win.
it. He's like, I'll swim. But you're a rock, you'll sink. I'll walk. He just walks his way there.
Nah, he doesn't go. He stays.
No, if he could, it'd be like, dude, forget about poo. We're taking, dude.
He should
who
be
would you rather have?
He should be Tessie 2.0, where you just ride him across the ocean.
There you go. Seriously, and not to mention, he actually can attack if you get into battle too. And he's actually
Well,
pretty tough.
he has a 255 offense,
He's the
but
max. He's the max.
but he has 1 speed or something like that.
Speed, so he misses a lot.
Yeah. So he's pretty cool from time to time, but most of the time he's not cool. He does give people bear hugs though, which when enemies are solidified, it's only for 1 turn, but it counts as being controlled, like paralyze or sleep. So you still, if there's 1 enemy on screen and it's solidified, you get a 100% chance to run away.
60% of the time, it works 100% of the time.
Gonna pick up this talisman ribbon just to sell it. That's it. It's gonna give me money.
Extra money. He's coming into Deep Darkness now, and Deep Darkness has a vendor which sells multi-bottle rockets. So if you remember what we said earlier, bottle rockets have a range of 90 to 150. Big bottle rockets shoot 5 of those single bottle rockets. Multi-bottle rockets shoot 20 of those bottle rockets. So they have a range of 90 damage to 3,000 based on how many of those bottle rockets hit. So they're the best item in the game, hands down. They have a large range of damage, obviously, but more often than not, they're going to hit for like 2k plus. And even if they don't, like you just kind of for the first couple parts, you only really need to hit it for like 1,400 to 1,500 plus, which is like right in the middle. So that's all you really need from Jeff. Occasionally, Jeff falls short, and that's when you curse his name. You can get some real trouble if he doesn't hit high enough. Lose a lot of time, losing maybe a run even. Makes you sad face. But Deep Darkness is cool. So it's a big swamp area, and if you walk through the dirty swamp water, you move real slow because it's like dirty, sludgy swamp water. But we have the teleport ability, and our movement is not impeded by the sludge when you're teleporting. So he's going to walk forward, he's going to teleport forward because that's way faster than just trying to walk through this. He's going to hit something on purpose. He's going to sell a bunch of stuff to this guy, fill up Jeff's inventory with multi-bottle rockets, and then he's going to do the rest of the game with everything he buys here.
I'm more amused this guy's just like chilling in the swampy water. He's like selling bottle rockets, but he's in the water. It's like would they not work because they're all wet?
He could go on the dry land, but he's like, nah.
In the swamp. But he's got to be in like the shady spots. So he's like in the back room of the department store. He's like hiding out. So he's hiding out in the swamp water because no one would think to look in swamp water for a shady spot. You know, he's like clearly standing in swamp water. Like it's only about like waist high, so everyone can see him. He's just like.
He's like you know how like cats get into a box that's like not very tall and they just kind of look out at you like safe in my box.
80% cat, 20% box. I'm so hidden, you can't see me.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I'm really low on cash for some reason. Am I gonna? Oh, 3. Okay, I'm fine. I'm good. I miscounted how many inventory slots I had left.
And additionally, he's gonna buy some super bombs for Ness, which we'll be using later in Magic Camp, which is one of the last areas of the game. That's just a safety for the boss in that area. We've been picking up periodically throughout the run these bags of Dragonite, which are very, very, very powerful items. You like turn into a dragon and spit fire at the enemies, and we're collecting those for one boss specifically. But we buy those super bombs as backup because that boss is. Oh no, you ran into an enemy there, buddy. So
you can see the teleport mechanic exploited quite a bit here.
Yeah, one of the nice things about teleport is that even while you're teleporting, like while enemies can't move, they can still spawn. Like you moving past the spawn trigger while teleporting, they can still spawn, but their sprite won't load. You'll just crash into seemingly nothing. But we're experienced enough at this game that we know that if we crash into nothing, it's not a glitch. It's because there's an enemy that spawned there, and we just teleported into him. So we had to react quickly when you do that, because there's like a couple of frames that you have that you can get the menu open and try teleporting away. You see he crashed into something here. It looks like he crashed into nothing, but it's actually a demonic petunia, which is one of the worst fights you can take in this place. So he's just gonna try and run. And he did first turn. Nice. If he so chooses, he'd pick up the couple life needles here, which he's going to. He's gonna just teleport through some sludge.
All these teleports are pretty specific. You're following a pretty specific line of where you want to go and what you want to hit.
Oh. He's gonna try and start past these bull slugs. I would just teleport right here.
I wanted to get as far as I could before I teleport, just to make sure it was a slower version, but I actually had a too slow of a version. Hit the bush. And now the true power of Jeff.
Yeah, multi-bottle rockets are a fair item to find out here.
Yeah, we're all good.
Drown to death and puke!
Good job, Pooh. You saved the day, dude. Good job,
you, buddy.
Well, you're the winner.
Didn't save the day.
Good job. Phew, that was a really close fight, by the way.
Oh baby. Oh baby.
Why do you sound so demoralized now? Go home, whatever.
Meta Sigma is running on fumes now.
Oh baby.
Oh baby.
Pizza has been
like,
consumed.
No. It's like that. It's kind of like how Jeff just does all the work, and then JJ does all the work, and then Pooh J swoops in and steals all the glory, and JJ's like, "Oh baby, oh baby." He's just like,
oh man, you did
he's
it.
like, "You're awesome, great job."
So,
He's just like totally not loving it, you know.
I think you have an idea for your next comic there, Daniel.
No, I'll never draw anything that's
Supporting of Jeff. I guess I'll have to draw it.
Oh.
So we get a call from you guys remember Orange Kid, right?
Orange Kid?
Yeah, you guys remember him, right? With that time a few hours ago when we were in Tucson and we talked to Orange Kid? We totally did that. Don't you guys remember? No, we didn't. But Orange Kid is going to call us randomly either way because that's part of the story, apparently. He's going to let us...
They expect you to talk to Orange Kid.
Yeah.
You never have to. And so he calls you out of the blue. He's like, hey, it's Orange Kid. You're like, who? Like,
Orange Kid is hard at work at turning a boiled egg back into a regular egg.
into a raw egg again.
So that's pretty cool. Good tech. But he let us know that something's up in Winters, which is why we come back here.
So now we're back in Winters, but now it's like, some time has passed, some story triggers, so now there's more powerful enemies here. So he seems to be teleporting past them because he can run from them. They're actually not very fast because they're meant for earlier kind of these specific ones outside, but they waste time getting to the And then we get to ride on Tessie again.
More Tessie.
This will be the last time we get to ride on Tessie, so...
Yeah, feel free to spam...
Give Tessie, a good send-off for the rest of this run.
Yaga hump right there. Just Tessie eats the bubble monkey. Yaga hump. Like, that's literally what happens. Tessie hump. And remember, guys, we are coming close to, we're very close, in fact, to, the point where we will no longer, the cutoff is for, naming the character Jeff. To, between Jeff multiple times and Butts multiple times, so be aware that, the final donation bid war is about to close very, very soon.
One thing we didn't mention back when we were only Jeff is I moved off to the left here, and then off to the right. That's actually to skip a spawn tile right below me now. So I go around the spawn tile there, and I won't get that spawn. Otherwise, it's like a 95% chance to get a spawn.
100% chance.
I don't know, man. He said it's like not 100%.
Well, absolutely 100%.
Alright, I believe you.
If you look in like PK,
oh god, don't. We almost had the Butterfly Mafia. Execute. I got a problem with butterflies in this game. After the first two butterflies you get in Tucson, you don't need butterflies for the rest of the game at all. They're in the way. They waste about 8 seconds every time you touch one, depending on where in the party line it touches you. If it touches poo, it's like 30 seconds. Well, maybe not 30 seconds, but it can waste a lot of time.
It's a lot of time. Because what happens is that if the butterfly touches poo, the butterfly is programmed to fly over Ness's head. So if poo touches it, it goes all the way from his buttocks.
Yep.
Right over Ness's head, and it moves slow.
I have this problem
real slow.
Where I get butterfly ambushes and oops, I forgot you can't go 180 degrees. In the craziest places, I'll just walk out of a door and butterflies, yo, what's up? I heard you need some side points. Let me hit you up, bro. And that happens far too often. Every run, it seems like there's a new crazy place where this ridiculously low chance of butterfly just ambushes me and is like, yo, what's up, bro? And usually what that means is the run is dead. Because shortly after that, I'll just get completely pooped on by the game and run's gone. So I fear the Butterfly Mafia. They are after me, and it is real. It is real.
It's not real.
It's real.
Sorry, I couldn't help but giggle when you said from Poojay's butt to NJ's head.
So
I was like,
it takes forever.
So,
you said it 30 seconds, and then you said it might not be. I think it might be like 30 seconds.
I'm actually waiting right here for about 5 seconds. 3, 4, 5, for a spawn down there off screen to run around and despawn itself. And then we'll do some menuing here.
That spawn is also 100%. So at the end of this dungeon here, this is Starman base. Once he kills the boss, that's the cutoff for the player name.
Remember, yeah, that is the cutoff for player name. As soon as I kill this next boss, got about what, 5 minutes tops?
I would say
Yeah, like 5 to 5.5, 5 to 6 minutes, depending on how fast this goes. And it's not. I'm not like talking smack about BGG, although I do love doing that. It's just that this place can vary quite a bit.
Yeah.
A lot of spawns, as you can see. He's trying to despawn them and see and stuff like that.
I've seen enough Earthbound runs at this point to know exactly what you guys are talking about. It's
Starman Base is another one of those places where once you really learn and understand it, it becomes a lot easier to manage, but it's still obviously very scary. But for a newer runner, it's definitely going to provide a lot more challenge, just in general, despite, you know, luck or anything like that. Just because I used to just kind of run in and just run in and get the encounters and run away like every other place before this, you know, leading up to this point. But you really do not want to do that. You really want to be very cautious, despawn what you can, and exploit Starman teleportation to get green swirls. And one of you guys can describe that a little more in detail if you like.
Yeah, basically the Starman sprite, if you hit it at pretty much a straight angle from the left or right side, it's a guaranteed green swirl. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's pretty common, and you kind of get it from top and bottom if you're lucky. But yeah, if you hit those Starmen directly from the right or directly from the left, it's almost a guaranteed green swirl.
And then once again, green swirl means preemptive, which means first turn run guaranteed, which means it's not based off of speed. One of the more interesting facts about Earthbound that you may not know is that every turn that passes in Earthbound in combat, you have a 10% stacking increasing chance to run away. So the more you don't run away, the more likely you are to run away. So if I don't run away first turn, the next turn I have 10% more. If I get a red swirl, I start off with a 10% bonus because the second turn is the first turn that I have a chance to run away.
The game gives you a free 10% to start reading.
So once again, I waited for that Starman to teleport, so I could just bump into him on the side. And then green swirl, run away. Mooks are incredibly dangerous. Those are the orange aliens. They can diamondize, they can fire, they can freeze. They will destroy you. They will tear you limb from limb without a second, even before you can even realize what's going on. So you really want to avoid them. We're basically at the point where we won't be getting mooks anymore. I'm just gonna skip and bolt through here. Oh, I got snagged there.
My gosh, do they have tooth decay.
One of my favorite things about when BGG was learning this game is through this specific area, he's just like, yeah, boots aren't that bad. And then this one run, he got like obliterated by boots. He's like, never again. Never again will I take chances on boots. I've learned my lesson.
Yeah.
It's a mistake you only make once.
Yeah, never underestimate mooks. They'll just like 2 turns is all they need to wipe out your entire party.
Mooks, not even once.
Yep. Diamond Eyes is a lot more devastating in this game. You most closely compare it to Petrification. So like you're still alive, but you know, for all intents and purposes, you're dead, and it counts as a game over if you're diamondized and you have 3 dead kids. But with diamondization, you can't just use a soft and GG, you're done. It's essentially a couple life noodles or nothing. So you have to have a full res item in order to even get undiamondized.
Are you sure?
Yes. I think you can use a secret herb.
Secret herb for diamondization? Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you can, yeah.
I believe you can use.
Well, you know, the thing is we would never know because we don't pick up secret herbs at all ever in the rest of the run. We only use a couple life noodles.
Yeah, I was
Healing
gonna say
gamma, yeah.
wasn't healing gamma, yeah, but I
think it counts as a death, but
I guess
you can heal it like paralysis.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not 100% on that, so but I think you can.
I could have sworn secret herbs could do that. That's why
It's something to look into, because if healing gamma can cure diamondization, that'd make Diamond Dog a little nicer with Pooh being alive. But I never. Oh boy.
I think it's got a low chance.
No, we didn't get the green there.
Oh boy.
Oh snap.
Oh boy.
No, don't do that.
Sword of Kings.
If he found it, I would just be like, no. No.
I had to try on a non-green swirl. Alright, I'm getting a little unlucky on the run here. There we go.
Uh-oh.
People ask us a lot. Are you gonna get the Sword of Kings? Do you get the Sword of Kings? The answer
No!
is hell no. The answer is emphatically no. Because Sword of Kings is a garbage item
For a garbage character. Yep.
It's honestly, it sounds like, oh, but it's Pooh's only weapon, and all it does is give him like 30 offense. It's the only thing it does.
The Sword of Kings is literally a sword shaped out of human feces.
Okay.
It's the Sword of Pooh.
So this is the cutoff right here.
Boom.
He is dead. Therefore, now is over.
It's over.
Please tell us who the winner is. Oh, are you sad?
No.
Disappointed?
He has to sit up because he's...
Actually, yeah. I've been sitting back the whole time. I haven't moved at all. And
Bud Light took us to TwitchCon here in San Diego, California.
The fact that Bud Light is sponsoring us, supporting us, I see the NBA teams doing it.
Alright, nope. Nope.
You can probably just check the spreadsheet. Unless it's not being updated.
Spreadsheet has butts as the winner.
Yep, it's the winner.
We got a bear ambush, which is pretty standard, pretty par for the course.
Bear.
They're kind of annoying to kill, but they're kind of fast as well. I just run.
Whoa, what
They're
the
not
hell is
that
that?
fast. They have like 20-something speed. They're not very fast.
Wait, what's going
What
on?
happened? Why is the chat scared? What happened?
Because something on one of your guys' ends scared the crap out of them.
What?
I refreshed the page, and the sound turned off.
Oh, you reversed it? Oh no!
Damn it, Meta!
His medicine. No.
So I teleported to Annette to get an Exo Mouse, and I'm going to teleport back to Annette because it's actually faster than walking back up to the library. I'm going to get the Book of Shyness, which has been returned to the library now that I rescued Apple Kid from the evil aliens. So basically, we just defeated Starman's base just to get a book. Just to get a book.
Oh, an ad played when you refreshed it.
So many ears dead. Meta strikes again.
So he gets the Book of Shyness here, which is, you know, normally when you enter Tendability, you would talk to some Tendas, and they just go ... we're shy, which is rather awesome. And so this book is supposed to cure shyness. So that's where we have to go.
It's simple. Jeff takes the book, smacks him in the face, and says, "That's how it fixed my shyness." Whack!
So he's gonna go inside and use the shyness book on the Elder, and the Elder reads it to all the Tendas, and they're no longer shy.
He says, "Hey guys, don't be shy." And they're like, "Oh, that's how you do it." Oh.
This is what happens when you let meta do anything that requires some
Damn.
It's
That's some
okay.
shade. That's some shade right there.
He's got permission.
He does. Of course, Dragon Dark was with me when, during Limit Break last year. I don't know if you guys have heard this story, but we get into Utah, and it's about 10:30, and Puexel is like, I'm kind of getting hungry, and so is Dragon Dark. So we go to a 7-Eleven, and we get there, we get what we need, and as we're driving back, it starts raining real hard, and I can't see that one. I'm like, man, what? It is so hard to see. So we're driving along one of the streets, and all the lights are basically illuminating the sidewalk, but I can't see. I can barely see like the street, and I'm like, man, it is so hard to see. What's going on here? We get back to the hotel, and I turn on my headlights.
Yes.
I drove 2.5 miles without headlights on at 11:30 at night.
Yes.
And
so you're saying don't ride in a car with you? Yeah.
Smooth moves. Smooth moves.
Oh. Hey.
You know what? I wish I could say I've never done that, but I actually have. So just not for that length of time. So.
Yeah. I was literally complaining that I could not see in that.
To be fair, you had people with you, and none of them reminded you that your headlights were off.
Yeah, but you'd think that it'd be like, because it was literally click, and I went,
oh my god.
And literally, Dragon Dark literally just facepalmed.
What is happening right now? Oh my god. So this is a horseshoe. This is Lumine Hall. These enemies right here are really dangerous because they can do a move called PSL, which has a chance to instant kill members of your party. And here's them doing Flash Beta, which still has a chance. Luckily, everyone could not stop crying. It's just being blinded. It's the exact same. But they'll die to 2 freeze gammas. But the horseshoe is really stressful and really RNG because like there's not really a lot of room to despawn anything because of the way it's shaped. So you're really relying on some good luck. What he's probably gonna do now is pop a skip sandwich and try to run past.
Oh my god! What is this madness?
What is happening? Oh my god! That's a really bad horseshoe.
I think that's the worst I've ever seen it. Like ever.
That's pretty bad.
I don't think I've seen that either.
I'm surprised a freeze gamma and a reflect didn't kill it.
They have like 500, 600 feet.
You can kill him with freeze gamma. 1 hit.
No way.
Yeah. Oh
no
yeah.
Way.
Yeah.
You are full of.
No, I am not. I am 100% telling the truth. Freeze gamma single hit can kill them. I know I've had it happen pretty commonly actually.
They have 587 hit points.
What? No.
Yes, they do. You're a liar.
I'm not a liar. I must be thinking about something else.
You just lied to everyone in the stream chat right now.
No.
To me.
No.
Don't stop lying.
Don't stop lying? Alright.
Okay, sure, yeah, that's right.
Now who's the bad person? I'm actually gonna kill these for extra XP. I could have just run away because I got a green swirl, but I actually kind of want to guarantee that Ness gets healing gamma as a safety. And there's not that much more time to do this, so... These will pretty much set him up to more or less almost guaranteed to get healing gamma, especially with the 2 possessed spirits that I got before. Oh boy. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Don't die to Fobbies. Just don't die to Fobbies.
Oh no.
What is that? Oh no. Oh no.
Wow.
I've never even seen one of those guys this far in before.
I have, but I don't know. I haven't seen like this situation before where they're literally right on top of you doing like iframes from, and you're just killing the boss at the same time.
Happens after the fight.
I think it's a green swirl. I don't know if he will though. Maybe.
I'm thinking green swirl or a normal encounter.
I mean, I think it's gonna be a normal encounter. It's gonna be just an encounter regardless. But I wanted to see like, is it instant?
This has been a very incredibly interesting Lumine Hall so far. I'm pretty scared.
Sweet, that rocks.
405 is not the minimum of a free scan though. Like it can be, it averages out at least like 350.
Oh baby, sweet, that rocks. Oh baby. Wow.
Oh no.
Goodbye, Paula.
Bad.
I don't even know what to think right now. I've been doing a lot of practice runs of this game to make sure that I'm, you know, up to par on my run, and I gotta say I've been experiencing a lot of really crazy.
Don't drop the rabbit's foot. Don't drop the rabbit's foot.
I didn't drop the rabbit's foot. It went onto Paula right away because that's the way I have my inventory management set up, so it always drops on Paula. Well, it usually drops on Paula, but
a common thing that happened here is that normally when you get the rabbit's foot, you move it straight to Jeff. Although BGG just has it on Paula, which you can do as well. But when a character is dead, when you go to move something. Normally when you select an item, there's 4 commands: use, give, drop, and help. But when they're dead, use disappears and the default is give. So you're used to being like, oh, I gotta give something, move down one input, forgive, and then give it to them. But since they're dead, there's no use. So you move down one input and then drop it.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh no.
That muscle memory kicks in, and Rabbit's Foot is... I think Rabbit's Foot is probably the most important item in the game. C Pendant is definitely incredibly important, but you only really need it for one part of the game. And you can definitely do the game without C Pendant. It just makes it really free. But...
You cannot do the game without C Pendant.
You can. I've done it.
You did it just Night Pendant?
I've done Nightmare without Pendant, and I've done Gygus without Pendant.
Did Gygus without C Pendant?
Yep. Yeah. It was like one of my earliest runs. I hadn't sub-5'd yet, and I didn't really know what to do. I was like, man, the run's over, this is BS. And Phalanx was in the channel, he's like, yo, just do this. And I was like, alright. And I kind of understood what I needed to do, because I had experience with the game previously. And I died once, but basically you just gotta really rely on good RNG. Like, you just have to have Gygus not wreck.
That's not what I mean. Of course,
it's not reliable, of course. Yeah. It's just, yeah.
You definitely don't need it.
Basically, you just have to keep Ness alive and Q heals on Paula every attack, and it's not that dangerous, but it's definitely super dangerous.
It's definitely really dangerous.
It's not like, oh, you got a 5% chance of survival.
No,
half
you
of
have a pretty low percent chance of survival. If he does one freeze attack, you're dead.
No.
If he gets solidified, yeah.
Well, if he gets solidified, yeah. Why did I talk to her? Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you. But when I was doing my practice runs, I got all sorts of crazy random spawns and I know the common joke is, I've never seen this before, literally every speedrunner, but you know, you play the game so often, it's like you're kind of used to exactly what kind of spawns you're going to get. You watch speedrunners, you do the game yourself. I have thousands of runs on this game, and never have I seen spawns the way I've been getting them, and that Lumine Hall was definitely up there with the crazy, crazy, crazy spawns. A lot of fun, honestly, to get something outrageous.
I can tell you what happened in Lumine Hall.
Oh yeah, what?
I spoke about my idiocy, and the game responded with, here's some more idiocy, have some fun. It knows. It's one of those, when it knows something stupid is talking, it's like, here, let me show you my way of stupid. And it did. I mean,
one of my favorite parts of the limit break was that at the finale, everyone's like, "Hey, where's Meta?" He's like, "Oh, he's sleeping."
Dude. Okay, so since there's another moment and there's no donations, it's more story time with Meta Sigma.
Yeah, it's about a 3-minute cutscene, so.
Yeah. So I was already tired that day, so I was like, I'm going to bed. I've got a slight headache. I'm just gonna go upstairs and get some rest. So I fall asleep. Dragon Dart comes up into the room, sets his laptop on the bed next to me, turns the volume to full blast. And we just got raided? A Geyer raid?
Yeah, it looks like big raid.
Sweet. So, literally, I don't hear anything throughout the entire final run. Nothing. And I mean, this thing is on full blast. No headphones right next to me. And I'm just nothing. Where they all start clapping, like where the clapping is, that kind of wakes me up a little bit. And I look over and I go, oh no. And I just roll back over and fall asleep. Gone.
I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, just gone. And literally someone later, like when I woke up the next day, everyone was like, yeah, people were wondering where was Meta Sigma and blah blah blah, and they were blaming you for everything, and I was like, oh, that's fine, whatever. Then I go back and watch it, and I just start laughing, because I'm like, they make one mention of me, and the staff is like, except Meta Sigma, he's sleeping. And I'm just, I mean, that's all, you know, that's all I remember was, yeah. Ghost King, you don't seem to understand. I burn so much energy all the time that when I'm out, I am out.
Have you heard Meta Sigma before? He's like a giant ball of energy that bounces around everywhere 24/7. He's got to get that energy from somewhere. He needs his rest.
I've told the story that I've slept through a house that exploded.
Oh yeah.
The meth house that blew up, that literally, like, it leveled the house. It was gone. I mean, the houses around it took a lot of damage. Like, we drove through the area, and I mean, there were literally like 2x4s sticking out of windows, like just gone. It slammed the door to some of this was when I was much younger. It slammed the doors shut, a lot of the doors in our house, and literally, my mom like asked me, like, this was at 1:30 at night, woke everyone up, and my mom goes, "Did you wake up?" And I'm like, "Why? What happened?" And she goes, "A house blew up. It slammed all the doors shut. You didn't hear a thing?" No. I mean, yeah. And apparently I can sleep through my neighbor banging on my door because he ran into the back of my parked car because he came home drunk, and I mean, he smoked it, and I mean, he's scared shitless that I'm gonna beat the shit out of him when I wake up. Oh, I mean, crap.
Come on, man.
I did. I'm sorry.
On,
okay.
we
Oh my gosh. Whoa.
We still love you.
I tried. Hey, I held it in. I held it in.
Yeah, it's pretty far. It's pretty far into the run. So this is the sewers. Sewers. Most of the stuff we're doing right now is mostly like sanctuary cleanup. This is actually intended to be like the 5th sanctuary that you go to. This is like the 5th dungeon essentially of the main 8. But we go to it now because we're a lot stronger, and it makes it a lot easier to, if we do get into a counter, to just run from it easily. But also just because like it's just ends up being faster. But so the sewers is just, you know, walk through the sludge and try and avoid enemies and get to the boss. It's actually really straightforward. And, for the most part, it's kind of a consistent split. Occasionally you get some tomfoolery like this, but
it's kind of interesting how skipping all of the quote optional content in the game, which is actually the required content of the game, is actually faster than just doing it when you get there. You think, oh, you'd be stronger for the other content. Really what it is rushing to multi-bottle rockets and then coming back and cleaning up everything with broken, overpowered items. And the items are that broken where coming back to an area to do something is faster. And a lot more safe.
By the way, we just received a $200 donation.
Woo!
From a Rolex saying Oscomoto.
Ari, your bro.
Ari.
Yuna. Okay. We're not going there. We're not going there, Angela. No, there will be no abuse. Oh.
It would be faster if we got the Sword of Kings.
No. Oh, baby.
Yeah, we just had a big rant about the anti-Sword of Kings movement.
It's not even a movement. That implies that there's people who are pro Sword of Kings.
They're the people that don't run the game.
Regardless, thank you so much for the donation.
So the next few segments until we get into Fire Springs is... Well, actually, it's just after the Main Hall. Or not the Main Hall, but Pink Cloud will go into Fire Springs. So the next couple places, we're just going to go in, completely devastate the area, move on. Fire Springs, Magicant, and the end of the game are really the only things that are any threat at this point. Because of Jeff, basically being Jeff.
Yeah, so at this point we're just kind of doing Sanctuary cleanup, finishing everything up, and trying to just get ourselves to Magicant.
I'm doing a teleport here where I do not move a single pixel. If I moved a single pixel there, I would get a photo trigger, which would waste about 22 seconds. So I teleport as soon as I exit without moving, and that allows me to get through the teleport, or the photo trigger.
Like how you said, we just go to this place, devastate the area, and walk off.
Yeah, pretty much. We got sunglasses on. We're walking away. And we're walking away from the explosion. Like, yeah, what's up? We're cool. We cool.
You just blow stuff up, litter as you leave the place with shades on, like whatever.
Yep. We're also eating hamburgers as we walk away.
That you stole from cops.
That's yeah, exactly. We already stole. We already robbed the cafeteria.
So we don't bother trying to despawn anything in this place. This is not worth it. We have the rabbit split, which gives us plus 40 speed. So if we just rush into everything and then just try and run first turn, which will happen more often than not. So the first two fights you have, you ran first turn. That's basically just what you do with Pink Cloud. It's not a very long dungeon, so.
Yeah, big thanks to Plexel for the raid and congrats on world record.
Yeah, good stuff, Plexel.
Good job, man. The Kiss of Death is attacking.
Yeah, Kiss of Death's only move, I believe, is to poison you. Or it might be the French Kiss of Death that only does it.
It's the one in Magicant.
Yeah, that's the French Kiss of Death.
The French Kiss of Death.
Its only move is to poison you with the Kiss of Death.
Alright, Jeff, do it up. No, not the one shot. Starstorm back up.
Yeah, we do the Starstorm back up because sometimes Jeff doesn't do enough. Case in point.
Oh man, Jeff only did 2,007 points of damage. Just so useless. Ah, curse you, Jeff. Curse you.
That rocks.
It wastes time, so.
That rocks.
I mean, how much time would you waste if you didn't have 2,000 damage Battle Rocket?
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby.
We wouldn't have anything to compare it to, so it wouldn't be a time waste. Like, if we didn't have multi-bottle rockets, we would be like, man, if only we could do 2,000 damage.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, you know? Whatever helps you sleep at night. So these guys with their sporadic movement, they can be a little trolly in that even when they're running away, they can still kind of sideswipe you. They'll even kind of run at you a little bit because they're a little confused. Bats are the same way; they just move a little slower. So I gotta be a little cautious when I'm trying to avoid them, and actually really give them a breadth of space, just to make sure.
The way it works,
or wide breadth.
They can only move via left and right movements, and so what happens is they're trying to run away, but they might be like facing a certain way, so that they would need to move left before they can move away. So they swing left into you and then try and swing right, but sometimes they initiate a fight that way. So it's super trolly. And so he comes back to a net. He's gonna be doing this a couple more times. He goes just to pick up an exit mouse. This might seem like it'd be slower than just going to the dungeon and then walking out, but this is way faster. Because exit mouse is just immediately just put you to the entrance of a dungeon.
Even if I were able to walk out without any interruption, it would still be slower. But the fact of the matter is that I'm probably going to get ambushed by a few encounters, maybe even not a green swirl. So I should have probably saved before I executed that teleport.
It's such a low chance to get a Harlock, dude. Like,
you can teleport into deep darkness, and you'll get an encounter off screen as you're teleporting in, and the game doesn't know what to do, and just hardlocks.
Yeah, we think it has to do with the fact that because you come in from the right, and so there might be there's like an ego orb that might spawn there, and so you come in from the right, and then you always still go to the landing point even if you initiate a fight. We think what happens is that you initiate the fight, but then despawn the enemy at the same time. So it starts a fight with an invalid enemy ID, and then just crashes the game. At least that's what we think is how it works.
So we get to see some ego orbs somewhere along the way here.
I had 3 ego orbs on screen at once the other day.
Yep.
It's crazy. I was like, where's RBM?
There was one time I was on my way to Fire Springs, and every single possible spawn tile I could have had an enemy did.
We'll actually save here. It's going to be my last safety save that I do. Not really necessary. If I die, I'll actually go back to Andonet's lab, and I'll be able to full restore pretty easily. But I can just reload the game, and that'll be actually faster if I die. So Fire Springs can be dangerous. I'm not gonna go full chaos mode and just run through it and hope for the best, but it definitely can wreck you no matter how safe you're being. Basically, the mob that we're really trying to avoid is the 2 Psychos.
The Psychic Psychos, yeah.
And I'm doing the same thing I did in Starman, waiting a little bit of time for a mob to despawn itself off screen, and then looks like it's not there, so we're good. So these 2 caves, they have a lot of encounters in them, so I need to despawn these. These are almost always Psychic Psychos.
What happened to Yellow Spring?
Yeah, I would totally Yellow Springs if this was not a marathon. I usually do in my PB, which basically means... So, if you notice their swirl patterns, sometimes they can swirl away from you. And if you have a skip sandwich and you're buffering the direction, you can actually initiate a green swirl. And with good luck, you can get a free Fire Springs just by going full aggression and just running straight in. You can even get first turn runaways if you're also that lucky. But there's a high probability of dying. Yeah. See, I'm getting a lot of them actually swirling away from me, which would all be green swirls with a skip sandwich.
You wouldn't even need a skip sandwich though.
True. You can totally get green swirls without the skip sandwich. It's just better that way.
Yeah, more consistent. I think it's still consistent enough with that one. You just have to like open the menu as soon as you enter, just to see if they're moving away. That's what Phalanx does.
Never considered that actually.
Yeah, he does a beat buffer.
Don't let me down, Pooh. Oh, Pooh, let me down. Okay. Well.
Did he miss?
Yep. Oh, I guess I'm ahead of the delay then. I should probably not say anything.
Yeah, you've been ahead of the delay. I mean, you are doing it live in front of your own.
That's true. I'm stupid. I am not a smart man, as it's been pointed out many times throughout this run. No! Sorry.
I love panicked BGGs. Panicked BGGs.
I was about to say it's okay. You're not on meta signal. I almost said meta signal.
You definitely did say meta signal, so.
Yeah, meta signal level of stupidity, but you're good.
So this is a big point where we're really supposed to exploit mob movement in order to get green swirls, and I'm just not getting them. So it's fine. We're still getting pretty okay encounters. Really, as long as nobody dies and I don't get possessed, then we're fine. I should have greened the bottom one. That's all right. Well, maybe. It might be alright. We might be dead. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? We might be totally super dead. Who knows?
They can do like fire, which is an annoying ability. What makes them actually scary is like the fact that they can do fire and paralyze your party. So it, like the most common way to rip on these guys is like Ness has like a hefty chunk of HP and is wearing the C-Pendant right now, so there's almost no chance he'll die from fire, but if he's paralyzed, he can't revive the party. And so that's the most common way to rip from fire spawn. So now that he's past that fight, he's past anything that's substantially difficult and like run threatening. So it's just mostly about getting to the top of these ladders and initiating the fight with them. One thing he does have to be careful here is that he doesn't want to. Ideally, he wouldn't want to use a couple of life noodles on Paula. He would just use healing gamma. At least this is how I feel. He might feel differently, but
no. I'm actually really surprised I didn't get a single green swirl. That's not a good thing. It means I'm gonna be low on resources. I may not be able to res Paula.
There's yellow around from these guys.
Oh boy. Nope! Nope. I tried to rush the menu.
Did you auto fight?
Yeah. Oh no!
No! So now he has to use. Oh man, this is actually really bad.
It's okay. No, we're good. We're fine. It's fine. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this.
Who is he using? This is actually super not bueno.
I should have
This guy uses it on Poo because he's going to revive his party, but now he only has one life of beta. Oh no. This is actually not good at all.
Wow.
Why did I use that on? Why did I use that on? That's fine. That's fine. We're fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Could have been worse. Pooja could have failed.
Yeah, it's true, but at the same time, Ness has no psychic points really, and you kind of need it for this fight.
It's okay.
He's got this.
Yeah, BGG's got his 3 multi-strat.
So Carbon Dog is actually 2 bosses. He's Carbon Dog, and then you kill him, and he turns into Diamond Dog. Those 2 bosses have 2 separate HP values. So the first one has like somewhere in the range of like 1800 to 2200 or something like that. And then Diamond Dog has like 3300 HP. So what BGG's doing here is he's just doing. Oh no! Okay. He's. Oh, okay, he got it. Oh no, he didn't. He technically didn't, but it's still okay.
It was really nice.
I couldn't tell which Jeff he liked up. But yeah, that was good stuff. But yeah, so he's just shooting 3 big multi-bottle rockets. Normally, a lot of other runners will do like freeze with Paula, multi-bottle rocket with Jeff, and like Starstorm with Pooh, and you can kill him in like 2 turns if you're lucky.
Wow.
Like that, but this is really consistent and it was played really, really well.
Marathon luck?
Woo!
As soon as I saw Glorious slide, I'm like, oh no. Glorious
yeah, I saw. Yeah.
is the equivalent of doing PSI Flash Omega, not Omega, Gamma, which has a chance to instant kill your party.
I was really scared when I saw that Glorious Light, because I really had to pull out a lot of different tricks and sneak in my ability to just even get through that place. But when that Glorious Light came out right at the end, and the only thing it did was confuse my healer when it's like, you know what, I kind of needed that, and so I just, a little bit of quick menu and whatever to still get through it.
Really well played.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where really fast menuing and knowing exactly where you need to go and what you have to do is going to save your run.
It's worth noting that, like we said it a couple times, menus do not move very fast in this game. In fact, they're actually really slow, and menus lag differently for each area. So knowing how your menus lag and what the exact speed of the input is that you can use is really important.
All according to K-Cock. That's the most tilting thing. Yes, Keikaku means Blair. that's my favorite anime meme.
I love the fact that using a skip sandwich, you too can chase down taxis going at full speed. Taxi!
It's a little taxing, though.
No, please don't do this to me.
Sorry.
I'm not sorry. I really want to stay friends. Like.
So you might really think like this seems like a big waste of time going all the way back to Happy to do the second Sanctuary, but I promise it's not. It would actually require a huge grinding segment with Paula before you could fight Mondo Mole reliably, and this is much faster.
Okay.
Much faster.
So, actually, technically speaking, if you were to get the best possible RNG doing Mondo Mole first, it is faster. But way too much has to line up, and like the fight needs to go perfectly, and so it's just not worth it, really. It might get to a point eventually where we might do Mondo Mole first, or second, or whatever, and we'll have to rely on that RNG to suddenly like get PBs. But this is technically slower by just like 20 to 30 seconds, because the math has been done a lot. But the problem is that it's more. You'll have like a 5% chance of getting the RNG you need. Even that might be a bit generous. So it's just not worth attempting it. This is a lot safer, a lot more consistent, and the time loss is negligible to about equal. It's almost like there's just no point really in doing it any other way than this right now.
Takaze brings up a good point. If you want puns, donate and make them read puns.
See, that's the thing. I've contemplated like applying to like read the donations at things, at like Limit Break or something like that. But then I would have to read the puns and donations.
Daniel loves two puns too much.
I hate puns so much, and I feel bad for all the people who like puns donating, and I'm just like crying reading these puns.
I want to say something, but I don't know if it'd work out too well.
Daniel's just afraid of his love for puns, really, is what it is.
Yeah, it scares me.
So he clearly hates the punch line. With
there it is.
There's that pain in your head, right in between your eyes and your eyebrow, right? That pain that you just get whenever you hear a pun.
Oh, we got a really cool teleport coming up as we're leaving the dungeon here.
I love this teleport.
Yeah, or he says he would single-handedly ensure you have to read 100 puns. He would donate $100 and $1 donation.
That's what I was gonna say. One.
If you just don't move at all, you get a nice little perfect teleport right through that little area there. It's kind of neat.
Oh, nice.
Teleport Alpha is about 2 seconds faster than Teleport Beta. Not to mention, you typically need to move into an area where Teleport Beta is possible. So anytime that you can Teleport Alpha, it's faster. I'm gonna sneak around a photo trigger there.
Is
the last
No.
sanctuary he has to complete before he goes into Magic Hand. These guys have like a 25% chance to not run away from you. Usually how right now, it's very likely that they're gonna run away. But sometimes, just like that Sprout did, they'll just feeling it and they'll be aggressive.
Pooja's like, enjoy my fecal matter.
Yeah, this is like one of the times where food is useful. Although Paula could do the same thing.
Yeah, with fire.
Fire gamma.
Yeah.
Starstorm's a little more reliable, I found, because it has a little bit more damage.
Yeah, it's a high damage range.
I don't have any more skips, do I? I can actually skip here. I guess I'm low on skips. That's fine.
It's not. It's a tough split.
Yeah, skips here are more just to try and avoid an encounter here or there, but it's not really that important. But I guess I'm low on skip sandwiches. I need the last 3 for the final segment.
Yeah, I agree. The 3 is more important for the final segment than here. I always make sure I have a skip for this split.
I actually thought I had 5 when I got into Tucson, or else I wouldn't have used that 1 on the way in.
It's just such a tilty split. Like you'll be in PB attempts and be like a couple minutes ahead at this point. And it's just so shifty. You'll lose a minute and a half here out of nowhere.
He knows all about that.
On my current BB, I lost about a minute 50 here, I think. And, yeah.
Oh my god. Uh-oh.
Guys, people have responded to the challenge.
It's a good time. I'm just gonna do some menuing here, and we got a little bit of a wait segment.
Yeah, it's a fantastic time to make me a very sad person.
Alright, well, we're gonna start off with a $5 donation from Hun Mobile. What do you call a guy who makes a friend spontaneously combust by telling his friend a day-long series of the worst pun ever?
What do you call that?
Hellfire Grief Marathon. Donating $5 for Meta to tell us the worst pun he can think of.
You asked the guy who has a -3 in his intelligence stat to tell you the worst pun he can think of.
-11, but
well, if you don't do it, you might be punished.
Yeah,
hey!
That pun has been so overused.
Let me have my moment. No, don't. It's okay.
No, your moment has been taken.
Good. Take away that moment. Did you move the rabbit's foot, by the way?
Yeah.
It's very important you move the rabbit's foot to nest, and rabbit's foot, like we said, gives you an extra 40 speed. We're gonna need it to run away from any encounters we get in Magic Hand. You can lose a lot of time by not having a rabbit's foot.
See, here's the problem. You wanted your moment, but I just poemed your moment, and
you know what happens? You know what doesn't make a good pun is when you tell it and just mess up the delivery.
Exactly, that's the whole point.
Like, guys, I got a good joke. Do you know what you call do you know what you name? It's so
if there's
right?
3 of them, or 2, but usually 3, and when you do that way, and then boom, pun, punchline. Did you guys laugh?
Well, they said the worst pun I could think of. They didn't say how bad I had to deliver it. I mean,
it's true. It's true.
Just saying.
Shots fired by Bullies right there.
He just doesn't know what he's missing out on, really.
No, Bull didn't. I guess he was telling puns earlier.
Oh, it's true. He was forced to tell some puns.
Going Hamill puns.
So I'm gonna safety save as soon as we get into Magic Hand, because if I die, it's a 15-minute time loss.
Where's the phone in Magic Hand? Because I actually don't.
First building, right as you enter on the south.
I really don't. One time in the relay, I tried to save a Magic Hand. I went to the hotel, Oh my god, there's no phone in here.
I spent a little bit of time looking for the phone when I decided I wanted a safety save in Magicant. I was like, alright, so where's the phone at?
Wait. So, and Magicant is technically his head, right?
That's his dreamscape, yeah.
His mind, yeah.
Does that make it a phone home?
What does that mean? I don't know what that's not... Puns need to have, like, there needs to be thought behind them. You can't just throw two random words together and be like, get it?
Well, it's his mind, his home, his safe place.
Wait, no, but why is your mind your home? Your home is your home.
It's in a house. It still is home.
Wait, what is that? No, what do you
Your
mean?
mind is in your house? Who puts... I wanna know what Meta Sigma visualizes his mind as. It's like a door into his mind, like physically.
I don't know what's going on. Am I having a stroke right now? Like, please help.
Relix is like, do more of those.
So what BGG is going to be doing here is popping some skip sandwiches and using the speed he gets to avoid a lot of these enemies. So it's one of the names we give Magicant is Jukicant because he's just trying to juke everything. And it's getting the jukes. Oh
man. Do we have a moment, by the way?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, so Aurelix decided he couldn't take any more of my terrible puns that probably weren't puns, which probably weren't puns anyways, and donated $10 and said, why can't a bicycle stand on its own?
Why can't a bicycle stand on its own?
Because it's too tired?
Alright, see, that's a pun.
Nice one.
Oh, Eskimodo.
I can tell it's a pun.
Boy!
This whole hatred of it deep down inside.
Actually,
you got these? You got...
Yeah, my skip ran out. I like to wait until I use my first skip, but I was fraught with encounters, so I decided to use my first skip a little earlier. Normally it wouldn't run out until I get past this area, but I didn't have a choice, really.
I could say I do have one pun that I could use.
This is an actual pun?
Yes.
Alright, let's hear it.
Okay, so basically, we all know who Amy Rose is, correct?
Like the Sonic character?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so she's pretty obsessed with Sonic. We all know this, correct?
Yes. This is a lot of establishment for a pun, but fair.
Okay, so you could say she's hooked on Sonics?
Oh, okay.
You can also say Amy Rose to the Cajun.
Yeah, see? Oh, it was quick.
No problem. No problem. No problem.
You got those? You got those? Nice. Good stuff. Magicant's a really cool part of the run, just because of like all the movement and it really rewards very solid movement.
Same with free Krakens reward.
Yeah, so you can skip the Krakens if you're lucky and they just spawn over there, or you can get him caught on terrain and stuff like that. So that's what he's going to be trying to do with the second Kraken. He's going to try and aggro him and then get him stuck on the wall and then just kind of walk around him. That way he can just get straight to the Ness's Nightmare without getting into the Kraken fights. You can't run from Krakens because they're technically boss battles. And they just waste time. You don't really need the XP in any way and stuff. So he's going to be doing, he's got 3 bags of Dragonite all throughout the run. Ideally, he's just going to use those 3 bags of Dragonite and kill him. Started off with the shield first turn, which I think is fine. But the only problem is now he deflects the damage from the Dragonite. But as long as he doesn't do a Rock and Alpha, which is what he just did here, he should be okay. So those rolls weren't great. He's probably going to heal right now, yeah. That's a smart choice. So next turn, he's guaranteed to do the Rock and Omega. That's why BGG is letting his health scroll up a bit before he does his Dragonite, because he knows he's going to take moral damage no matter what. He wants to make sure that he has a lot of like leeway with the HP scrolling downwards. He's still in a good position because this Dragonite's going to hit, and then he can quickly do a menu to Super Bomb, and that'll likely kill him. So so I don't think there's a reason to life up. Even though there's a Rocket Alpha happening here, I think he's still okay. Oh, yeah, what heal. This is unfortunate. So once again, he's gonna have the same problem. So he's waiting for the health to roll up. Rocket Omega is coming guaranteed next turn. After a life up beta, Ness's Nightmare will always do a Rocket Omega. He's close-ish to dead, so this Super Bomb probably won't kill him, but the Rocket Beta, BB's probably the Rocket to try and finish him off, and hopefully that'll kill him. BGG still has enough psychic points that he could theoretically. I was just gonna go for a bash. Bash is an okay option as well. Yeah, you're kind of hoping for a crit here. You're really hoping he doesn't life up right now. Okay, that's good. Another alpha. This might kill him. There you go. Nice stuff. Very, very smartly played. I mean, so the reason why I say a Rocket Alpha is the worst possible option in this fight, and much thanks to Aurelix for being the one to tell me this, and I keep telling everyone about it. Ness's Nightmare is sort of scripted. He has some scripted like actions he'll go through based on his actions. So after a Rocket Alpha, he has a 50% chance to follow up with a life up beta. And if he does so, then he always will follow the life up beta with a Rocket Omega. So the only time he will heal himself is after a Rocket Alpha. So Rocket Alpha is the thing you want to see the least of as a result, because you risk him healing himself, which is the worst possible thing he can do.
If he just rockin' Omega the entire battle, it would be fine. Because you could just throw out all your damage before you're dying and be fine.
Honestly, be pretty okay, yeah.
It's a long animation, so you have a chance of, like, you lose a lot of time, you know, in HP scrolling while it's happening, but if you knew that all he was going to do was rock an Omega every single time, you just bag bomb and you'd be done no matter what every single time, and you'd have enough time to do it. But I wanted to play it a little safe. If I was, like, on a real run, I would have just thrown out a bomb at 150 HP and chanced it and maybe used an auto battle to try and get a quick heal out. But I think it was a safer bet to just kind of wait for my HP. Even though I got 2 heals, which 2 heals, by the way, is usually... You're pretty much dead after 2 heals. Having to get bash out 3 times is very stressful. Very stressful. Because he had a chance of healing again.
He played it perfectly.
Yeah, I think a less experienced runner probably would have ripped there, but BGG knows what he's doing and did the right thing there.
So that Magic Hand's done. We're nearing the sort of the end of the game. It's just kind of he's got, we're gonna be going back to Onet to get a meteorite piece because story. And then once that's done, we're going to be traveling in time to the Cave of the Past, and then the final battle is right after that.
Wasn't there like some kind of weird glitch where one of the characters stands like on top of Ness or something?
Okay, so you want to handle this one?
There's a whole myriad of glitches that can happen here. So one of the things in any percent is because you can out of bounds to Magicant, which means normally a Magicant, the rest of your party is removed and it's just Ness. But when you out of bounds, you take your party with you. And if you have like too many party members, like let's say you out of bounds to Magicant and then get a couple flying men and have a teddy bear. When you come back from Magicant after beating Ness's Nightmare, sometimes Pooh will just walk away forever. Because he's trying to walk to the 0-0 coordinate, which is really far away, and he just walks off into the sunset. And you're like, all right, bye.
It was nice knowing you, soldier.
He's off to find the Sword of Kings.
Yeah, exactly.
I was actually gonna.
There's another handful of stuff as well. If Ness dies when you out of bounds to Magicant, there's a chance it just removes him from the game. He gets removed from your party, and you'll never get him back. So you can beat the game without Ness. Like literally without Ness. Like Ness won't be in your party. But it's not guaranteed to happen. If he dies at Ness's Nightmare, and you have like your other party members there, there's just a chance that he won't make it back. So it's always kind of scary when you're doing like a non-manip type any percent where you would have to fight Ness's Nightmare like normally. because that might happen.
Yeah, Ness might have many problems, but a nightmare isn't one of them.
Many problems. That's good. I like it.
BGG's teleporting past all his enemies because getting into a fight with them would be way worse.
They're pretty brutal encounters.
Yeah, not nice.
What? Okay, that guy in that house, liar.
Exaggerate?
Liar,
Yeah.
exaggerate, yeah.
Yeah, like that guy is just got the best name ever.
Yeah, his name is Liar Exaggerate. Or
Doesn't he eat,
Liar
like,
Exaggerate.
He eats like he says he eats garlic every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's interesting.
You know, when I first read that, I thought of Wario instantly.
Wah! Wah! Wait.
Okay, that's enough, lads.
Do you
No,
want
no, wait,
slumber
that's
pill?
Waluigi.
No, please
That's
do not
Waluigi.
resurrect Wah for me, please.
Let Proto Magic.
No, that was
roll.
Waluigi, not Wario. Wario is wah!
And whenever I think of Wario, I think of Mario Kart 64, where he's just like, I'm a Wario, I'm a gonna win. And that's
Yeah.
See, I know more of the voices from Mario Party 64.
Yeah, Waluigi sounds like someone gave him a wedgie and, well...
Well, he looks like he has a
Yeah, let's say, like,
he
who's to say someone didn't, because he kind of looks like that's what's going on.
I'm a Wario, I'm a gonna win. Wah!
I am so sorry I even brought up Wario.
I don't remember what my cup of life noodle situation is. For safety, I want one on Ness anyway. But I'm going to pick up this Horn of Life here. Normally, all I need is one res item. But I'm pretty sure Pooh is without one, so I'm going to give it to him. Oh, he's got a cup, right? I'm actually going to move that cup onto Ness's inventory.
Did you just say Hilm?
Hmm? Hilm? Horn?
No, it sounded like, instead of him.
Oh.
Said, I'm gonna give it to Hilm, and I'm like, what?
Nope. Not intentionally, anyway.
Like,
Gygus is not a fetus, Gygus is not a fetus, Gygus is not a fetus, Gygus is not a fetus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they ever answer that question?
Yes, they did. They actually
It's
did.
called Mother One.
First of all, yeah, Mother One already disproves that, and they also disproved it just with interviews.
That's what I'm saying.
Gygus is not a fetus.
Like, why did they use that?
Because,
It's just a coincidence, really.
what do you call it? Game theory.
People think it's a fetus because, like, the negative space looks like an ultrasound of a baby. So
It
it's
really
mostly-
does.
It really
It's just
does.
supposed to
No,
be
I don't
spooky,
disagree
and that's
that
it.
Looks like
Hey, listen, Ness, I'm going
I
to
just
show you a
think it's a
few ink
coincidence.
blots.
Tell me,
Tell me
what
what
is
you look like to you.
Gygus is Mewtwo, duh.
Nice, Murray. Nice.
Gygus is closer to Mewtwo than being a fetus.
That's pretty true as well. Jeff, and Jeff, my son. Wait, which one does? Minor seizure warning.
But it doesn't quack like a fetus.
How does that? I don't even. My brain hurts. Please stop.
Quack.
So, the quack that I hear is that old quacking sound from the Apple computers back in the day. Quack.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I love
Yeah,
that.
like that dude. That had the best quacking sound.
So for no reason at all, we're now robots. Don't question it.
No, there is a reason.
Nope, there's no reason. You're robots now because robots are awesome. This is another reason why I think like Earthbound is basically from the eyes of a kid. You know, playing. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna be robots. Shoot lasers. This be cool. Yeah, it's a kid.
And I'm gonna wear a baseball cap.
I don't agree with your theory, but I don't. You're right to have it.
No, my water bottle. How am I gonna stay hydrated now?
So every fight in this place, Cave of the Past, is we're just gonna run from. There's no point in trying to fight them.
Or despawn, for that matter.
And they're really dangerous, so you just want to run and not deal with them. We're trying to get as many green squares as possible.
Yes, we play Bubble Monkey for them becoming robots. It's all his fault. Something about a misdone evolutionary link or something.
So Ghost of Starman are the worst fight, at least the most time-wasting fight you can get into. They are scripted fights. The first turn they'll always PSI Starstorm, and then the following turn they will always smile about it because they're jerks. So you really don't. If you do get into a fight with a Ghost of Starman, you really want it to be a green swirl, or you want to be able to run away first turn. With some luck.
Star Party!
He spoiled it for us, but he's going to fail this round. Kaboom! Everyone but Ness will likely die from it. Pooh can survive it if he's lucky, but Apollo's dead. And then he's probably gonna run this turn. Like, it's mostly a time waster thing, and you also have to revive the kids who die from that because like I said, everyone but Ness can survive it.
I love the fact that you see robots, but then you see Paula and she's got the human angel. Yeah.
It's a regular ghost. Yeah.
Oh, the robot was like, the robot was like armor.
Well, that's what they do. They put your essence into the robot. Listen, that's what Dr. Donut says. It's a green swirl. I really want to check for it, but Jeff's paralyzed anyway, so...
You can't, buddy. The Bionic Krakens have a chance to drop Ness's ultimate weapon, which is the Gutsy Bat, which, during a marathon run, Phalix actually did get the Gutsy Bat.
That was awesome. That was super awesome.
Because he was just like, I guess I'll check, like, this have to, and he got it. And then the Gutsy Bat was terrible and didn't smash. Like, it smashed like one time. So everyone was like, wow, we get to see the Gutsy Bat in action. It just sucked. It's an amazing item. It's actually good. It's just Phalix Cup Bat RNG.
Not a Gutsy Bat, but a Sucksy Bat.
Yeah, the current any % route, the newest route that Aurelix created to get our record, which we haven't yet completed yet because we're all bad, but it uses Gutsy Bat Manip to guarantee it, and then use the Gutsy Bat on Gygus. And that's all manipulated as well. The whole run is essentially manipulated. So
yeah, when Daniel refers to any % as the glitch run, it's just we default that glitchless is glitchless, and then any % is the glitch run.
Alright. So, you're gonna have to tell me what time is. I know it's not for a bit, but...
Yeah, I'll tell you when time. Time is when the last prayer is completed, so we'll give you a warning. We'll give you a heads up.
Okay, cool.
BGG's moving some stuff around. He's giving the C pendant and the Franklin badge to Paula. This essentially means that after phase 1, she's immortal for the most part. The most damage she'll take is like 10 damage, and that's it. That's it. She's not in any other danger other than that. The first phase is where all the danger is. Gygus has 2 opening moves: Rocket Alpha, or Brazil Alpha, and Brazil Beta. And man, Brazil is dangerous. Big Brazil Beta, no bueno.
Big Brazil, yes.
So you're looking for Brazil Alpha in this scenario because it means that all your kids will survive, and Paul will be able to put up her shield to protect from all subsequent Brazils. So.
Yeah, a Brazil Alpha is basically a free Gygus fight.
So first turn he's gonna be.
No, that was it. I'm done.
So yeah, first turn he's gonna be paralyzing Pokey. Pokey is actually susceptible to paralysis. It's a 50% chance of working, but it's still worth it. Pokey's actually kind of scripted. Oh, Brazil Alpha, baby. So it's gonna be a clean fight. Jeff will do a multi-bottle rocket on Pokey. Pokey has 60 speed, so it's very common to do kind of like whatever damage, even though it's a multi-bottle rocket. You're looking for anything 1k plus. That's like an exceptional bottle rocket. But even getting something like 600 or 700 is okay. 931 is pretty decent. You can be happy with that. So now that his shield's up, he's not in any danger of taking any more damage except for Poke's charge forward, which is scripted. But the Brazil beta gets absorbed by cycle shields. He's going to shoot another multi-bottle rocket at Poke, 474, which is below average, which sucks. Like I said, Poke has pretty decent high speed, so very confident in those three bottle rockets. Poke is 2000 HP. To get past phase 1, he has to kill Poke. So that's what he's doing right now. He's just trying to get Poke down. I don't think this is going. This turn he's definitely doing.
I just wanted you guys to be able to hear the theme for a longer period of time, clearly.
Yes, that was totally. It's actually okay. Pooh's dead because of all the safety and life rules that.
Might res him. I don't know.
Absolutely, I would res him. Are you kidding me? I'll get mad if you don't res him.
Well, it's like it can. He could just die again, and then I waste a turn.
It doesn't, but it doesn't like.
Well, I have healing gamma. I have healing gamma, so I'm just gonna res him.
You do have healing gamma, so there's that as well. The starts from Omega is just too much damage.
Yeah. This is the only point of the game where Pooh is actually, like, you know, super useful.
Really useful. He revives him. I guess. Yeah, well, Pooh can survive this. Oh, we got solidified. What a nerd.
It's the phase 2, we're just trying to deal as much damage as we can to Gygus.
It did not work on Jeff, but Jeff was already gone.
Gotta be careful here because menus lag quite a bit. And you can... Oh my goodness. You can actually have some bad inputs if you get a little unlucky.
You notice the rock in there missed. Gygus has 80 speed, which is some of the highest speed in the game. So, it's like I said, Rockins can miss based on the enemy speed, so it's actually not that uncommon for Rockins to miss on Gygus.
Yeah, we're gonna have a long phase here because Pooh keeps dying, so we're just gonna have to leave him dead.
Yeah, and that's gonna close out this fight. Kinda gotta keep Paula alive. She's at 45 HP. I think probably at the beginning of phase 3, BGG might just give her a heal and top her off, and then defend with Ness for the rest of the fight.
This is good. You kind of want Jeff and Pooh dead for phase 3 just because it like, gets you clean.
So he's like 2 Rockins away from dying. This Gygus in phase 2 also has 2000 HP exactly, so the reason why Pooh being useful here is because he has Starts from Omega, which has like an insane damage range. You can do like 700 to 900 damage, like, it's insanely high numbers. So.
That was kind of a scary Gygus fight. I kind of made a few risks, I guess, but they were like calculated risks. But we got put into a bad position, kind of backed into the corner where I was forced to take a risk. Like in the first phase, I actually was running out of PSI shield on Paula on that turn, so I banked on the fact that Pokey was gonna die. And I almost ran out of PSI or side points there on Ness. If I had missed a couple rock-ins or got bad rolls, I would have just been out of PSI and I would have just been done. I would have had to bash it out until I smashed, which could have put me in a losing position as well. But we got through it. Usually the fights after you get a Rockin' Alpha is pretty free, but we had some things happen, but we got through it.
Yeah, now the rest of the fight is just pray with Paula. Script is part of the fight.
Time will be in about 7 minutes when I make the final prayer. As soon as you hear the doodling sound, the little prayer sound animation.
Yeah, it's the 9th prayer. So this is the first prayer. So we got 8 more prayers to go. Not when he queues up the prayer, but as soon as Paula's turn starts and it says like she prayed or whatever, that's when the time is. But that's at the 9th prayer. So this was the first one. It's got 8 more to go.
It hurts. It's not right. Not right!
I always knew you were a guy this
Meta Sigma reveals his true form.
No, the way it's set up here, Paula is basically invulnerable. She can't die to Gygas. She's got the Franken badge and the C pendant, so...
I would... Go ahead.
No, she just basically can't die.
I would love to see a run, and I would feel really bad for that runner, where a runner got so unlucky that they just got a million solidifies in a row, and Paula died.
You want to see that run?
I want to see it, just to have seen it happen, just to know that it, you know...
Well, what if it happened to you?
I'd accept it. I'd accept it.
I don't think you would.
I might be a little frustrated.
I think you'd be Omega Assault.
Omega Assault! Fun fact about these little prayer sequences, there's a lot of text that goes in through them, but there's actually only one point in each prayer sequence where you need to actually advance it. And it's usually like at the end, it sits here, and then now is the point where you can advance it. I think Ari is the one that discovered that as well. Or Relix.
I mean, that's just something you know about, I guess. I mean, I mash on stuff anyway because it helps calm me down.
I didn't know it until, and I only learned it a couple months ago, and I had no idea there was only one point.
Nerd.
Oh, come on, Jeff. Why don't you die?
76, really low. Really low lightning rolls.
Lightning can hit it as much as like what, 150 or something.
Yeah, it has a huge.
It's really important to know that because for the Carpenter fight, he could do double reflect low rolls and you don't kill him, or double reflect high rolls and you do kill him. So knowing how much HP he has left at a 225 and what your damage ranges are helps you kind of adjust what you want to do for the next turn.
I like how Tony, like, you look at him straight up and he's got O-face. He turns to the side and he's smiling. Yeah, but he turns to the side and you see his side of his face and it looks like he's smiling. So you're like, what?
I was surprised.
Oh, definitely surprised.
Do it. No. Oh!
It didn't hit anyone. It didn't hit anyone.
So the way Thunder works is that we explained it a little bit earlier. I think Daniel did. But we kind of touched on how it works against enemies. The way it works against kids is basically each kid has a 25% chance of being hit. Whenever a kid is or whenever lightning says it missed, it means either the kid that's not in your party or dead is the one that got hit. So, huh?
It's not how it works.
Well, essentially.
Well, it's sort of how it works. It has an N.
That's essentially how it works.
It has an N over 4 chance of hitting your party, where N is the number of kids alive.
That's essentially how it works. I was trying to give a simple description, Daniel, and then you got.
What is simpler than it has?
What's simpler than math?
Than the easiest math of all time? I wouldn't know.
Yo,
it's so simple.
You said N over 4, and I was just like, what?
N over 4, where N is the number of kids there.
N is not a number.
Yes, it is.
Don't. Don't give me your wizardry, you math magicians. Witch burner! Ah!
Too late. You lose. Gygas is like, nope, I'm done with you. You don't like math? I'll just take.
I'm okay with math. I just try to give a non-math description.
Your explanation was really more complex than I think.
It kind of was.
It's like. Yeah, you had first of all, you had like percents involved, which is math, by the way.
Okay, all right. I submit to your will, Daniel. You're just better than me. I'm nothing without you.
I'm the greatest, man.
Yeah.
Winning again.
Two more prayers.
Yeah, 2 more prayers. This is the 7th prayer, and then it's gonna like shift the phase, sorta. And then there's gonna be a prayer where it says her prayer was absorbed by the darkness, and then the prayer immediately following that is time.
Like I said, you call the time, I hit the rhyme.
I won't let you know.
Yeah, he'll BGG. He'll do it.
kind of trolly because it depends on speed and whether or not it gets solidified.
Yeah, M stands for number. Oh yeah. Those who don't know.
Yeah.
Gygus is destroys stream quality. There's no bitrate that can support Gygus.
Oh my god.
It's cause like every single pixel or an XP is like a different color.
Yeah.
Like, it's just.
And
this is not.
Time.
4:17:41.
4:17:21.
Very nice. Very
41.
I actually beat my unminute PB.
What's your unminute? What was your unminute PB?
No, I think I have a 4:16 on unminute
Yeah,
PB.
you definitely have a 4:16.
Yeah.
Splits.
Anything sub 420 non-minute is solid. I'm really happy with that.
That's really strong. That's only 9 minutes off the world record.
I'm actually really.
Impressive.
What's your?
That's
What's
a
your?
really good merit.
What's your?
408.06 is the world.
408.
record.
Oh man. Yeah, that's a sub 4 non-minute right there. That's really strong. I don't do a lot of non-minute runs, so I mean the PB is not gonna.
Well, it was on a race.
Well, yeah.
That was
But
real
still,
solid.
you don't farm them up is what I'm getting at, you know.
Yeah, I got you. The marathon time has been fantastic. That's an amazing time.
I couldn't be happy with the 4:17.
You were saving it all over the place. Like, it was very safe. It's fantastic. Real good stuff.
My no reset splits that I was using for GDQ submissions and practice for this marathon was a 4:19 PB. That's what I was thinking of.
Your splits definitely have 4:16. I saw when you were doing practice yesterday. I saw 4:16.
4:16 on there too? Oh, maybe I'm not. I don't know anything. I don't know. The numbers confuse me. Where am I? Who are you guys? Ah!
I definitely think you had a race. That's
Yeah. Good job, BGG. We did receive a little $5 donation for you. From the Fawner, just says BGG.
Fawner, you bro, dude. I just realized it says Jeff Bound butts on the title. That's
it
fantastic.
said that the whole day.
I haven't been looking at it because I've been doing a speed run. You might have heard of those things. They're pretty cool.
What is this? What is this spurred run you speak of?
This sped run, I can't.
Spread run.
So this isn't the end of what we'll be doing here. I'm gonna do a neat little glitch here at the end. You're gonna question what you think you know about Earthbound. It's pretty neat, and it's not gonna be like all the glitches. It's just gonna be one major glitch. If you would like to see all the glitches, they require a big setup, which I don't have. But for the out of bounds stuff, watching any % runner or watching any % video, that were super awesome. But I'm definitely going to be doing a really cool glitch. Thank you for meeting that incentive, by the way. Unbelievable, blown away by how successful this marathon has been. So, salute to yourself. Give yourselves a big old pat on the back for being amazing.
Okay, we gotta update this title thing.
There we go. With a question mark and 3 exclamation marks.
A fitting dialogue box for the end of the marathon coming up here.
Also, you had 500 people stay to the bitter end.
All bros and broettes.
We didn't shoo them all away with our bad puns.
So the boxes here just contain letters from your various family members saying, hey, you're super cool, don't forget to, like, you know, change your underwear or whatever. We're not going to worry about that. That's okay. But if you've never played the game, it's a neat little thing to look at.
Jeff, if you and Jeff get hitched someday...
Boy meets Jeff. Boy meets Jeff.
That sounds like that old Boy Meets World TV show.
Alright, so instead of going to the end... Now, it's really interesting. I love this about this game, is that I've beaten the game. But I could actually go anywhere in the entire world I wanted to right now and just experience it in the entire game. But there's no mobs that are spawning. Daniel, you want to cover this one?
Yeah, sure. So what he's going to be doing right now is he's going to be teleporting to Summers. Normally what the game kind of wants you to do is take Paula back home and then go back to your house and then trigger the credits, right? But he's going to be going to Summers. Enemies cannot spawn in this current state. But there are some enemies that are like pre-planted, like they're just always going to be there no matter what. They're scripted. And one of them includes one of the mummies in Summers that we don't have to fight. And so he's still sticking around. And so what BGG is going to do is he's going to go and he's going to try and fight that dude. And then some interesting results are going to happen. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to get to a fight right now because spawns are turned off. The game won't spawn anything. And so BGG is going to go and start a fight with this dude, and he's going to purposely lose. Gonna let him beat him up. That's this guy's that's his prize. He's the lone survivor of Gygus's reign of terror. And he gets to be the one to take out Jeff and his girl Jeff.
NJ and PJ.
Yeah, so the game's in a state right now where it's like there should be no enemies, there's no reason to die from a fight, so when you die from this fight it's gonna have some interesting effects.
It's really awesome that you get one of the better encounter soundtracks for while you sit here and wait for the HP to scroll down.
Yeah, Ness has a lot of HP, so just take it. He had somewhere around 500 something. So.
Shatterman just starts tapping his foot like Sonic. He's like, I'm waiting.
Whoop. Oh, that's fine. No, Paula, choose life. Paula, no!
Paula used the backstage pass. Oh my god. Jeff used the backstage pass with the Shattered Band. Well now.
Trying to bribe him with some
so,
tickets.
If you guys remember what happens when you game over, normally you get like the Pillar of Light. Hey, you got your hand into you, why don't you give it a try? Well, clearly you can see that's not on the screen. But if I hit some buttons, you can see I can open my menu. You can hear that menu.
I can't see anything.
You can't see anything yet. But you can hear him opening the menu.
No, I can't hear it because...
Yeah, if you try and hear it, you'll destroy everyone's ears.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
I can go into a door, though. I can go into a door. Let's go back in here, actually, for fun.
He's gonna go into
hey, what's
a
up,
door.
Dude?
Right now, he can technically move around. The screen is blank, but his characters can move around. Which is how he triggered that fight again with the Shattered Man. His characters can move around, they can do anything, they can open their menu. You can't really see anything, but as soon as he enters through a door, the game will load the next area. And you're dead right now, and the game recognizes that, so it makes you a ghost. But everyone's a ghost, so...
They're making angel babies.
You got a party full of ghosts.
Angel babies!
Start the fight and lose it instantly. It's a fun time.
So go through my menu to let you guys know I can't use PSI. It's not there. Can't use items. But I'm definitely dead. 0 HP.
What would happen if you went to a hospital?
You can revive.
And it'll actually revive them?
But one of the more interesting things you can do while dead, you know, because why wouldn't you?
It's photo shoot.
Now pay close attention to Ness.
Hey!
Hey!
Ness reverts back to his human form.
That is awesome.
In case you missed it.
Yeah, there's a handful of Summers photos you can get. You can get them all as ghosts.
Busters. Something strange.
Oh yeah, I gotta go to the hospital. Meta gave it away.
I don't know. I
was
was
just asking a genuine question.
No, I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. The only way to get out of this is by having enough money to resurrect. Although you can go to an ATM, but if you didn't have any money at all, Gygas doesn't drop any money. So you would just be dead forever, and the game would basically be soft lock at that point.
There's no way for us to cause this glitch in internet, so can't end the game as ghosts.
You just take her home.
Yeah, you're supposed to take her home back to the preschool, but
you can take her back as a ghost.
Well, she's a ghost, yeah.
Yeah, you take her back while she's a ghost.
Here's your daughter,
Like,
she's
"Hey,
dead, my
thanks-
bad.
It's like, hey, thanks for bringing
You just like drop her corpse at the doorstep, like peace out. She got a little hurt, no big deal.
Or you can take her to your house and your mom's just like, I'd love to talk with your girlfriend. She's just dead.
I did a little teleport there to skip a photo and some text with Paula. It's good to meet you, Jeff. Now, I think they're gonna finalize the everything that's going on during the credits here, but when you get to the second half of the credits, it'll show all the photos that you got in the game. Pay close attention to the photos at the end, the ones we took in Summers. It's important.
I like how they just stand there and just like they keep walking in place, like they're exercising while they walk while they do this whole thing.
I'm not sure if I need to skedaddle out of here so Vuligin can do his thing, or... Because I think we're going to get reverb as soon as he starts talking.
Probably fine. I'm not restreaming, it's meta restreaming.
Oh, that's right,
Yeah.
that's right.
I don't know how quiet we sound because I do know that most Discord was fairly quiet through the stream.
I could have turned the game down. I could have turned it
Yeah,
down.
if you could turn the game down now just so we sound, are a little bit more clear.
That should do it.
Actually, Meta, you know what we can do now? You could mute his stream and then start streaming Discord through your actual computer. And then you have control on the balance.
True.
Yeah, so do that.
You could do it, so you better do it.
That's a good point. He's just thinking.
You're making me move from my comfy chair, you dastards.
Get to work. Let's go.
Fine, slave driver. Alright, let's do this.
All right, I heard. Well, let's tell. We should have Discord going through the stream now, right?
I'm taking a listen to the live stream. I just heard myself. There it is. All right. I don't know.
There, now you should hear me.
All right, great.
Hopefully it doesn't echo or anything.
Should be fine.
Okay.
All right, Ozzy, it's your marathon.
All right. Well, everybody, it's been a crazy 4 days, but we're at the end of. Really, thank you all for showing up, for the people that have watched, to the people that have helped spread the information that this marathon is happening, and to the people that have donated. It's truly fantastic what we've managed to achieve here. I would first like to thank all the people that have been working behind the scenes, mainly the restreamers and the organizers of the event. People like Voligen, Metasigma, Worm Talon, Freddy, Ghoul, Yagamoth. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, there's that guy Voligen.
Some scrub. Like, thinks the Dog Island is a good game. What does he know?
All right, Meta, see ya. Oh no, wait, crap! You have to be in this channel to freaking. Dang it!
Get some. Okay.
But yes.
Yeah, and Alake and Worm
yeah.
Talon.
Yeah.
But we also have people to thank for little things that really do help make the marathon go. For instance, we have Mydax, who is our layout design creator. He made all the layouts. He created a banner. He created a icon. Just so many things that we bothered him for, and he was like, dude, it's cool, I got this. So I can't thank him enough for that. Also, big shout outs to TurboDog, who made a couple of videos on YouTube using various parts of submitted runs from the marathon to make something of a promotional video. And that was really cool as well.
If you guys didn't see those videos, by the way, they were actually really, really damn good. Like, they were extremely hype.
Yeah, I also want to shout out to the people that some people unfortunately did have to drop out of the marathon, either to technical problems or scheduling issues. And I hope that next year we can possibly get them in again and make it happen.
Thanks as well to Bick and Mr. Shasta, who both filled in for runs on very short notice. Much appreciated.
Yeah. As regards to our donation goal, $3,000, I would have been just fine with that. Just saying. $3,000, surpassing our previous year's goal, would have been really nice. And then, you almost get $6,000 raised total is incredible.
The picture! I like how the guy in the background's like, it doesn't matter. I see ghosts like these all the time. He's just totally chill. Hi, I'm dead.
Kishura with the clutch donation suggestion. I will just mention with the donation total, we're currently at $57.25. That doesn't count my subscriber and ad revenue for the remainder of the month. So earlier in the marathon, I donated for everything up until the day before the marathon, but I do still need to donate for the marathon itself and the last 7 days of October. So that's gonna add another, $50 to $100 or something on there.
Yeah. And let me just say that me and Voligen were talking to ourselves when we were starting to get to these high numbers, and we're just like, online marathons that are typically made in such a short period of time. We started organizing this event 2 months ago. That's not a common occurrence that such a short period of time of organization is able to make this big of a turnout.
Yeah, there's a tiny, tiny list of online marathons that have ever happened that have raised this much money in the speedrun community, and now we get to join that list. It's a pretty good list.
Indeed.
Not only that, but a lot of those are for bringing runners to like GDQs and things like that, which is totally an awesome cause because that helps raise more money in a different way. But as a marathon directly for a given charity, this is really cool territory to be in.
Yeah. Not only that, we also had some interesting support. Like Muncha Koopas brought in a developer from 13 AM Games to do commentary for Runbo, which was pretty crazy. You don't. That's not often you see that in an online marathon. We also had various tweets from people that I didn't expect that really helped push things forward, getting the word out. Wow, so many things to talk about, and it's weird. Even though everything is spread out over 4 days, there's just so much that goes on in just 4 days. It's a bit much to take in. I'm definitely going to be sleeping on all this information.
You certainly don't sound like tired or anything, Ozzy. You sound very, very energetic.
Wow, that is the complete opposite of how I actually feel.
But.
But yeah, I guess as somebody like me that has been directly involved with the wildfires, not only as a victim, but as somebody who is trying to help others that have currently dealing with it, it makes me feel pretty good that how successful this is.
No. Screw you, Dad! I'm busy!
Is there anything we want to add to this, Volition?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, I was extremely happy to land my channel for this marathon. I really the only reason it was here specifically was just I had the highest follower count of the various admins, but as well as partner for quality options, which are two nice things that changed from last year to this year. But really, I didn't get as much of a chance to participate in kind of the initial planning as I would have liked to, and like the other organizers, Alec, Freddie, Stinger, Worm, and Meta, and Ozzy, obviously, like they did so much work to like the restream setup for this year was entirely new compared to last year. It was just very different, and they all did a great job in ironing that out. Shout out to Yagamoth for being willing to help cover some of our like crappiest restream shifts, which of course are less crappy for him being in Europe, but those just the overnight ones just really suck for us here in the US, and it was really awesome that he helped with that. I want to shout out, we got like 1 billion hosts over the course of the weekend. Since I'm the channel owner, I was the one who got to see them and no one else did. But we got hosts like just constantly out the wazoo. Particularly shout outs to like Ryu Quetzalcoatl and Grand Pooh Bear with like massive repeated hosts during the event. They just kept bringing huge piles of viewers and dropping them on our doorstep. Puexel2 with the raid tonight was much appreciated, as well as every single other person with either a real host or an auto host over the course of the weekend. It was extremely appreciated. We also got like just a couple people throwing in really huge donations, which I was just quite impressed by. Again, I really want you guys to realize like what we did with this event. $5,725 is solid, even for like a live marathon. We actually just barely at the end of Earthbound eclipsed the total from Californiathon earlier this year, which I just did not even like. I did not expect that was going to happen, and it's totally awesome that we pulled that off. So I know. Are we doing another one next year, Aussie?
We might. I haven't seen nearly enough rain, and there's always a danger.
Yeah. It sucks that it's not like wildfires are going away. It's not like California is going to stop burning down. So this is going to continue to be like a cause that will need some help and attention. But I don't know. Hopefully things will get better over time somehow. But in either case, it's great to be able to do just a little bit for a great cause.
Yeah. Even if, I do think that one thing that I will say, even though California has had it really bad, I am considering other ways to reach out to other wildfire victims because California is not the only state that has wildfire problems. Have you ever been to Montana?
Of course. Yep.
Montana has it bad.
What? We're fine.
Oh my God, Meta.
Hey, I live in Montana, and it's nowhere near as bad as you think.
I think it might be on the wrong state for you, or on the wrong side of the state for you to say that.
No, it's called I bleeping live here, and it's nowhere near as bad as you think. We're not.
California's pretty bad, dude.
That's
Montana's
my point.
pretty bad.
Montana,
They're both bad.
No, California's far worse than Montana. We're an arid climate.
Stop. Let's not argue over who has it worse.
Please. So I definitely have a lot of things to consider, but regardless, the only thing I will say as part of closing here is we did have a large number of donation prizes we were going to give out. We're going to do those prize drawings probably tomorrow after I go over every donation and put everything in a hat and pull from the hat. So that's going to take some time, and frankly, I'm exhausted. So, with that said, if you do not follow me on Twitter, or you do not follow somebody that will probably retweet me, I will be posting the results of those drawings. So, if you donated and you want to be informed that you might win,
follow Aussie889 on Twitter. OSEY889.
Yeah.
Do it.
NFL news.
I know.
Check it.
I know.
Guys, stop. I don't care if you just follow me until I make the tweet and then you unfollow me on Twitter. I don't care. I just want your prize to get picked.
So, we should probably go to bed, huh?
Yeah, but we should probably also find a target. A raid target.
A raid target, huh?
A rad target?
Well, let me start you with, I think I've got a good raid message suggestion. What do you think about it?
Where'd you put it?
In chat.
Okay, I agree.
Butts.
Boots.
All right.
Boots.
So our raid target. Would you like to do the honors, Aussie?
Guys?
Waiting.
Guys, go raid the hell out of J-Hobbs.
Nice. Let's go. Nice copy paste. Alright, there we go. Let's go. Get in there and spam the crap out of him with butts.
Oh, the butts are strong. You can see them.
Oh, man. I get my stream back tomorrow. Dang.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. Let's call it a night, man. Oh, man. Well, thank you all for watching. Thank you for supporting us. Ozzy, thank you again for being the driving force behind this awesome event.
And with that,
I do
Let's go to
believe
bed.
it's time. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Thanks for letting me run, and thanks for